want to make?
I'm gonna make people feel okay.
Welcome aboard.
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? You good? Oh, shit. Woo! You good? Who was at Trischli yesterday? Well, that's very telling. Were none of you at Trischli yesterday? Come on, you were at Trischli, weren't you? What did you do? You worked? Were you here yesterday? How long did you work for? 11? Yeah, same. I had to write this shit, you know. No, but did anybody go out at all? Pub crawl? Yeah, there you go. Oh, how was it?
Very fun.
Very fun. Which one was the shittiest bar that you got in St. Gallen? All of them. Sorry? I didn't know they serve beer at McDonald's now. That's quite nice. What? Was that sort of the last thing you did at McDonald's before you went home? I like you too. You're cool. Yeah, I get that. Is it the one at Marktplatz? Ah, there is a Spielerhalle next to it. Have you gone down there? Never do. Please, just don't. Yeah? It's good. From my own experience, bad. Very bad. Nice. We still have a couple of people coming in. Who is here? Who wasn't here yesterday? Who's here for the first time today? Oh, I'm loving this. You guys are loving this as well. Have you made a lot of friends, guys? Everyone, can you please be nice to those two? Because they haven't made friends. What's your name? What's your name? Sorry, say it again. How do you spell that? It's okay, okay. It's a beautiful name. My hearing is just very bad. I apologize. Nice. You guys are going to do a lot of networking today. And what I thought we're going to do is we're going to warm you guys up a little bit to networking. And the way we do networking, of course, is with our voices. Are you guys in for a little voice warm-up? Yeah? Also, I'm using this because I haven't done mine, and I need to do it before I start. Okay? Right. So my speaker coach, brilliant guy, come to me if you want to have a chat with him, by the way. He's nice. But he doesn't have time for you because he's already working with me and he needs a lot of time with me, says your natural voice, the voice that has most power from within, is the one that you have when you speak right after humming. So why don't we try all of this? Let's just hum in our natural voices real quick. Let's start. Another time. This is as far as I'm ever going to get to being a guru, so thank you very much. That was very nice. Okay, Hypology. We don't have the title on stage, but you guys, you know what you're in for today. And I thought I'd start with something. Not with that. I thought I'd start with something where we can have a little bit of a collective experience. You guys went to McDonald's. When I say, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, this is energy. Okay, everybody together. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Guys. Okay, I guess. I need to do the heavy lifting for all of you then, that's fine. Good. Any Germans in here? Germans? Yeah. Germans. Lovely, amazing. Sind Sie zu stark? Sind Sie zu stark? Bist du? Fisherman's friends? I'm really bumming this one. Okay, what about Haribo macht Kinder froh? Yeah, dankeschön, thank you. The whole point of this is brands are a collective experience. Hype is a collective experience. It's so much as a collective experience that when we hear something that we associate something very common with, we can all collectively agree that this is the thing, this is the feeling that we associate it with. And this feeling is what we on stage today would call hypology. And it's the hypology of building a memorable brand. But before I talk too much about it, I think it's just fair that I introduce our guests, you guys. We're going to join today by David Löwe, who's the co-founder of Everdrop. We're going to join by Lena Jüngst. She's the co-founder and chief evangelist of AirUp, and they're going to be moderated by the incredibly capable Martina Fuchs, TV anchor and business journalist. So please put your hands together and welcome David Löwe, Lena Jüngst, and Martina Fuchs.
Great to see you all this morning, although a lot of you might be still sleeping after the party last night. I heard it was amazing. So happy Friday to you all. Welcome on stage, Lena and David. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
So, first of all, yes, let's make it cozy and intimate a little bit, right? We're here at the Start Summit. So, you're both from Munich. I'm glad you made it because Monday we have a big strike happening in Germany. So, luckily, you came before it all began, before the action. Is it the first time the two of you meet coming from Munich?
Yeah, funnily, we did meet the first time yesterday evening, even though we're in the same city. It's not too big, but for some reason, just the co-founder of Me met David before. So
thank you so much
for bringing us together. And the students for bringing you together. But it shows that the startup scene in Munich is booming, and there are many of you. Now, I have an opening question for both of you. In 60 Swiss seconds, which basically means 59, what is the success recipe for building a memorable brand? Ladies first.
All right. Well, I think it's quite simple. You have to act against the common market logic. What that means is that if you want to create a memorable brand, you have to stick out from the mass, right? Which means you have to be different to your competitors. And the beauty about that is that most of your competitors will follow common market logics. So I think a very tangible and good example is where our product is within the food and beverage segment, and one of the common market logics is that most of those brands use very natural color palettes for the brands because it's natural, you know, those colors come in nature, and we did the exactly opposite. So we took very hard contrast colors, purple and orange, mainly purple, and it's a color that's not natural, or you don't see that much in nature, and therefore we could really set us apart from other brands and be different.
Very catchy, go against the flow, be different. That's something we should all aspire to be, right? We're all unique. David?
So interesting that you're pointing that out. So we didn't talk about the answers in advance, but it's pretty much the same thing that I would actually bring. So in our industry, and it's cool that you bring up the colors, it's a little bit upside down. In household cleaning, so Everdrop is like a household cleaning product. Most of the brands are very shiny colors, very aggressive colors. So, and Everdrop is like, you know, having powder tones, very modern. So we also thought, okay, why the hell does cleaning products need to be so ugly? So everybody who's opening up their cleaning cupboard, it's like an aesthetic torture. So we tried to tackle that, and then we asked, okay, do they need to be so toxic? Does it need to so much plastic waste and you know, harm the environment and all this stuff? So I think disrupt the industry pattern, what you just said, is actually, I think, one of the most significant points to create such a brand. Yeah.
You're more on the lighter side of the color spectrum, but it's also color therapy. I love your website. Check it out as well.
Therapy.
And of course, your social accounts as well. Now, David, let me start with you. Everdrop, I love it. Everdrop and Air Up. We have very cool names here. Talking about memorable brands, right? You were founded in 2019, 4 years ago. You mainly focused on natural cosmetics, sustainable, innovative household products, and you make, quote, you have a slogan called "Sustainable living so easy that it becomes the new standard."
Yeah.
So how do you do that exactly?
Yeah. So there's like many recipes about that, but so far, sustainability products always have brought a certain burden to do that. And what we tried is, for example, if you want to reduce, let's keep one of our core products. So I don't know if everybody is familiar with our products, but we try to get rid of single-use plastic in the homes. And if you look at the problem, it's like, why do we have actually single-use products in the categories household cleaning and personal care? The answer is quite easy, because it contains liquid. But if you look at the liquid, the majority of the liquid is water, and everybody has water back home. So in St. Gallen, in Switzerland, in Europe, actually even clean one. So we were just questioning, okay, why the hell do companies transport water, tons of water throughout the country, so we buy single-use plastic? So, and to solve that, we invented like little taps or powder. And what you actually do is, like, you buy once a bottle. It's a little bit similar with our business. It can be a pretty one, but that's also a similarity. And then you just put in water from your tap, and then the tap, like the drop, and dissolve it. And it's like a little bit like with a magnesium tablet. And then you have your cleaning detergent or your body wash or a hand wash, whatever you want to have. So, and water tap, that's it. So you make it really easy. You make it lifestyle-y, so people get, you know, this feel-good moment. They enjoy using it. And I don't know if it's the same for you, but so far, household cleaning things haven't been so enjoyable, and we really get the feedback that people like it. So make it easy and make it, you know, fun to use is a very important component for that.
Yeah, hopefully it will Everdrop everywhere in the world. Now, Lena, your subject area is a little bit more abstract, for me at least, right? As a non-scientist, your slogan at Air Up is "Neuroscience meets design," and you work in retronasal olfaction. Can you explain to the normal citizen, me and our intelligent audience here, what it is exactly that you do?
Yeah, it sounds very complex if you say it like that. So basically what we do is retronasal olfaction, in other words, means tasting with your nose. So that's what we do, because contrary to the common belief, our taste perception actually is defined by all our 5 senses, not only by our tongue, but the tongue actually just plays a minor role within our flavor perception. So the tongue can only detect the basic flavors, so sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, and the rest, most of the rest happens in your nose. So up to 80% of your flavor perception are defined by your nose. And also, other than you think, it's not by sniffing in through your nose while eating, but when you chew food or when you drink something, you extract aromas, and those aromas rise up through the back of your mouth, and that's called retronasal olfaction. Rise up to the olfactory centrum, which sits in your nose, and get there mistaken by flavor from the brain. So our product uses this phenomenon. So when you drink from our bottle, you will drink water and scent. The scent will make yourself believe you drink something with flavor, even though you're just drinking the plain water without anything, no additives, no sugar, no nothing.
Incredible. Well, talking about the nose and memorable brands, I'm sure that a lot of men here in the room at least have used Hugo Boss when they were a little bit younger, maybe still, but this is definitely one perfume that is still stuck in my nose. But I'm glad that there are more diverse perfumes out there, not just Hugo Boss right now. So if we talk about really good branding and marketing, what is the top priority for you, David?
So, of course, I think the top priority is always to keep the consumer in the focus. I mean, I think that's very clear. But I think on top of that, it's also very important that you kind of like get like emotional stories out of your brand.
Storytelling.
So what we do is like we always call it internally to create a movement and take the consumer on this journey along. And I think at the end of the day, it's all about values. So you, with your brand, you stand for certain values, and you want to communicate them. You want to do some stuff with your brand that is going beyond your business. So we currently have a petition running. So everybody who want to participate, it's about like labeling single-use plastic, a little bit like with the cigarettes that you get, a sticker on it. There is an EU law for that, but it's like it's not going far enough. It's not going in our industry because like there's a huge plastic lobby fighting against that. So, and I think that's the one thing. So what you can do actually to address the values you are addressing with your brand. And the second thing is obviously also about being very transparent, like telling it, like the two of us sitting here, so we obviously try to get us as founders in contact with the audience. We do communicate a lot of the things that is going well, of course. I mean, that's what businesses do. But like one of our most successful communications, or like what's the most popular, is our fuck up communication, because I think every startup is fucking up a lot. So it's almost became a tradition at Everdrop that we have like whenever we do something really, really bad, we bring it out and we let the community participate with that. And I think all that, the values, the authenticity and stuff like that helps you in creating a brand that is more just your product.
Absolutely, and it's this personal connection with the clients and the audience, but also the trust factor, something that Credit Suisse here in Switzerland fucked up as well, so to speak. What about you, Lena?
What are the most important things for branding? Well, I think David already mentioned most of the things, so I would only repeat that. Maybe something that would be more interesting for the crowd when it comes to building a brand, because that's very abstract. And most of the people actually don't know what a brand really means. Everyone knows it's important, but by the end of the day, a brand is the associations you have with a company. So that's first of all, and it doesn't have to be super expensive. It doesn't have to be super complicated to build up a brand. So what I can only, if you are in a similar situation, if you want to found a company and you need to build up a brand, I would recommend not, hiring, first of all, a super expensive agency, but get someone extremely good into your company, a brand strategist. Best if this person would have a graphic design background, because it also means you have to work, hands-on. You build a first brand identity, you build a first corporate design, and then get a production agency on board. So we had a very efficient production agency to start with. A production agency that is used to communicate online. So don't go with a big billboard campaign. A lot of agencies tell you to do that because it's extremely expensive and you don't know what by the end of the day comes out of it. So do that and have a very efficient concept how to work with limited resources. So what we did was instead of filming or taking pictures of a super complex storyline that might not resonate with the consumer, we built up a stock library, so very neutral imagery with our product, and we were able to adapt the messaging on top of that and find the connection points with our target group. And from that on, you can build up, right? But I would say that those are the first steps.
Those are very valuable tips. Is this also true and holds true for you, David, that you do everything externally, like marketing and branding, or do you have in-house talents as well?
I think, I don't know, it's something, that's why I was just like, nodding so intensely when you said don't hire a big agency. I also think like, it depends on the stage obviously, but like at the very beginning, and obviously most of you are probably students, at the very beginning you do pretty much everything you do yourself. So it's actually quite a smart advice if you take someone like, maybe someone like Lena as your co-founder, who's obviously, with some marketing insights equipped, or, you get someone on board who can do stuff like that. So until today, we have almost no agencies, so we have pretty much everything in-house, especially things like performance marketing. So both of us are, more digital brands. So by now we are also exploring and expanding into retail. But I would say still 80 to 90% is like still D2C, like direct to consumer online revenue. And this is generated by performance marketing. So, and in this discipline, you need to be very, very fast. So you want to see, okay, what works, what doesn't work. So Lena indicated already, stuff like you want to test messagings and stuff like that. And I think because the topic here is a memorable brand, I think the balancing act is between, okay, what really performs well and what communicates the brand. So we always have this buzzword brandformance, you need to try to get both together and stuff like that.
What's your split?
No, we don't do either or. We always try to get both together. So if we identify, like at the very beginning, that's maybe something that could be of interest. So the performance team has free hands. So I just tell them, okay, we have certain KPIs, CACs and stuff like that, and so just like, get these numbers. Yeah. So, but as soon as they work, we go into, okay, how can we adapt them to make them more brand appealing and to keep the performance level? So I think it's always you need to find a mechanic and then you need to integrate the brand. So this is like actually the balancing act. We never say this is only performance and this is only brand, so we always try to get these together. Yeah.
Now, of course, as startups, you also have limited budgets still until you actually reach the unicorn level. Can you maybe tell our audience a little bit, especially those who are building their brand and their company as well, how much you allocate in your revenue to branding and marketing? Is it like 10% or more than that?
So I think that's something that's probably difficult to answer for both of us, like in terms of budgets. But because you said, like, if you start from the scratch, that's something that's really important. I think if you do that, try to look, I mean, obviously you will and you have to, very close onto performance metrics. So at the very, very beginning, I still remember, and it's funny that you said the same, we try to find something that, and maybe I can give you 2 or 3 more sentences to that, because the biggest challenge for Everdrop was everybody liked our idea at the very beginning before we started, but everybody said, forget about selling it on Instagram. There's no fucking way you can sell cleaning products on Instagram. And we were like, okay, shit, so what do you do with that feedback? So what we did is like we did an MVP. So we created on Shopify a fake shop. Over the platform Fiverr, we hired someone who made renderings of cleaning bottles and taps and everything. And then we created this fake shop with these renderings, did Facebook ads, and then we looked, okay, how much do we pay per CPC? How much do we pay if people put it into the Add to Cart? And at the end, of course, if you want to click initiate checkout, we didn't have the products by then. There was like a landing page saying, hey, sorry, we are not ready yet, but leave us your email here and you get a discount code as soon as it's on. So, and then we had the cost per, I'm so convinced I leave my email here, tell me when you're ready. And by that, you can actually get an indication if your business idea would perform in certain KPIs and you could be potentially profitable. That's how we started. And from there on, I would say you can slowly allocate always the budget that is more or less left over from your customer acquisition costs to your COGS and seem to.
So take the feedback seriously, but then DIY, do it yourself. Exactly. And try it out. Yeah. Lena, what role does sustainability play in your branding and marketing strategy? Because obviously it's the biggest buzzword out there right now. You're wearing green, so tell us more about that.
Yeah, actually, David already said it. We have a very common logic. So what we did basically was to separate flavor from the liquid. And that has or provides some benefits. So first of all, we can, with one of our pods, so so maybe to explain, we have a drinking system, and on top you put the flavor pods. The wrong bottle. I saw you.
I thought you bring your one as well, Meg.
Next time you bring the right one. Yeah, and you can exchange those flavor pods according to your liking, right? One of our pods flavors at least 5 liters of water, which means we use a lot less plastic from the get-go to provide flavor. So if you would get the same amount of flavored beverage from the supermarket, you would at least need 5 one-way PET bottles in most cases. So less plastic, and then as David said, since those pods are very lightweight, very small, from a transportation perspective, there is a huge logistical potential. And then, so that's one side. We call it sustainability by design. We think it's important to already think about those things when creating a product. And the other side, what we do is to continuously improve what we're doing. I mean, no product in the world will be sustainable. That's nothing you can achieve. You can always just get better, right? We had to start producing our product in China out of financial reasons, out of connections, and so on and so forth. And it was a very big wish to change that, and we have almost changed that. So most of our production right now is already in Europe, which of course means there is a huge investment, or it was needed to do that because you need to build up new toolery and so on and so forth. So right now we have production facilities in the Netherlands and in Austria, soon to come also in Germany. And by that, have reduced transportation by 97%, which is has a huge impact on the CO2 footprint of our product.
Well done, Lena. You're really upping the game. So, maintaining the hype, and you just mentioned that you always have to be adaptable and flexible and super fast in this environment we live in, a little bit like a content creator, always like a machine working. Burnout rates are high, turnovers are high. How do you actually maintain this hype as well? You need to be innovating constantly, right, David?
Yeah, absolutely. That's maybe something, and maybe for everybody in here who wanna, sooner or later found your company, there's like always this challenge. Okay, how much time do I put into, engineering, developing my product, and how fast do I go to market? And I think as a startup, one of the key assets you have is speed. So you need to leverage that all the time. So what we do is and we still try to keep up the speed as it gets slower and slower as the bigger you get. But and the principle that we put behind these innovations is we treat our products as software. So we have obviously as a direct-to-consumer brand, we have the direct customer relation. So we get the feedback whether we like it or not. Right? So this is they're complaining at customer support, or they say, hey, this would be great. Why don't you bring out X, Y, Z? So and then we have a feedback loop from customer support to product team and to our by now we have an R&D and an own laboratory and stuff like that, and they integrate this feedbacks into product iterations. And sometimes we bring out small upgrades, then it's version 2.2, or for example the cleaning tubs that I just mentioned is now the 4th generation. Sometimes we play a little bit around. It's with the iPhone, the new generation of cleaning tubs is coming out. So and by just keeping this mindset on the product that it's never finished and you always want to iterate and become better, this gives you I think the agility and the innovation potential to act on the demands of the customers. Yeah.
Now you both have achieved a lot already. Lena, you were 30 Forbes under 30. You were top Capital 40 under 40 or something like that. What is your big next step? You're expanding globally. You have some 300 Air Uppies already, right? Some 300 staff. You, I think, some 150 staff. David, what's next for you?
What's next? Yeah, that's a good question. What we always say, we don't want to be a company that just builds up their portfolio around the original product, right? We see a huge potential still in the company to do the next step and the next step and the next step. So create products that go beyond what we have in our portfolio today. And it was now just interesting to hear what David does to stay relevant and their company does. What we have realized is that we need to look at the, long-term, mid-term, and short-term innovation at the same time. So what a company runs into quite fastly when they grow is that they have a dependency on, bringing something to the market continuously, which of course consumes a lot of energy from the company. But once you just get into that cycle, it's really hard to keep the long-term perspective. And for that, now we have 3 different teams working on those 3 different levels of innovation. And the third swim lane team is the one I'm working very closely together and build up a vision on where we could go next, because the technology we're using is something no one has ever used before, and we scratched the surface of it. So it's going to be interesting what we can do next with it, but also go beyond and think about how can we make responsible consumption more attractive, because in the end we think that's the thing we need right now. Everyone knows we should be more healthy. Everyone knows we should be more sustainable. And in the end, it's really hard for us to execute upon that. So we think it needs creative ideas that help people to make that change without restricting them.
Vision, impact, 2 very important words. Before we go, because we need to finish on Swiss time, 10:27. David, what is your big wish with your business?
Yeah, well, I mean, of course it would be, we always get asked, okay, what happens if the big incumbents, and it's like a little bit like our company has like our competitors is like Procter & Gamble, Henkel, Unilever, like multi-billion-dollar companies. And they always ask us, okay, what happens, David, if they copy you? And I think, okay, how amazing would that be? Like, try to imagine you set new industry standards and make big corporations more sustainable. So this would be, I mean, if this would happen, this would be amazing. Otherwise, we need to keep on disrupting. So what we're currently working on is internationalization. So we are currently now successfully rolling out Italy and France. One very, very tough approach for us is obviously bringing more sustainable products also into retail. And this is like the biggest challenge, because like there's like totally new dynamics in the shelf than in your online store. So yeah, hopefully get these 2 missions in place, and let's see what the next years will bring.
Good luck. That was Lena Jüngst from Air Up and David Löwe from Everdrop. But thank you so much. All the best of luck for you guys. They are also very active on LinkedIn and Instagram, so follow them wherever possible. And of course, they're still around, so go out, look out for them, and network as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much. Enjoy your conference.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lovely time. Oh, you're such a great moderator. Look at you. Amazing. More people have turned up. We like it. How's everybody doing? I'll try it again. Anybody at Trishly yesterday night? All right, even more telling. Good. Should we get started with the next one? I think we should. Right. Who here has heard of this quote? And I need to read it to you because I don't know exactly. Shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, you'll reach, or you'll be amongst the stars. Who's heard of that one? Yeah? Oh, you again, the McDonald's girls. How shitty is it? It's quite weird, isn't it? So when I was an entrepreneur, I heard it a couple of times. They're like, yeah, shoot for the moon, blah, blah. And I was like, that doesn't help. I mean, I'm still building a rocket, like, how should I shoot for moon? It actually doesn't make sense. But here's the thing. Maybe we'll not just learn something about shooting for the moon. You'll learn that in general at the Start Summit. But today, you're going to learn something about space exploration itself. Because as we're going to show just back there, today we're going to talk about space exploration, how essentially we can make it more affordable, more sustainable, and more open. And for that, your cue was great. For that, we're inviting on the stage Hélène Huby, who's the co-founder and CEO of the Exploration Company, and her moderator, Jenny Dreyer, who is an investor at EQT Ventures. So please put your hands together and welcome with me Hélène Huby and Jenny Dreyer.
Thanks, Laurent, for the kind words. Is the microphone on? Yes, now you can hear us, right? Shooting for the stars, yes, very much so. Hélène over here, since you started, you're working on nothing less but to democratize space exploration. Tell us a bit, what does that mean?
Space exploration has always been the area for super powerful nations, especially the United States, Russia, China. And by the way, only 3 countries in the world, they have capsules that can go to stations, can go to moon and come back. And we are at a time when, a bit like in the 15th, 16th centuries, humanity got the capability to build very large ships that would cross the oceans. We are today at this point in time. And if we look back to history, the nations, the people who've enabled these discoveries of the new world, they become basically the nations, the countries, and also the communities that would have leadership, scientific leadership, technical leadership, strategic leaderships. So basically we said here in Europe, let's bring Europe, let's give to Europe the capability to participate to the discoveries of the new space world, because that's part of human future. We need to be part of this human future. And also let's open that. Let's open that to other nations, other companies, non-space companies also. So that's our mission, and we basically build Space Capsule. For the first time in the world, privately funded. For the first time in the world with green propellant, and for the first time here in Europe.
That's a lot of firsts, very, very cool. The title of this talk was An Effortless Way to Space, which I found really funny because there's really nothing effortless about it, but of course you're making it effortless for your customers. So tell us a bit about who are these customers and who has an interest in going to space?
So part of our customers are very, I would say, traditional customers, so the space agencies, also the MODs. And what they want to do in space is basically research. Research so that us humans, step by step, we can live in space longer and longer. So at the beginning, like in the 70s, humans could be in space for some weeks. Now we can be in space for 6 months. 6 months into the journey to Mars, so we really need to learn a lot how we can basically be in space, sustain very long space travel. So that's, I would say, the traditional part. To give you an idea, it's still triple-digit million contract for 1 mission, so it's not very small. And the second part, which is coming now, is the private part. It's people like you, like me, step by step, we're going to go to space. It took 100 years for the aviation business to start from very wealthy people to basically Ryanair, and then many people in the world, they can fly. So let's see how much time it took to space, but I believe step by step, more and more people will be able to fly. And then we have here space, now that the cost to go there have decreased significantly, as a laboratory, as a place for us on Earth. When you do things in space station, when you do things in spaceship, you have to recycle everything. The water in space station is coming only from 3 sources. Urine of the astronauts, water from the tests that are being performed in the space station, and water from your mouth. That's all. Everything is recycled. So technologies we develop in space have huge impact on Earth, and since now space access is becoming affordable, we are also building private research platforms for cosmetic industry, for food industry, for pharma industry, so that new medicines, new type of foods, new recycling membranes, for example, for water can be discovered and then scaled on Earth. And we already have clients which are non-space clients, who are flying with us in 2024, actually. So that's not dream. This is like next year we embark non-space clients with us in our second capsule mission.
Yeah, tell us a bit about that first flight. What is it gonna look like?
So the very first flight is happening this year. The company will be like 2 years old, roundabout. So it's very, very fast, actually. This will be for Europe the 4th time we re-enter a capsule. And then the second mission is in 2024, and we fly with clients, not people, but cargo clients on board. We have payload from the traditional customers, so from the space agencies, 2 payloads from the European Space Agency, 1 payload from the French Space Agency, 1 payload from the German Space Agency, and we have private payloads. We have payloads from space companies. They want to test new technologies. Airbus, for example, is flying with us. And we have payloads from non-space companies willing to perform research in space for the benefit of the Earth.
Let's talk about yourself for a bit, because the story of Exploration Company is very much linked to you as a founder, of course. For many years, you worked on Airbus's space strategy as VP Space Strategy and on the Orion European Space Module. So, I mean, you've been working on that kind of stuff before. Why was now the right moment to leave such a giant in the space and try to do it yourself?
Well, I think there are two factors. There is one factor basically depends, what drives you. I'm driven by how can I use my talents to create positive impact around, and how can I maximize this positive impact. So we are at a time when I was saying at the beginning, space exploration is just happening. It will not take like 5 years, 10 years that we as humans are going to live in space as next destination. Like it didn't take 5 years, 10 years to discover the new worlds. It took 1 century, but the one who started were the one who led afterwards. And okay, I was working at Airbus. I was actually leading the second biggest space program in Europe. You've probably heard about the Orion vehicle that went behind the moon and came back safely. Europe is producing 50% of that vehicle. I was the vice president for that program. And then comes the question, okay, what's next? How can I be useful? And if I would have stayed within Airbus, certainly I would have done amazing things, but then a very slow pace, which is the typical pace of corporate. And then also the typical way to fund huge projects in Europe is you need countries to agree. So I would have had to wait until Italy, Germany, France, they would have agreed to say, hey, build a space capsule together, and then perhaps we could have had a project. So if we believe it's time now to have a space capsule, there is also a huge business opportunity which is popping up because we have more and more space stations being built around the Earth. Then it's the right time to make decisions so that space capsule can be built. Not the right pace of innovation within the corporate. It's so basically decided to choose a setup that would maximize the chances of the project to survive, and that was it.
When we invested and when we started looking into Exploration Company in more detail, we spoke to a lot of people, and everyone that we spoke to, the feedback basically was this is probably the most ambitious project in Europe that's out there, and certainly the most ambitious private project. And that's of course what got us really, really excited. How do you pick the people for that mission? How do you make sure that they share the same ambition? Where do you find them?
So first, we are very lucky because we didn't have any problem to hire people. Since company creation, so 1.5 years ago approximately, we received more than 6,000 applications of engineers willing to work for us. And the way we choose people is on the one hand competence. So we check the competence of the people. What we're doing is hard. Everybody in the company has a huge responsibility. In space, it's a business where a small mistake of someone can end up in a catastrophic failure of the whole mission. We can lose a mission on which we've been working for years, which has cost a lot of money, because just one person made a mistake, actually. So it's super important to choose people who are competent, people who are mission-driven, and we check that. We don't choose people because they're interested by earning a lot of money or power. We choose people because they are mission-driven and they want to give everything they have to our mission, which is to democratize space exploration. And we choose people who are team players. And again, we check that. I'm not going to enter into the detail of the hiring process, but we have a very, very thorough hiring process with lots of gates. I'm interviewing everyone. Because again, you need to be basically, you shall not be driven by ego, you shall be driven by how can I use my competence to the benefit of our product. A space capsule, which is one of the most complex space vehicles we have in the world, as I was saying at the beginning, only 3 countries, they master that technology. And so, like a body, it's hyper complex. So your role, each of us in the team, is just a part of the body and has to understand his or her added value as such, and just to try to thrive and, let's say, serve within this body as best as possible with the talent that person has. So that's a bit how we hire people. We're also very direct, and when it's not a fit, we fire also very fast. So we try to be very human, very demanding. It's the most rewarding job, the most probably human job, and also the most demanding job you may have in your life.
In January, you just announced a 40 million euro round, which is really impressive in the current environment for sure. And in the press announcements, you were often, it was often spoken about you being the European SpaceX, which is interesting comparison for sure. What is one thing that you admire about Elon Musk, and maybe one thing that you will do totally different with the exploration company?
So I really admire his engineering skills as well as program management skills. He's been adamant with planning, he's been adamant with undesign, so making things as simple as possible, going directly to hardware, testing super fast. And like great musicians, they learn from the best musicians. We try to learn from the best engineers and how he's been able to build these amazing engineering capabilities with a very do-it and hardware-driven mindset. On the other hand, we want to build at the Exploration Company a culture which is very different. If I may say so, we try to respect people as persons. We're not here to use people. We are all driven by the same mission, but at the end of the day, we are a person and not something that can be used to achieve greater goals. So we develop here a culture which is extremely, on the one hand, super open. We are very, very direct, and if you cannot sustain direct style, that's your ego problem, and then you probably better not work for our company. But on the other hand, also very caring from a human perspective, and I think this differentiates us. I consider that we want to. I mean, everybody is giving everything to succeed, of course. May happen that at the end it's perhaps not a success, but my responsibility is to unleash the talent of everybody in the company. And this, whatever the success of the company is at the end.
Let's get a tiny bit political here. I think there is a reason why in the US we have a company like SpaceX that's 130 billion market cap right now. There's still not that many big private European space companies. Why is that? What are the challenges of building such a company in Europe?
Well, I'm very, very happy and grateful that we have investors like Equity Ventures on board. I think in Europe sometimes when we see like high rewards, high risk, we tend to focus a bit on the high risk part, and we tend to forget a bit the high rewards. And I'm seeing that also in the mindset of the American people. I met some of the top NASA associate administrators, so directly reporting to NASA administrator. It took him 5 minutes to decide that he's going to spend hours visiting our company. So in the US, we have this mindset where when we see an opportunity, we see potential, we want to bet on that potential. And we accept that, hey, there are risks associated to that, but like the potential, if success is there, is so huge, so transformative, that it's really worthwhile to bet on that potential. And I think in Europe, sometimes we don't allow us to see the potential. And what if it wouldn't work? Yeah, but okay, if we don't engage, for sure it will never work. So without being too much political, I'm very, very proud and grateful that we have in Europe venture funds like Equity Ventures that have the capability to see these high rewards, also high risk profile, and that's the company, the type of company we are. But let's not forget that if we succeed, space, what we're doing is an infrastructure business. So there'll be just very few able to build what we're doing. And then if we succeed, it means we have like Airbus and Boeing. We are one of the dominating players of that business. So it's worthwhile also for the future of our industry.
You mentioned you're soon launching that first little capsule.
Yes.
How will that look like? Where are you going to be? And if we see you in a year from now, what do you want to be able to tell us here on stage?
Well, in a year from now, if everything goes well, I could show you the first launch of our very first capsule, our baby capsule. It took 9 months to build, so like a baby, so super fast. So you would see some pictures. And you will also see our second capsule, which is way bigger, 1.6 ton, 2.5 meter diameter, so you could kind of sit inside. You would see that second capsule being transported to Cap Canaveral or Vandenberg in California, where we're going to launch this second capsule. So that's what I'd like to show you next year.
Yeah, hopefully we can show a cool launch video on screen. We do have some time for questions. Laurent is ready over there. So please raise your hand if you have any questions for Hélène.
Hi. Do you have any questions? Oh, here. I apologize.
Hey everyone, so thank you for your really inspiring speech. And my question is, did you get a lot of criticism? Like, did people criticize you for your idea? Because, I mean, it's out of space, of course, but it's a huge potential. And how did you react to this criticism?
Okay, I'm not sure I got completely the question. One part is, do people criticize us for ideas? That's correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's very bold, or because it's
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who don't see this potential, and as you said, there are people who only see the risk and not the opportunity. So how did you react to the criticism?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not paying a lot of attention to criticism. I think what we're doing is the right thing to do, and that's it. Then we just need to execute correctly. This is what matters, and this is where my focus is right now.
Thank you.
And perhaps something to add, if you transform stuff around you, right, you're not going to come with a delta improvement, because by definition it's not transformative. And if you look at people who really transform the world around us, just to take an example, Mohamed Yunus with Nobel Prize, and he started microcredit. I think many people thought when he started, that guy is crazy. Because of course the delta between the current reality and then where he wants to bring things is kind of huge. But this is what it takes to build transformative projects. So we just have to accept that and then to try to execute, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is execution and making happen and trying to build this reality.
So thank you for your speech. I have a question. You said you launch in California, right? Why is there no launch site here in Europe, or do you always have to go to, no, Russia obviously doesn't work, but to the US to launch? Yeah, that's my question.
So we have actually a launch site in Europe, which is in French Guiana, which is the European launch site, which is super well located because it's very near to the equator, and if you launch from next to the equator, you have more speed because the Earth is turning faster at this specific point. The problem we have in Europe is that we have lots of delays with the launchers which have been developed. So we have 2 Ariane left, and then that's it. So many now European companies are launching with American launchers, with Indian launchers, with other launchers. And we also have a competitiveness problem in Europe. Our launchers are very expensive in comparison with some American launchers. So that's another reason to launch with American launchers. But for me, it's the state we are right now. In the past, if we look at, for example, the Airbus story, we started Airbus ways after Boeing was started. And because we are very innovative, and Airbus basically invented the 2-seats aircraft, because before there were 3 pilots in aircraft, and now it's only 2, then because Airbus was super innovative at this point in time, they became number 1 in front of Boeing for certain kind of aircraft. Same story with Ariane, who at a certain point in time in history was cheaper than the American launchers. So today in Europe, it's a crisis for launcher. It's a very difficult situation, let's be honest. But we've shown in the past that we have the capability, when we are very innovative, to come back and take leadership positions. So for sure, we're not there in the launch area, but that's, I hope, the mindset we may have when we're going to design the next launchers generation.
Thank you.
So, hello, thank you for your insight. I am wondering, from your perspective, because you have a lot on the space, what or where is the human activity in space in 10 years, or say 20 years? And what is exploration companies' role going to be in your boldest vision?
Okay, thank you for the question. So 10, 20 years, I think we're going to have dozens of stations around the Earth and probably 2 around the Moon. I believe we'll see a mix of stations with humans inside, station that's going to store stuff like computers so that we can do calculations in space and not back to Earth and then up to space again, and also military stations. So the exploration company, I'd love to see us as a whole end-to-end transportation infrastructure. So we start with a capsule, but I wish we do also other things if we are successful with the capsule first, which is open. You can think it like a store. So on your phone you have the App Store or a Google Store, whatever. We'd like to design our architecture, hardware architecture, as a space store, where our clients can basically, when you are software, you have an SDK, right? And then you build your app. They would have hardware development kits, and they would build their payload. They would unleash their creativity to build payload that we would carry. We would, of course, carry humans. This is a very difficult endeavor. Take 10 years, to develop a vehicle which is human-rated, but we would do that, and we would be a bridge, being able to serve American space stations, also Chinese space stations, Indian space stations, basically to serve all destinations and hopefully being a transportation bridge between these. So not only a capsule, but a whole transportation ecosystem, and design in a way which is very open. We are the first in the world, by the way, to open source our interface for the capsule already, to start working on this kind of hardware stuff. And in terms of missions, so just to give you an idea, within this decade, you have around about 80 missions which are planned for the Moon. So I don't know how many times we're going to fly, but if I just look at SpaceX, right? They were like 20 years ago, you would have around about 20, 30 launchers per year, and now SpaceX is doing around about 50, 60. So I would imagine in 20 years, we would have probably around about 100 missions to carry humans in space and back and other stuff. Complete different ecosystem as we have now.
There was another question here in the front as well. Perfect.
Thank you very much. So space traveling is the future. How should we educate our kids to be ready for this?
So I have 4 kids, and they, not all of them, right? But some of them, they just say, okay, like when can I buy a ticket, right? So they see themselves as it's going to be natural for me to be in space, fly in space. I'm not sure it's a question of education, because everyone has different talents. I think our role as parents is to encourage our children to unleash their talents and to give them freedom and trust so that they can try, they can fail, they can discover what kind of talents they have and they can unleash their talents. Preparing there for space travel, I think if you have a kid who is like naturally interested in technology and being part of building the future, that person just going to be part of this travel experience, because I think this is part of our futures as humans, but could also be biology or whatsoever. So I'm not sure there is a specific training for space travel. What I'm seeing, however, sorry, I'm a little bit long because that's I think important, is going to be very, very difficult from a psychological point of view to travel unless we master nuclear propulsion. It takes minimum 6 months to go to Mars with the current chemical propulsion technology. So we'll need to have people who are very humble, very team players, a bit like you select astronauts, who can do many things with common sense and who are able to find solutions in any kind of problems that can happen, because really anything can happen on a spaceship and you're just alone with the crew and the ship, and that's it. So I think it's a very special mindset of humility, competence, and also being able to make decisions super fast when it's needed, just to save the ship if needed.
I don't know about you, but I, as a kid, I think so many kids want to be astronauts, right? It's one of those first job wishes that many kids have. So I think the basis is there. Laura, I can't see you, but there was one more question here in the front.
Thank you. The question is over here. Hi. Thank you all for the valuable insights. Maybe to go back a little bit to trying to understand, your take on life and your take of risk, because you mentioned high risk comes with high reward, but there's always this risk attached to it. And in life, and as we are most of the students coming out of business school, to think rationally, we always need to have a plan B if something failed, right? Do you ever have a plan B for your company? Or if this mission failed, what's the next step?
Okay, so I think we have to differentiate what is business and what is personal motivation. With regards to personal motivation, I have no plan B. I decided to, let's say, build that company. That's going to be, I don't know how many years of my life, but like very long, I hope. And I've put everything I could, and I'm going to bring everything I can for that company to succeed. So there is no plan B, and I'm absolutely fine with that. And I don't see that as a mitigation or whatsoever. I have the impression I made the right choice. Now, let's make that choice a reality and a successful one. This is very different from how you manage risk within the company and how you manage risk in general in space. You don't launch a capsule and then you pray or you cross your fingers that it's going to be fine, because it's one of the most difficult, hardest things to do on Earth. So we not only have B plans, but C plans and D plans. When we go to a space station, we need to be what is called 3 failures tolerant. This means that a piece of hardware fails, a second one fails, a third one fails, you can still abort the mission, and never ever you're going to collide with the station and kill astronauts. So in the way we deal with that within the company, first, we try to have a no-blame culture. I am grateful when you come with a risk, because then the risk is identified, and then we can mitigate. So the more people identify risk with their competence capabilities, the better we can be to mitigate these risks. And second, the design choices we make, the way we buy launchers, the way we work with suppliers, the way we work on the planning, everything we do is always, what if this would happen, this would happen, this would happen. And okay, if this happened, does mean that blah, 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 and how can we mitigate that? Up to the point where there are certain point in times, you just need to take a decision and that's it. And then you're not going to change the design anymore, because that's going to cost millions, that's going to cost you months. So at this point in time, when you take such a decision, and this is happening, 3-4 times per week, so it's important decision happening, quite often, we take the best decision we can with having analyzed to our best abilities the impact, the risk, backup plans, we can keep some of them up to a certain point in time, and then, okay, there is no backup plans anymore, we need to move on. But the system itself is designed so that it can sustain many failures. And the way also we raise funds, of course, we're going to launch this year, the mission could be a failure. We're going to launch next year, the mission again could be a failure. So it's a lot about how you make sure that if it fails, we've already discussed internally, if it fails, what are we going to do? And if it fails, we're going to fly again as fast as possible, and we're going to analyze, okay, what has failed? How can I prove that now we master that problem? How can we fly super fast? And of course, we will try not to, launch when we are very low on cash. We want to launch where we are rich, cash rich, so that if we have a problem with the mission, we still have enough to show that we've understood the problem, we can solve it, we fly again, and again we build trust. So this risk mitigation is something we do constantly within the company, by the essence of the business, because it's very risky business.
Thank you so much, Hélène. I think Laurent is waiting for us to finish up. Thank you so much for all these insights. It's always super inspirational to hear about it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing job. Amazing. Thank you so much. Ah, great. Whew. Nice. Welcome, everyone. Everyone who's just gotten here. It's very nice to have you. I know that we're a little bit late, 2 minutes late, but if you need to get up, you need to quickly change around and so on, feel free to do so. Nice. Do we have any linearity users in here, by the way? Does anybody use linearity? Interesting. We're going to change that. Okay, good. To wake you guys up a little bit, can I ask everybody who's able to please stand up real quick? Can you guys, you're already standing, perfect. You do that. Everybody please stand up. Stand up real quick. Yes. Oh, yeah, good. Feels good. Yeah, exactly. Stretch a little bit. That's really good. I've been standing all day. It's nice. Okay, good. Everybody who is, let's say, 50 years or older, can I ask you people to sit down again, please? You guys are the legends of this conference. You are amongst the young people. If I aspire to be you guys. If you are above 40, please sit down. Okay, we need to adjust our Instagram algorithm a little bit so we get more ads for the 40 years. If you are above 30, please sit down. And this is where the founders sit down. If you're above 25, please sit down. Nice. Okay, if you're above 23, please sit down. Damn, 20? Lovely. How's your bachelor's going? Good? Nice. If you're above 18, please sit down. Oh, you were hesitating there. He was hesitating. Okay. Do we have anybody standing? No. What's your name? Jan. How old are you, Jan?
17.
17. Anybody younger than this? What's your name? Simon. Oh, Simon. Just like the 50-year-olds, you're also a legend. Amazing. Simon, when our next speaker, Vladimir, was 1 year older than you, that's when he founded his company. This early. And he did it because he was frustrated. Vladimir, I think, is so capable to speak about himself, which is why I'm just going to have him on stage in just a minute. Vladimir Danila is the founder and CEO of Linearity. When I spoke to him before, he said, well, I'm 23 and I've kind of aged now. I was like, oh, okay. Thanks, Vlad. Yeah, exactly. He is going to be accompanied by Ted Pearson, who's the partner at EQT Ventures. So please, everybody, put your hands together and welcome together with me Vladimir Danila and Ted Pearson.
I am 45 years old, and my name is Ted Pearson. I'm a partner at EQT Ventures, based in Stockholm. Before becoming an investor, I worked as a designer for many years. So maybe not the most logical move, kind of moving from design to investing. Then 2 years ago, we stumbled upon that guy, who happened to build tools for design. And I think there was instant chemistry. So we decided to invest. So now we've known each other for 2 years. We invested during COVID, which was a bit weird, getting to know each other just over video. And during those 2 years, you've obviously become 2 years older, like like the most of us. But yeah, it is impressive to start a company when you're that young, obviously. But let's start talking about kind of the origin story of Linearity and Vectornator. How did it all start?
Brilliant question. So essentially everything went going with me having my own blog page and creating very basic illustrations. And at some point my cousin showed me her iPhone 4 with a brilliant Retina display. And suddenly what happened was everything I created was pixelated, and that drove me crazy. So I figured, hey, what about finding a solution that's actually making things scalable and always look perfect? So I stumbled upon vector graphics, and obviously the only thing that is out there costs a ton of money. My parents thought I'm crazy, didn't run on their computer, and at the end of the day also is very archaic in the way you interact with it. To me, it made absolutely no sense with around 10 why you should create graphics with a mouse instead of using something like a pencil or a finger. So I thought, okay, what about creating actually the best graphic software out there on an iPad? And that brought everything to life and created the first version of Vectornator.
So you stole your sister's iPad. That's kind of how it started, or iPhone. That's kind of how it started. How old were you back then?
10-ish.
10. And if you're 10 years old and you decide you want to start creating something, how do you go about that? What do you do? What did you do?
Yes, going online. There are a lot of tutorials, there are a lot of resources. My dad also bought me a programming book. It was like, yeah, why don't you just create your own Illustrator? Like, it sounds more logical. And it was like, yeah, sure. Seems like Lego.
and just to give context, if you now fast forward, how many years? Like since you were 10, like 13 years. Yeah. Where are we right now? What is Linearity? What is Vectornator? What are you building? And while you talk, I will also give probably the crappiest product demo ever, because I will show on my iPad from the stage to the audience. It will be very small for you, but maybe you will see what I've drawn. But what is Linearity and what is Vectornator?
Yeah, so obviously it grew a lot, starting from a hobby project all the way to a company with now 80 people and having raised 30 million. Obviously, we still are at the core creating a tool for vector graphics and generally to express creativity, but we went from very basic tool on the iPad to a suite with Vectornator running on all platforms that are known, and now also expanding into enabling everybody to actually create the best marketing videos possible with motion graphics, and lowering this pain of actually having to know how to create animations and having to know how to create amazing marketing materials very low, so you can interact with templates and auto-animate stuff, and yeah, have the best marketing content out there without needing the best designers and the best marketing people.
So you're 80 people. You're based in Berlin. When was the company officially started? I mean, you got going building this 13 years ago when you were 10, but you didn't start the company at age 10, I guess.
No, it took some time to convince my parents to actually allow me to create the company. But essentially it was with 17. And then my mom actually had to found a company because I wasn't allowed to, and German law is too complicated. So
maybe I should know this, but is your mom still involved in the company?
No.
Okay, cool. So back to the beginning again. You were 10 years old. You got a programming book, bunch of tutorials. I guess you built something. You built something for the iPhone, or for the iPad. Must have come out somewhere around there. Yeah.
Exactly. It was around about this time.
Yeah.
It was a perfect setup to be convinced that the iPad is the future. I mean, obviously it takes a bit longer than that, and it's great to see you having completely switched from a laptop or computer to an iPad, but
it works now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So you built the first version. What was that? Was that kind of like, does that resemble what you have now, or was that something completely different?
No, it was more or less just a basic shape tool where you could draw triangles and yeah.
Draw triangles. That's a great value proposition.
Yes. But when we launched in 2017, we immediately went to top 1 charts of paid apps almost worldwide and did like 60K in revenue within 3 days, which is quite impressive.
At age 17?
Yeah, and with no marketing. And that was pretty clear that, okay, well, Adobe has to look out, and it's not the big company from over the seas, but rather something that is people don't really like, and they need a new solution.
What did that feel like? So how much money entered your bank account? Like you were 17 years old.
Yeah.
Did you tell your parents? Did you have a bank account? Did I have a bank account when I was 17? I don't even remember.
Yeah, we had a bank account.
Cool.
But we then made Vectorinator free with the purpose of really iterating on the product, creating the best tool out there, got the first investor money in, and since then we continuously made Vectorinator better, and now we're taking the major step of changing towards.
Cool. And looking at kind of where you are now, when did you launch the first version of Vectorinator? Like a few years back, the current version. Where are you in terms of usage and downloads and stuff like that right now?
Yeah, around about 500,000 active users. Selling, I guess, also for Apple, quite many iPads and being.
And your iPad, iPhone, Mac. Out of those, which ones are the kind of biggest platforms? It's still like primarily iPad.
Especially in Asia, people are, especially those who have skipped the desktop generation. iPad is a really big thing, but obviously we're in every country.
And is you told me at one point that there is like a specific dynamic in Asia specifically, or in China, where Adobe is not very big. So that's kind of like the entry point for that market, because is it so that Adobe is kind of blocked in China, or at least the cloud features?
Exactly. But then I guess also in the US, for example, people still prefer working from anywhere. The iPad is a great entry point in there. Then also the usability is way easier. It's way more intuitive to just generally create things with the Apple Pencil or with the finger and a touchscreen. So the dynamic is there. But then we have people switch back and forth between desktop and iPad, and sometimes even iPhone if they want to quickly do an edit in the subway. So it's a great ecosystem.
And where are you going next? You have the illustration tool for the iPad, the Mac, and then the phone. I guess the phone is maybe not like the primary device to draw on. What's your view of the state of computer graphics or illustration, and maybe also in the context of what's happening now with generative AI? How will the role of graphics software change, and what's your role in that, or Vectorinator and Narrative's role of that?
Yeah, I think there will be a hybrid, because you will still need people who have the creativity to know what they want, which might be the future designer, but then obviously the actual handcraft might not be needed in that extent, but you obviously still need to know what you want. And I think there still needs to be the one company who pretty much is able to generate the things the user wants and needs in terms of the brand and entire combination of how things look. So I think we're not there yet. And while DALL-E, for example, is very impressive, it's not yet there in the business context, and there's still a lot of steps that we need to take it there. And obviously we are also getting there and have something that we will show very soon, but not yet.
And how do you think the role of the designer will change in context of AI?
That's, I guess, the thing that everybody debates right now. Might very well be that we still have very specialized people who create something that is extraordinary, which is not something that was there before or was mixed together. But then also, I think the mass production of content, especially in the marketing department, will very likely be reduced to the minimum and have a lot of output generated by AI just to create a space that it's not possible today at a very high efficiency. So I guess this is the kind of balance where everybody will see where it's going.
And in the context of like, if you look at the tool landscape, you have Adobe, obviously, with a growing suite. They actually launched an AI app a couple of days ago, and if you saw that, it was Firefly, right, I think? You have Adobe, and then you have Figma, that obviously now is a part of the family, but still kind of separate. And then you have kind of more marketing automation type tools. And then you have right now a myriad of smaller AI-first tools coming up. Do you think, obviously everyone thought that with Figma, now Adobe's dominance will kind of shift a bit. Then that didn't really happen. Do you think, will Adobe keep being Adobe, or do you think that changing anytime soon?
Yeah, that would be difficult. I mean, it would definitely be exciting because I guess with the Figma acquisition, they definitely took the chunk into the market with product design and product processes. But then there's way more to it. Like for example, the marketing departments, which is not really owned, the videography, which is now being attacked. So it's kind of like Adobe still being the standing tower, but everybody trying to take it down. And with a lot of individual tools that are individually better, and I guess Adobe's main advantage is that they bundle things together in this very special pricing, where if you need one tool, you can't get the other, except if you pay for all, and like, the value proposition is still there. But with a lot of tools coming out now, I guess, for example, with the Figma FigJam combination, if it wouldn't have been acquired, Canva being there, us taking the marketing side of things, it will be interesting if it doesn't trip over.
And is your bet that kind of the iPad will play an important role in your future cloud offering, or do you see yourself as starting on the iPad and becoming kind of platform agnostic?
I think it's the latter. The iPad is a great go-to-market because there's no real competition there, and over the years, now everybody tries to copy our way of doing things on the touchscreen. But yeah, I think the platform agnostic side is more.
Let's go back to where we started in a way, about this kind of journey, your journey from, it says, the child's room to unicorn. I mean, you're not a unicorn yet, but hopefully you will be soon. We joked behind the stage about that Mark Zuckerberg got there at 24, I think.
Yeah.
So you basically have 1 year to IPO, which might be a bit hard because you haven't even started monetizing yet. But in the audience right now, we have all sorts of people, but a lot of students who might have started their own companies or are thinking about starting their own companies. So let's go through your journey and see if we can provide some advice along the way. So you were 17 years old when you got going with Linearity. I guess you got going but with sort of your own money or just as a hobby project in the beginning. But could you talk a bit about your first interactions with investors and how that went, and yeah, how you got investors on board?
Yeah. Yes, it's a long journey of also learning how it works. In the beginning, I think if you grow up in Germany, you know the German version of Shark Tank, Höhle der Löwen, which has a couple of famous investors, and I had a thing where after I found I was like, okay, I want to have that investor because he seems amazing. But after, I guess, you talk to more investors who are actually doing it the real way, you find out that it's more of a show and not the proper thing. It's more for entertaining than.
Yeah. So that's the first kind of the first encounter. What happened next?
What happened next? I stumbled upon one investor who then was very impressed and asked his entire friend network, and suddenly we had around about 5 angels joining, who are also very well connected, and then just from there just.
And was the company just you back then, or how many people worked with you back then?
Yeah, so we were roughly 3 people financed through the initial revenue we had from like the first 3 days until we made it free, and yeah, then once we did the first angel round, I guess we hired a couple more engineers, and then started iterating properly. And
how did you find your first co-founders?
I don't have any.
Or like the first employees?
Yeah. It was actually to my friend at work. So I was quite close to Apple's events back then. Also got the Apple Scholarship for WWDC. And they always have brilliant young people who are very tech heavy at those events. So 2 of those joined the company right after, almost close after founding. And they're obviously brilliant from design side all the way to coding. And that kind of created the first base. And then from there, we got the first recruiter and hired the first non-lads friends people.
So, and from 3 people, and how quickly did you grow like the first years? And when did you get like an office already back then?
I was still in high school, so no, we didn't have an office.
Yeah.
But then we started an office like 1.5 years after founding in Karlsruhe, where we grew to roughly 8 or 9 people. And then we noticed quite quickly that it's not scalable in Karlsruhe, even though we had high expectations about the tech university there. People just didn't want to move to Karlsruhe and preferred going to Frankfurt and going back and forth between Frankfurt and Karlsruhe, which is like 1 hour ICE, high-speed train thing. So we moved to Berlin, and then from there we grew to where we are now with 80 people.
And so that was the angel round. And when did you raise money again? And what were the milestones that you had hit when raising the first like larger round? And from who?
Yeah, so the first larger, or the first VC round was with Holzbring Ventures, which is kind of the most known, well-established German VC.
Yeah.
What was the milestones? Actually, we never thought about milestones. We just ended up being bombarded by VCs, and then the round happened, and then the other round happened, and it just kept going.
But on the journey from your children's room, and then in Karlsruhe, and then in Berlin, what are some like memorable kind of sequences or milestones or episodes on the journey? I guess launching the first product, raising your first round. What else do we have? Like things that are memorable along the journey?
Guess hitting the first 100,000 active users, and with every 100,000 it kept going.
When was that roughly?
Around about 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then what else? Popping up on the Apple web page when they send you iMacs. It's like those tinier things, but getting all the user feedback down the road, that's like the biggest.
Makes sense. And if you think about like if you would start over now, how would you do it differently? What learnings that you have gotten now would you apply to yourself or tell yourself when you were getting going in the first place?
Very likely hiring the very experienced people first and getting advisors very early.
Yeah.
So probably we would have saved 2 years down the road of figuring things out, how it works, how to set up OKRs and all those things that you don't know if you found out of high school. And I've never seen another company from the inside.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So it's not just figuring out how to be a CEO. It's also figure out how does a company work, and because you've never seen a company. It's kind of interesting. So that's one thing, like having more senior advisors around the table earlier. Anything else?
Well, I think that's the main.
Yeah. And in terms of advice for people here, might be based here in Switzerland or might be based in other places. What should one think about when getting going on the journey? Get senior advisors.
I think the biggest one is just to get started and not start thinking, but what if this, what if that?
Yeah.
And then usually nothing happens. So
if you would start over now, if you would kickstart Linearity and Vector now, or if you would start a new company now, what interests you right now? In addition to Vectornator and Move.
I think that the whole creativity space is super exciting. I think if you look at it very carefully and closely, the entire dynamics that have happened in the product design space are happening now again in the marketing space, or generally in the marketing department space. And then I guess ultimately also the entire AI movement is very exciting. So I would do the same thing, just
makes sense. Should we talk a bit more about the future? I think that's exciting from a sort of a creative perspective. So, what do we what do you see on the horizon? I mean, generative AI, obviously, but what do you see? How do you think the digital creativity space will look like in 5 years' time?
The need for very experienced professionals is going down and more or less to very minimal. I think everybody will be empowered to create the things that they need. The burden will not longer be that high.
And in terms of companies, platforms, will Adobe be as dominant as they are today?
I don't think so. At least not in the creative space. Maybe in the marketing, cloud, and performance tracking and so on, but not in the.
And what do you think happens after Figma? Is Figma a dominant platform, you think, in 5 years' time?
They could if Adobe handles it carefully, but yeah, let's see. Let's see. Great stuff. I mean, I don't have any more questions for you right now around the journey. I always think it's interesting to think about, like, I'm 45 years old, you're 23. Where do you think you are when you are 45? Are you still an entrepreneur or an investor, or when you're sitting here interviewing someone else? What do you think? How long is a journey like this? I think both are very exciting journeys, whether investor or whether entrepreneur or whether still CEO of a huge company. So I think the future is open. It's hard to say what happens in 20 years. I think in 5 years it's easier to
easier to grasp when you're 23 years old. Okay, a big thank you to you, Vlad. I will shake your hand. And then I will stand up and leave the stage. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
You guys have such a great vibe. Hey, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Great job. Amazing. Oh, the room is filling up. That's so nice. We're a little bit behind schedule, and I know I say this every time, but this time I really need to press on. We have a flashing sign here that says time up, and it's bright red, so I'm going to make sure it doesn't flash me so much. The state of European tech. I think I understand why so many of you are here today, and even more are coming in. Hi, Jazz. It's very great to see you guys. Now some of you who've been partying are back as well. Good. Next up, we're going to have, as I said, the current state of European tech by 3 incredibly impressive speakers. One of them works at Leapsome, one of them is from Seedcamp, personal favorite of mine, and then, of course, with a moderator from Magnetic. So please, everybody, put your hands together and welcome together with me Jenny von Poldewils, co-CEO of Leapsome, Carlos Eduardo Espinal, managing partner at Seedcamp, and the moderator, David Roskamp, managing partner at Magnetic.
Oh, you got the middle again.
Welcome, everybody. I hope you can hear as well. And welcome to the session on the state of European technology. We have 2 wonderful panelists with us today that both unite the world of investing and company building at a very, very, very high level. So I'm more than excited to speak to both of you. We have Jenny von Poldewils. Jenny and I have been going many years back, an old friend. Jenny is, I met Jenny the first time when she was a very young and ambitious graduate of the University of St. Gallen, trying to conquer the world, and then that's ultimately what she did. To me, she always represents the idea of a thoughtful founder, of someone that's very product-driven, of an entrepreneur that builds in peace and quiet, away from the hype and all the noise, and then comes out with a bang. And that's what she ultimately did. She founded Leapsum, one of the trailblazers in people enablement and HR, the extended space of HR technology, and she bootstrapped all of it for many, many years. So highly impressive achievement, and I'm very excited to speak to you. And then we have Carlos. Carlos and I are also going way back from the early days at Grover and other companies. Carlos is the founder and managing partner of Seedcamp, one of Europe's, if not the world's, top seed funds. Carlos is just as impressive as Jenny is, because for me he represents the thoughtful investor that you want to have on your cap table, someone that, in the early days of European tech, went out and scouted the continent to find that tech talent at the earliest stages possible, at the highest degree of risk, and built a network around them, promote them, and then built one of the most successful investment franchises we've seen, with an infinite amount of unicorns, soonicorns, and technology successes. So great to speak to you as well. And I want to start off by zooming in a little bit on the macro, so the larger context we're in, and that's also the topic of the talk here. And let me start with Carlos as the investor and ask you the question: how do you view the macro lens at this point? How fragile is the market? How have your last 24 months, maybe 18 months, have changed? We had a lot of crises, a lot of downturn after years of upturns. How do you see that?
Yeah. So one of the most interesting things about this question is that it's got multiple layers. It's like a cake. And one of the challenges in answering this question is that we, in this audience and in the world of tech, we live in this bubble where we think that we are determining and part of what's going on in the world. But in fact, it's like if you visualize a chessboard, we're just one of the pawns in this chessboard. And on top of that, there is a monkey on a ball balancing this chessboard. And that monkey represents our governments. It represents the conflicts that we have in the world right now. It represents climate change. And it's a very difficult thing to answer because it depends how far you zoom out, right? Are we talking about the chessboard? Or are we talking about the monkey? Or are we talking about the ball? Or are we talking about the whole game? And that's the problem, is that it's very hard. Where do you start, right? So let's look at something as systemic as climate change. We looked at a company called ClimateX. The founder's name is Lucky. And it predicts some very drastic outcomes in the climate change world, which will affect, like you see what's going on in Pakistan with floods, and it affects all of us. It affects our food chain, it affects our transport and logistics, and at macro, that will change the pricing of all the commodities that we take for granted. So we could go out that far, or we could focus entirely on our financial system and the stability of our financial system, monetary policy, Fed increasing rates at 25 bips, and what does that mean? And what does that mean in terms of the flows of capital? There's a lot of capital that's parked on the sidelines in the last 3 years that needs to find a place to go. This is why it's a good time to build a company, because people need to put money somewhere. So it's a great time to build a company. But it's where do you look at that chessboard, and we can continue this conversation. I don't want to monopolize it, but it's very interesting. I cannot answer that question unless we look at the zoom level. What zoom level do we want to look at this? Because if you zoom out too far, it gets freaking scary. But if you zoom in more, you can sort of pick apart the bits.
That's funny, because it always feels to me that the answer is always, it's a great time to build a company. Yeah. Either because everyone else is doing it, or because times are tough, and why not now? So interesting. How do you see that, Jenny, from a founder perspective? How fragile is it? How do you feel?
I mean, I'm a founder, so I'm probably inherently a bit of an optimist. And I think for me, first off, I think at a fundamental level, big challenges are not going to go away. So we still need to solve climate change or the climate crisis. There's a massive wave of digitization still happening. So there's huge problems that need to be solved. And I think faster, more nimble, more innovative companies are a good solution to tackling a lot of these challenges. And I think on the other hand, we are on an exponential technology curve. So also technology, opportunities are there. So I think at a very fundamental level, these two big challenges, huge exponential potential of what you can do with technology, that's not going to go away. And I think that is the foundation for a lot of the companies we're building and scaling. I think then sort of like going one level down to stay in your mental model, we probably have the hardest environment to build and scale a tech company since the burst of the dot-com bubble. And you see that, or we also see that in large sales cycle times, like you deal slippages at the end when a CFO challenges budgets, not as much like natural like expansion, seed expansion, because companies aren't growing as they did before. So like harder environment, sort of like to fund a company, to build a company, to scale a company. And however, I actually think there's huge opportunity in that, because there's, I think, two ways how we tackle it. The first one is we want to own our own destiny. So rather than focusing on what we can't control, we focus on what we can control. And that's how do we adapt our messaging to the current environment. I think for our category, there's really compelling reasons to buy in the current market. You want to know your top performers. You want to keep your top performers. You need to keep a company engaged after layoffs, where other good people might be leaving the company. So there's really, really good reasons to buy. We just need to get them across. So we need to be, and I think this is the other element, be much more disciplined than we've been in the past to build really good marketing, really good messaging, really good sales process, really good customer success processes, products that are spot on to the pain points our buyers have today. So I think it's actually exciting that it makes us more disciplined. And I think we're going to get out of this crisis as a much better product, as a much better company, and I think the companies that survive are going to be set up for success to tackle the big challenges with the great technology we have at hand.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think maybe for adding a little color to this question, I think it's interesting to look at what macro problems we know about right now, right? So, and how they affect startups. So one of them is cost of capital. So cost of capital includes everything from interest rate hikes, banks failing, all that has to do with a cost of capital crisis, fundamental to the capitalist system. Another one is any kind of thing associated with climate stuff. That's a broad category, but that's another one. Another one's geopolitical, right? Everything is happening in the Bretton Woods arrangement of the US, effectively having trade routes the last 80 years of peace that we've had since World War II, and China and Russia emerging as opposing powers, and the sort of geopolitical tension of that. Is the dollar the denominated currency for the next 30 years, or is it going to be another thing where the crypto plays into that? So that's the third. The fourth is the hyper-partisanship of politics and a vision based on social media, and how does that affect people? How does it affect the people you can hire, who you can talk to, and governments and governing structures? That's another critical element to it. So those are just four key variables that define sort of the crisis that we're living in today. And it's no doubt that no wonder it's going to affect companies as well as investors.
It does. I do wonder, is it really a crisis? So do you think about it as a crisis, or do you think about it as a cyclical downturn that we've always had? You know, if you believe in the past, you probably believe in the future, in repetitive patterns in the future. Is that, so do you think of it as a crisis, or do you think of it as a necessary cyclical downswing?
Depends on your zoom level, right? Like if you look at each one of those, right? If you look at governing structures, right? If you look at the history from the Sumerians, for the beginning of history that we know, to the Aztecs, to the Mayans, to the Egyptians, we have a rise and fall of civilizations. So yes, it's cyclical, right? and what corrupts a society and in Rome, and you can look at it from a historian's point of view, a lot of that stuff is a function of the corruption of society, the polarization of people, the decline in values that made the society great. So yes, it's cyclical. The financial system that we have today never existed before, not in a global scale, but in effect, it follows the same rules. Climate change, that's a tricky one, because I could argue both ways. I know the data, I've seen what it is, but I've also heard arguments why it follows this pattern of Earth hypercooling, hyperheating, and the Younger Dryas period, and all that stuff. That one's a little bit tricky to say it's entirely cyclical versus man-made, but each one of these has some element of history in it, yes.
You touched on an interesting subject, which is the geopolitical situation we're in, right? And you touched the idea of, you know, a dollar-denominated world, and obviously the dollar is the controlling entity, which I try to use as a segue into the European role, or the role of Europe in that changing world landscape of probably a more multipolar world than we had before, and specifically with reference to technology. How do you both see Europe's role in that trias between, say, the Asian world largely dominated by China at this point and the North American world, if you will, or at least the cultural hemisphere? Where is Europe fitting in? How do you feel and see that as investors and founders? And I'm asking you because both of you have transatlantic exposure. Both of you have a reasonable degree of international work that you're doing of customers, of portfolio companies. So how do you see that role of Europe specifically?
I would love to actually hear your answer first, because
really?
I think you start very much sort of like with the big frame.
So I love this idea. I love these questions. They're so hard to answer, right? And hopefully this is entertaining for you guys, because it's so hard to answer these questions. But we need to answer that question at different levels, right? So let's look at it at the highest level, which is GDP is the output of productivity times the number of people. And if you look at Europe as a population, unless massive immigration happens, it is a declining population.
Yeah.
And you compare the age of people in Europe versus, let's say, Mexico, where there's a younger population, there's an argument to be made entirely based on population that in the next 30 years, Mexico will rise as a superpower and Europe will start declining. That is one way of looking at the world, right? Another way of looking at the world is how Israel, for example, succeeded in building an amazing military from when the British left based on innovation, a culture of innovation. And the culture of innovation is intrinsic in Europe. We have a lot of innovation. Switzerland, this university is a source of innovation. So you have these two polar opposites, right? You have a population, even if it's declining, that can still be a source of massive innovation. If you look at the biggest AI projects, many of them came out of Oxbridge, some of them in France, in Switzerland, in Germany. And so you have these two things, and you don't know which one to bet on, right? If you look at countries like Africa, massive young population, that will also emerge. So is it going to be an innovation center based in Europe with a massive African immigration and an African customer on the same time zone? Yeah, it's possible. So how Europe is going to evolve, it depends on we're looking at 30 years or we're looking at the next 5.
Does that affect your investment decisions at SeedCamp? Or how do you look at this? We're meant to cover this a bit later, but it's interesting because that's the connection. Like, how do you allocate? How do you think about investing in teams and backing teams all over the continent? Do these things play a role for you, or do you look at stuff isolated?
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things that we were chatting about, Jenny, before we came on stage was the role of sales and the role of chief of staff. The world needs technology for people, because that will never change. So we're looking at many things, and I'd love for you to share more about kind of what your company is doing, but it's really interesting. That stuff doesn't matter where you are. So we will invest near term for stuff like that. AI, optimization of people, tools for people. Whether one of our founders, Samir, here with the company Doctorly, how do you make doctors more productive? Those things, you're near-term problems. But we also make bets in Africa. Even though we're a European fund and we say we're a European fund, we've made some bets in Africa. Why? Because we know that you're looking at 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. So we try to do both, but maybe this is a good segue to...
I mean, maybe bringing it down from the sort of like very high level to the more sort of like practical level, how we look at it. But I love to, like, it's a lot very thought-provoking. I think the benefits of starting a company in Europe, and I think this is the only advantage we have, compared to like North America, for example, much bigger market, unified language, etc., is I think we can inherently know how it is to sell in very different countries, have products in different languages, and ultimately seed the opportunity to build a global company that can inherently like expand into other markets from the very beginning. If we don't just look at our own country, and I think this is actually a mistake that's sometimes being done in Germany, for example, which seems like a big market maybe on the face value, but on a global scale it's just like very small. So I think with that opportunity we have with folks from different European countries, with a pretty good regime to bring in folks from all around the world. Like we hire globally. We've brought a lot of people from different parts, like pretty much different parts of the world into Germany, which was actually fairly simple from a relocation and visa perspective. So we have this opportunity to actually have a spot where people are attracted to. We can actually bring them in. So we have this great talent pool we can tap into. It's not as expensive as like San Francisco or New York City. And we have this understanding of what it means to sell into different markets, different countries, different languages. And I think that's probably the advantage that we have and that we really need to seize. And it's also much cheaper to start a company in Europe than in San Francisco or in New York, for example. So I think we need to seize these opportunities if we think on a very specific level of what the advantage of like a European tech ecosystem is. However, I think one point where we're actually failing is, and I think maybe to some extent you actually even see this at this conference, it's not diverse enough of an ecosystem. So if we look around, it's actually quite a wide conference. So I think where we're not actually doing a good job is to really actually tap into the opportunities that we have to bring in different folks that we have already in Europe that we can bring into Europe on that regime to truly build like an ecosystem that can be innovative, that is a good sort of like map of this world in many dimensions. So I think when we already have this opportunity at hand, we then really need to seize it and become a much more diverse ecosystem. So I think that's the missing link that's on top of what I just mentioned.
I do take away, though, a reasonable degree of optimism, and irrespective of times that we're in, right? That's I guess the takeaway that I have. Carlos loves to frame it in a, in the broader setup. You have the micro view, which is quite interesting as a, as a complementary viewpoint. There is one thing that's on my mind though, because, and I think you both look at them from different angles, because you look at many companies, you have one specific, very successful case that you build. How do you build a globally competitive software company at the highest quality level out of Europe? And maybe Jenny, you can help us a little bit, because that's essentially what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first part is like our advantage, is compared to our competitors in the US, is we can tap into that talent pool I just mentioned, and it's much cheaper to hire here than it is to hire in North America. So I think that's like a competitive edge we need to seize. So I think that's one that's really, really important. And I think the second one is we've always been like a English-first product. We've never shied away from competing on the North American market, which is the biggest global software market. And we've just been taking the approach to have maybe, to really have really strong focus, optimize for a really, really strong learning culture. And that's probably all things that are important, both in wherever you build a company. But that coupled with the talent density we could afford to hire here, was probably was really what ultimately was the seed of our success. And we always had the global perspective. We were never shy to actually compete with US competitors on their home turf, even when we were a really, really small company.
Now I play that question to you. You see many different companies across multiple industries, markets. How do you guys see that? How do you, as an investor, look at the potential of a company to build a global category champion, or to standardize around a market in software, which it ultimately all depends on from Europe and the world?
So potential is one thing. Like potential is like saying this product is something that doesn't exist in other parts of the world, so therefore there's a potential customer for it. And many companies that we invest in have that potential. Just like you could say that there's an airplane that needs to be built to fly between here and Australia nonstop. There's the potential. But more fundamental to your question is all the parts that define a company that can achieve that. And similar to an airplane, there's the wings, the fuselage, the cockpit, the cabin, the engines, and all those things determine whether a company has the possibility of doing that. For example, can leadership build a distributed organization? Can leadership scale beyond themselves? Can they manage across different time zones? Do they have working teams that can work independently in different time zones to regionalize? Do they know how to talk to customers in different regions with different languages? Do they know how to coordinate that centrally without creating division? All those little things need to happen together, otherwise that vision or that potential doesn't manifest itself. We've had companies who fail, not because the vision itself wasn't big, was because all these little hygiene elements that can kill a company, they weren't able to extend beyond their home turf because the CEO was too much of a control freak and wasn't able to delegate to a different party to lead a different region. And you need to be able to coordinate that. Ultimately, these are human systems that require scaling beyond just one part.
That's a very good one. Maybe one last one, which is framing that setup of the state of Europe. We spend a lot of time thinking about macro topics these days and allocation decisions. Questions like resilience, autonomy, access, critical industries for Europe that we want to back. Is that something that you think about? For Carlos, the question: do you think around deliberately funding critical stuff for Europe? And for Jenny, maybe the question: how do you see the founder role, the European founder, in fostering the role of Europe? Do you have any special responsibility you're taking on?
I mean, I think ultimately, I think we should just be very ambitious to be building global companies. So I think the best thing we can do for European tech is actually become the global category leader in our category and just lead by example. And that's the ambition, and that's what we're executing for.
I agree. What about you?
So I'm going to take your question. I'm going to maybe paraphrase it, and it's a trend of nearshoring. Like, how much should we be investing into companies that are nearshoring things that have been part of a global supply chain, whether it be technology stacks, whether it be databases, data management, or physical things like semiconductors, right? One of the challenges as an investor is that it seems like a no-brainer, right? Like, if because of geopolitical tension, there's a nearshoring of European really critical technologies, that is a guaranteed success, right? And it isn't. I just came back from a forum in Singapore, and one of the people that was speaking was from the semiconductor industry. And one of the interesting things they shared was, in order to build some of the semiconductors, there's like 368 different parts that make up a semiconductor chip manufacturing. And the problem is that each one of them have been certified to a certain level of tolerance. And so if you swap out one or two things, it needs to go through a whole verification process that can take up to a whole year. And the speed that they can verify new parts from new regions is 1 a year. So it would take 300 and some years to get re-verified across all these parts. So this idea that we can deglobalize and move everything to like a near shore or local shore is a bit of it's a fiction. And so I think one of the challenges that we have as investors is thinking, what should exist in Europe, or what should exist in North America, or in the larger global alliance of Atlantic nations versus others? That's hard. That's a hard question to answer. And I think software is going to be easier, right? If you look at data management, data privacy, all those things will be the first ones. But when we start talking about technologies that have to do with hardware, back to the whole compliance and tolerances and approvals and verifications, man, it's not that easy.
It isn't. Open questions. Well, please give a round of applause to Carlos and Jenny, and thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, man. Right, it's lunch break. Go get some food, freshen up. 12:25, that's when we'll see each other again. Guten Appetit.
be a doctor.
How much do you want to make?
I'm gonna make people feel okay.
Welcome aboard.
Whew. A wizard never lies too early, never too late, neither too late. But also this wizard can't grow a beard, so, you know. Thanks, Dad. How are you guys doing? You good? Nice. Yeah! Good stuff. Have you guys already had lunch? Nice. Spätzli? Schwuchsi? You don't know. Was it good? It was amazing. Okay, great. Yeah, I had the Asian noodles. Who had the Asian noodles? Nice. How are you feeling? Very nice. Okay. So honestly, guys, as you know, this moderation piece here in the beginning is always a kind of, you know, I'm trying to figure shit out. You are trying to figure shit out. Let's just be friends kind of thing. Yesterday night, I was trying to figure out a way to intro these speakers, because they're amazing, and the topic they're going to talk about is even more amazing. But I just, for the life of me, could not find a good intro. I'll be honest. I couldn't find a good intro. And then I looked at Reginald's name. Who here speaks French? You like that one pretty much, don't you? Pretty much, eh? Reginald is amazing. Everybody, before I waste even more of your guys' time and everybody behind stage time, let me just introduce them very shortly. Oh, and by the way, well, I'm going to say that later. First, we're going to have Maximilian Wühr, who's the co-founder and chief growth officer at Finn. Then we have Roger Dudler, who's the CEO at Frontify. Bettina Hein, who, by the way, I think 25 years ago, was one of the founders of Start. So a huge welcome and an applause, I think, is very much in line. Who's now the founder and CEO of Julie, and Reginald Bien-Aimé, the entrepreneur, community analyst, corporate speaker, and MC. So everybody, please put your hands together and welcome together with me Maximilian Wühr, Roger Dudler, Bettina Hein, and Reginald Bien-Aimé. Merci. Thanks, man. Thank you.
All right. Please have a seat. Welcome to the US Lounge. As you may have figured, I have a North American accent. I guess there's no good cliche. So to start this off, right from the top, I guess an introduction would be awesome. So you can each, we'll start obviously with Bettina, introduce who you are, what does your company do, and basically where it's at right now, just for a start.
All right, my name's Bettina Hein, and I'm the founder and CEO of Julie. As you heard earlier, we're a digital health company that helps doctors and their patients manage chronic conditions. I'm a lifelong tech entrepreneur. Julie's my third company. I grew up between Germany and the United States. So that's where I get my accent.
It is.
My goal in life is to create 5,000 jobs together with my husband, and so we're about 900 jobs in. So
I think we can applaud
there.
that. That's awesome. All right. 900 jobs. And up next we have Roger.
Yeah, so I'm Roger. I'm the founder and CEO of Frontify, kind of like a local scale-up. Actually, not really far from here. We have our main office, but also we have an office in the US. So we're going to talk about that. We do software for brand management for the world's biggest brands, and yeah, happy to be here.
All right, cool. And finally, last but not least, we have Maximilian.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem.
And yeah, my name is Maximilian. I originally have a background in economics. Very quickly realized that building stuff is way more fun. And so joined a couple of startups in Munich, but founded 4.5 years ago Finn, a car subscription company that at roughly like 20-30 million ARR, we decided to expand into the US, which is was quite a bold decision. That not everybody was very sure whether that's the right way to go, specifically our investors. But now the US is growing really well, and we have been in the US for now nearly exactly a year. So celebrating the anniversary 2 weeks ago.
It's a very interesting topic for me in the sense that I work with a lot of startups in Switzerland, and for example, even in the startup weekend. So when you listen to a startup weekend pitch, at the end, they always go, and when we're going to scale, we're going to the US. So everyone wants to go to the US. I guess the whole point for me of this session would be to try to figure out, first of all, how it happened for you guys. Because obviously there's fundraising involved, there's growing the teams. So could each of you, spontaneously I guess, walk us through how the expansion happened, how much time it took before you really kind of set up in the US and how it was going. Yeah. So any, in particular order.
Yeah, I can go first. We are in the US, we're in New York since around 3 years.
Yeah.
I would say it's been a bumpy road. We were, I think, about 150 people when we decided to go into the US. We had already maybe 40, 50 enterprise customers in the US, and yeah, it was a bold move. We didn't really know anything about the US, about the culture, about all the challenges, and it took us, yeah, a long time to figure it out. And now we're in a very good position, I would say, and really happy with where we are, but it takes time. It's expensive, and it takes time.
How much time would you say it took you to get
it right?
Or at least between the moment you decided, okay, we're expanding in the US?
Maybe 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, like a long time, because you have to first find the right team, you have to learn about the different models. You know, you can have a more autonomous model, like a GM model, or how do you manage leadership there, and how do you find the right people? Yeah. And yeah, it took a while.
Which model did you end up with? Like, did you go for the GM model? Did you go for the autonomous model? Like, that is always like a huge friction, right?
We went first with the GM model.
Yeah, didn't work?
No. We had actually someone moving over to the US from Switzerland, and I think we tried to make everything right, but I think we were not perfectly, setting the team up right.
Yeah.
And then we ended up today. We have a different model. So we have 2 VPs, like the go-to-market leads in New York, but still like a pretty centralized approach, but with some freedom in the go-to-market strategy. That for us works best.
Cool.
Yeah.
Bettina, you are in. It's always your models are completely different. When it's your platform, you have different infrastructures. How did because you just fundraised, I think, or was it last year?
I'm always fundraising. I feel like my career, 20 plus years, consists mostly of fundraising. So in the US, let's say it this way. Julie's my third company. first one was a spin-off of ETH.
Yeah.
And we never sold a single thing in Switzerland. It was a text-to-speech software company over 20 years ago. And we tried going to the US. We were selling mostly into the automotive industry and mobile devices. And we tried to go to the US. The first person we had was like a rep. And it turned out he wasn't answering anymore after a while. And it turned out that he had died. So
hopefully he didn't.
No, he did.
Okay.
He did die. He did. He was dead. Okay. He was dead. He was dead. His estate contacted us. So first guy died. Second time around, we sent one of our co-founders there to San Francisco, to the Swissnex, which was just starting out, which is a great resource, actually, if you are expanding to the US. And he was in Silicon Valley. He had also spent most of his career there, but it just didn't work. We didn't have product market fit yet in the US. And so that we gave that up. And then the third time we tried, it finally worked. And what we did is, at that time, we had lots of contracts in the automotive industry, and we opened up an office in Dearborn, Michigan. You know, it's not as fancy as New York
Probably
or San
a bit
Francisco.
cheaper, though.
No, well, no, it's essentially about being close to your customers, right? Yeah. And so we had to learn that, and that's when it started working. Yeah. The second company I actually founded in the US, out of MIT, and there it was, again, different because I was founding a company for the first time in the US, and I made lots of mistakes because I felt, you know, people shared the Swiss culture of, you know, what I'd learned about, you know, what education means, what kind of competence, et cetera, like what are the pay scales, how you differentiate between what people are telling you that they were at their prior companies and what's actually the truth, and you know, those kinds of things. It was very hard to navigate. And this third company I've built all remote. So we're a US company, but and headquartered in Boston, but we have people all over the world. Yep. And half of the team only is in the US.
All right. And then Maximilian, I mean, you guys went all in to go to the US. I think you raised, I think it was 110 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you were going to splash the cash in the US. How did that go about? First of all, just even the fundraising part of it, how did it go?
Yeah, so the 115 million we raised from European-based investors, and they were very critical about us going to the US. Because for me, like something that you said, like basically all these European entrepreneurs having that dream of going into the US, what I see even more often when startups are pitching is the opposite, that basically they are saying, oh, and there's this giant unicorn in the US that is doing what we are doing, but Europe is big enough for us, we're going to stay in Europe. But for us, it was always kind of like this ambition to go to the US. There is kind of like no unicorn looking over the Atlantic at us there, and so we wanted to build the same thing in the US. And we had to convince our investors quite a bit that this was the right step, because...
What made the difference? What made them think it's the right thing to do in the end?
I think like our conviction was really, really strong, and ultimately the market potential is just huge. So we are doing car subscriptions, kind of like we look at car financing and leasing as kind of like the market approximation, the comparable that we are doing. And in Germany, that's not small. That's a 3-digit billion euro market. In the US, the market is roughly 8 times bigger. Than in Germany. And so even, I think, like 2 times bigger than all of Europe combined. Yeah. And so that was, for us, I think, the key point with which we kind of like convince investors, like either we're going to build like a billion euro company in Germany maybe, if we are successful, but if we go to the US, the potential is just bigger. But also the downside is a lot bigger, right? Because let's say roughly 75%, 80% of our burn is coming from the US. So the US, despite having 1/5 of the employees than Germany, is costing 5 times as much. Due to regulation, due to legal stuff and so on, and because New York is expensive.
It's also pretty cool.
It's also pretty cool. So I asked Roger earlier regarding the organizational model, because that's something when we hired the first people roughly 1.5, 2 years ago, something that we got actually wrong, where we thought like, hey, this is working so well in Germany, let's just go over to the US, we're going to hire a couple of executives and it's going to work seamlessly. And it was actually our mistake because we didn't set them up for success right. And that's something that we have learned and where we have also made adjustments, and that also made me move to the US 6 months ago to kind of like have there a little bit more an idea of what do we need to adapt from a product perspective, what do we need to do different, what do we need to change in terms of our core assumptions, because there's a lot of similarities, but there's also a lot of differences.
So I grew up in Montreal, grew up in Canada, which is about as different as the state as Geneva, I'm from Geneva also, is from the Swiss-German part. So most people dream of the US, but I feel like they don't understand how different, even business-wise, Americans and Europeans can be. What would you say, what was the type of challenges or differences that were the most notables for your businesses? For example, Max.
Yeah, so I think like we are a very operations-heavy business. I can imagine that in healthcare it might be similar, where basically the US is not one giant market. It feels way more like the European Union, where you have like basically these 50 states where some regulation is similar, some legislation is similar, but ultimately you're not entering one market, you're actually entering 50 markets. Specifically, if now you also have like logistics and moving tons of steel around, and then you just realize how vast the US is, that is something that people underestimate. But ultimately, I think that was one of the core challenges that we addressed over the past couple of years, and where we are still not yet live in all of the US, but are just live in for 20% of the population. And that already makes such a huge difference in terms of demand that I really want to be live in the rest of it.
Grasp it and figure it out.
No, but I think like that is, I think, one common misconception that people have, that they say, oh, I'm going to land in the US, I'm going to launch the US, and then overnight 300 million Americans will have access to my service, and it unfortunately looks a little bit different.
Can you imagine if people have this misconception in Switzerland also? They'll launch something in English and think it'll be a massive success. We have 4 languages, so it's in many ways we go far-fetched. Bettina, so you went multiple times, I guess. You tried to go multiple times to the US. What if you had a key learning or like a key challenge that every time either pops up or now you include it in your strategy, what would it be when going to the US?
I think it's just all about challenging your assumptions about what you're trying to do there and how that fits and where the customers are. I mean, I even did the reverse. In my second company, founded out of MIT, we opened up in London. Oh. And again, there we had to learn how that worked. And, you know, it wasn't seamless at all. You have to understand that you're going into very different relationship networks. What people say means different things. Yeah. Like if someone says to you in passing, let's have lunch, I thought that they were serious. And that means go away. I don't want to see you again. And like, and I was like, you know, pursuing these people and said, you know, okay, when should we do that? You know, understanding that the social bonds aren't as strong in the United States. So from the employer side as well as from the employee side, people have no problem, oftentimes have no problem moving on because they say, yeah, you know, this doesn't fit for me. And here in Switzerland, for example, if you quit a job before, you know, you've been there 3 years, it's like you probably got fired. In the US, it's kind of, yeah, it didn't fit, so I left. And, you know, this employment at will, that's actually really scary to a European at the beginning, because your people can walk out the door. They can give you notice 2 weeks if you're lucky, and then they're gone. So this whole focus on company culture and cohesion and all of that comes from that, because you're like, you want people to feel well at your company and want to stay. And so you have to try much harder to get rid of that transactional relationship.
Yeah. Roger, we were discussing this a little bit backstage, and I loved your take on the culture, let's say the corporate culture side of it and interacting. What could you like sum up in a way what you were saying before?
Yeah, I think touching on what you said, I mean, in the beginning you might think we're talking about Western countries, so I think when you first get in touch with the US, then you think things are rather similar, like it's kind of like similar countries. When you get a little bit deeper, you learn about like fundamental differences. Not that one thing is good and the other is bad, but it's different. And I think having the assumption that it's the same is a wrong thing. So being open-minded about what's maybe good about it and what's maybe tricky is a good way to start. And even simple things we just discussed, like in the US, people get salary twice a month. It's like something that why? So it's even like no notice period or barely no notice period, or the responsibility as an employer is very different. I felt this especially when there is crisis. Whether it's COVID or it was, like even the banking crisis we see now. But like for people, the employer is kind of also someone that gives them safety. In those moments, they want to ask for advice from the employer, and the employer needs to make much more of a stand in what they should do about the situation, which is very different to, let's say, Switzerland. When we have, let's say, demonstrations, fire in the streets, probably we go to our parents and friends and we discuss the matter.
Yeah.
Whereas I think in the US, it's way more that this is something where they try to get something from leadership. So I think that's just very different and something you have to learn.
Yeah.
And it's astoundingly for, free country, democracy, everybody, is equal. US companies are more hierarchical than they are in Switzerland or in Germany. Like, Germans challenge their bosses like all the time and say, hey, I don't think that's true. Or, let's discuss this. No, sorry, in the United States, it's like when the boss says it, it must be correct. And that's really hard for someone like me, because I don't believe that I'm right all the time. And sometimes I just say stuff and say, hey, we should think about this. And then people immediately do it. And, could be just a brain fart where I'm like, please don't immediately do what I say. Reflect, think about it, and put it into the context of what the strategic priorities we have talked about are. And so that was like really, I found that crazy it was hard also, just having all that responsibility on your shoulders, where people expect you to know lots of things. And, as an entrepreneur, you're constantly learning things yourself. You're making lots of mistakes. And so just them needing somebody to say, okay, this is what you have to do. You have to really play back at that and say, okay, what would you do in this situation? And how would you solve it? And coax that out of people, and then you say, that sounds perfect. Let's do it that way. And that to them is then the go. Yeah. And that was like, it took me a long time to understand that I have to inhabit that role as the CEO in that way.
Yeah.
It feels to me, it felt very fake. It's not who I am. Like, I like to be at eye level with people, on a peer level, but it was necessary there to be that person that takes those final decisions.
Yeah.
And when I started my new company, and there were people more from international and lots of people from Europe, and I would say, after a discussion, I would say, okay, do you need me to make a decision here? And then I said, okay, we're going to do this. And they were offended at me. Like, my European people were like, what the hell? We don't need a dictator here. I'm like, sorry.
It is dramatically different. I even saw it in the UK also. They have sort of like also the sort of hierarchy, kind of meritocracy kind of aspect to it. And would it be something where, when it comes to top management, is it something that, because you are, for example, the lead for the US market, I think, in your company. How do you, in terms of your organization, did it also reflect in the types of top management you should hire, or did it impact the culture in a way, even in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, like, we hired a lot more experienced in the US than what we hired for in Europe. So we were at a different company stage, and so our average experience of senior management in Europe is, I mean, look at me, is simply a lot younger. And in the US, we hired people with like 20, 25.
How old are you actually?
I'm 28.
Okay, because I couldn't figure it out. I was going to be like 23.
No worries. And so that definitely also was a little bit of a culture clash. And it has been an evolution over time to also do that, what Bettina said, so basically give them initiative, to give them also more ownership and more kind of like speed of decision making is ultimately what I'm always thinking about.
Yeah.
Like, having a dictator, it sounds very, very bad, but in the sense of a startup, having like a fast decision making is a very, very good thing.
Yeah.
But also having that fast decision making as much to the individual contributor, to the one that actually knows about the issues that they are facing, that's also a good thing, because you need to make the decisions there where you have the most information. And for some decisions, you need to move up the hierarchy and you need to have context to make them. But for most of the decisions, that's actually not necessary. And so I think like both can be true. You need to have fast decision making, but you also need to have a culture that supports having decisions more autonomously and more independently.
So we're a little time pressed, so we're going to talk about, the news. We can't miss, especially you guys fundraised, and you were in those banks. So we had the little, SVB conundrum crisis. I guess the first question I could ask you is, did it affect you in any way? And if so, are you okay? Are you good? Because I mean, I'll start from there. My money's safe. I have no money, so I'm good. You guys, where would you stand? What happened last week for you guys?
Yeah, so I remember I was in the train from Munich to Zurich, and I got like a WhatsApp basically saying like, there's some rumors going around. It was on Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock, when the US wasn't awake, or at least the West Coast wasn't. So I got that information. I was instantly calling our CFO and say like, take our money out. We had like a smaller chunk of our money for the salaries in the US in the Silicon Valley Bank. So it wasn't like extreme, but we then like transferred it to our Swiss bank, because it was like, and then a few hours later I got more calls. What are you doing? What are you doing? And I was like, in that first message, I knew that if I get that message now, everyone around the world will get it in the next few hours.
Oh, definitely.
You can be as friendly to Silicon Valley Bank as you want. Yeah. It's going to be a huge fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be super, super fast. So you better be fast too. And then in the end, I think we can all be extremely grateful that this turned out the way it did, because else that would have been a disaster.
The takes on the panel a little bit different. So we're going to switch to Bettina for now, because I know they have completely different, they live this scene completely differently. You, regarding your company, how did that affect you in any way?
Oh yeah, I think it was one of the most stressful weekends of my career, because, well, we didn't bank with SVB, but with PacWest, which is a very similar bank, and that was crazy because SVB failed Friday morning, and it made click in my mind, and I'm like, oh, the other banks are also going to fail. So not only did a lot of my personal investments have money in SVB that they couldn't all get out, but I had Julie's money at PacWest, my former company, Pixability, where I still own a sizable chunk of the equity, everything in PacWest. And then I came up, I was like, oh my God, what do I do? Most US startups just have one bank account.
Yeah.
It feels like a movie, at least here it might not, but we had a bank account at the St. Gallen Cantonal Bank.
Wow.
So I transferred everything above the FDIC insured money. I transferred that to Switzerland on Friday, but I couldn't see if it went in till Monday morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I spent the weekend trying to raise an emergency round and saying like, okay guys, we have 2 months left if this goes down. So, yeah.
Since we're time pressed, and just for the audience, the last one is Maximilian. You have a very different experience than them.
Yeah.
In 2 sentences, I guess you can explain it.
Yeah, so we didn't get our money out, and so I had a very fun weekend. Also looking at kind of like how can we go to hedge funds, refinance the money, buy the deposits back for dollar on the cents. I think like from Saturday evening, Sunday onwards, it was fairly clear that somebody's going to step in. Yeah. That gave me a little bit of comfort. But we lost 8 million for a weekend. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Lord Jesus! I lose 8 francs, I don't feel happy. Anyways, thank you so much. We're out of time. Time press. We can applaud the speakers, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was great having you guys. And we are off to the races.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Dank u wel. Nah, you're good, man. You're good. Nice. Oh. All right. Nice. This is my favorite place to sit. It's not my pants' favorite place to sit, but it's mine. I see that a couple of people are still coming in, which is really nice. I want to ask you guys a question. Who here remembers 2008? 2008? You still remember? You still remember as well? Who here was already in the workforce during 2008? You were. You were as well, sir. Sir, I'll come to you in a second. Can I ask you, 2008, tell the story, how was it for you?
Yeah, so I was living in San Francisco in 2008. I was about 3 years out of university working at a startup. Actually, now it's a very big company, but at the time, things were really ugly. And fortunately, I had some work experience. So when all the layoffs started happening, instead of looking for a new job, I just went to South America for about 9 months and waited for things to come back, and then I went back to work. But a lot of my colleagues couldn't do that, and it was a really tough time. Yeah. And we changed our marketing at the company. So it was a startup, and basically we went from, we can help you solve all your problems to we can help you lay people off because our software will help you do more with less people. So don't do layoffs unless you have Splunk, which was the company at the time.
Wow.
So, and that was very successful, actually.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, man. So over to you. I want to hear from you. How was 2008?
Well, I was working in a corporate, and so I was just looking at more from an outside perspective, looking at the storm. I was not in the middle of it or involved.
I see. I see.
I was lucky. Yeah.
So if we talk about your career in general and the idea of resilience, because that's what we're talking about, can you give us a moment where you felt like you had to be resilient to keep going?
Well, not in my corporate career, but when I ended the corporate career and I'm now self-employed, this point came very often. And but at the same time, it's kind of satisfying to have, to arrive at the real world and to left the corporate world.
Oh, that's so nice. Congratulations for making the jump. Thank you so much. See, they say only pressure makes diamonds. 2008 was a lot of pressure, and we saw loads of diamonds coming out of that one. I'm kind of feeling a bit of pressure right now, right? Which means that we'll have loads of diamonds in a couple of years, which is very nice. But maybe I shouldn't be the one to speak about this. Maybe we should hear from the next two guests. Because who I'm having here tonight on the stage is first and foremost Siraj Khalik. Siraj Khalik is the investment partner at Atomico and a former co-founder at the Climate Corporation. And he's going to be interviewed by none other than Ivan Levingston, the European deals reporter from the Financial Times, who now lives in London. So please, everybody, put your hands together and welcome with me Siraj Khalik and Ivan Levingston.
Good afternoon in St. Gallen. It's great to have from not too far away Siraj here. And the theme of the day is resilience for us. Siraj has quite the career. He was an early engineer at Google back in 2002. And then he left around 2007 to start his own startup called Weatherbill, later called the Climate Corporation. Today, he's with Atomico. He's on boards of Scandit, the Swiss unicorn, Graphcore, other companies. We're going to go back to 2007 when you left Google to start Weatherbill. As we know, 2007, 2008, not the best time to go start a startup. But what was it like for you beginning that entrepreneurial journey when you left Google?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think helpful to set context there. So I'm European. I went to the US because in the back of my mind I wanted to start a company. I arrived in 2000. Definitely not a good time. So I ended up going through my master's, joining Google when it was a small company, but I still wanted to start something. So 2006, my co-founder, who's also from Google, we decided it was the right time, so we left. And then, 2006 to 7 is when we established ourselves, put in some of the money we'd made from Google. It was still a kind of interesting time. It's not like it's been recently. VCs were still very tentative, not really investing easily. There's a long shadow from the dot-com bust. And a lot of people thought we were crazy to leave Google at that time, leave unvested equity that was worth a good amount of money. But for us, it was also, now or never. So we left to start Weatherbill. Initially, the idea was, can we insure businesses against bad weather using big data models? And over time, we pivoted and switched to a few other things. But it was kind of a very quiet period. I would not say most people had started businesses. I only know one other ex-Google startup at the time. They and us were kind of sister companies, leaving Google and starting something. Quiet, and you were trying to hire people and convince people to take a risk. Most engineers were not willing to take that risk yet. They'd not seen success in recent memory.
And what was it like leaving a big tech company to do a startup in 2007? I think today it's become a very accepted or even like admirable thing to do. There's a whole ecosystem around it. What was it like 15 years ago or so ago?
It was not common, and people thought it was a bit unusual to do. Certainly, it wasn't clear that we could raise money, and initially it was friends and family money. We didn't have a formal VC seed round. It was just people we knew and our own money, which was not very much, but enough to get going. Back then, you didn't need quite as much money to get going either, right? So, I think our seed round was fairly large, but not by today's standards.
What's fairly large in 2007?
3 million.
Wow.
So it was sizable, but these days you're seeing even bigger seed rounds.
Okay, so you set up your company. You're doing kind of insurance for agriculture. tell us about, I guess, the trajectory kind of up until the financial crisis hits.
Yeah, we hired some employees. We got an office. Everything seemed pretty well. It was very hard to predict what kind of revenue would make in this business because it's a totally new kind of business. People weren't buying weather insurance really, but we still felt this sense of optimism, momentum. Things were going well. We actually. Our seed round was followed less than a year later by our Series A round. And that was very lucky. We raised more money than we needed. It was dilutive, yes, but in retrospect, it was absolutely the right decision. So that was towards maybe October or so in 2007. And the financial crisis obviously was 6 months later. But we were probably about 35, 36 people when really the GFC hit us.
And I think for a lot of people, like they have different memories of the GFC. Like maybe they were on the trading floor at Lehman Brothers or something like that. I think over the last 2 weeks, especially with what's happened at Silicon Valley Bank, like a lot of people in tech kind of had like a oh shoot moment. What was that moment for you when the world changed?
It was. Something we'd not experienced before. So both my co-founder and I, we were not in the workforce at the time of the dot-com bust. So we hadn't seen that kind of thing happening. And initially, it's big change happens slowly and then all at once. So, you started to see this almost slow motion train wreck and not know how it affected you and what was going to occur. So, I think it was like early 2008, we had Bear Stearns collapse, and the impact of that was not as clear. And then as the summer went on, you had Lehman Brothers and Washington Mutual got bought up, and then all the liquidity seized up. So it was really odd for us as founders. We didn't know what it meant for us, but at the same time, something was very wrong. And I think we were lucky we had VCs who were good and able to tell us, look, be careful. This is not the time for you to go crazy. So we took it very, very seriously. Sequoia came out with this RIP Good Times memo, which is now famous. I remember my co-founder and I just chatting, and he said, look, nuclear winter is coming. We got to treat it that way and make some tough decisions. So we ended up having to make some big corrective moves for the business, even though the impact was not obvious to us at the point. We just had to do it preemptively.
Yeah, so I think we talked about this in the lead up to our chat, but you had a very close-knit team, 30 or so people, had to lay off a third of the staff. I'm sure there are other steps you took too. How were you thinking about navigating the business in that storm? Like, how are you making decisions, essentially?
Yeah, it was, one of the hardest decisions is to let go of people, especially when they're good people and they work very hard. If you have a shred of empathy, then it's a really difficult thing to do, especially when it's not clear to you what you're doing it for because you haven't seen the revenue impact yet. Actually, we didn't have a lot of revenue, so it's not hard to see no revenue impact when your baseline is not that high. But for us, it was survival. We knew that the funding wouldn't come again for a while, so we had to make those corrective moves. But culturally, even if we let go of maybe 12 people out of 35, 36, that is not a big number in absolute terms, but you imagine a small company, every third desk is empty where there were people before. That's not a good feeling. So it was tough. And then we also just realized we had to tighten our belts, be just tighter on costs, and see how long we could prolong the runway. So a lot of the things we did, which of course we can talk about, were more towards that.
Yeah, it's really difficult, I can imagine, to make those kinds of decisions. But I guess kind of in the aftermath of that period, like, do you feel that set you on a more sustainable path? How did it, I guess, shape your trajectory post-crisis?
So the gap between our seed round and our Series A was about 1 year. The gap between our B round and our C round was about 1 year. The gap between our A and our B, which is the financial crisis, was 4 years. So wow. We were super lucky we had raised enough, and we were able to make decisions quickly. This happened towards the beginning. We were able to maybe double our runway, and that was critical. Had we not done that, we would have just run out of money and not been able to continue. So it was existential. I would say, what did we do other than having to reduce the team? We got very careful about hiring. Even when things started to improve, we were very careful to hire people. Particularly, I was careful. Sometimes you'd hire people who had worked at big companies and they expected a team of 10 people below them. That doesn't work when you're hiring somebody to be the only person in that role. So sometimes you'd ask them, well, what if you were the only person for a long time? How are you going to do it? Make sure they know how to run marketing or sales or whatever it is that they were supposed to be hired for. The other thing we did was just culturally, we decided it was the right time to put together a set of values, and those values should represent, kind of lean mentality. So we hadn't taken this thing seriously. Everybody says, put together values and a mission statement, and I guess we had something before, but we started to take this a lot more seriously.
So I guess fast forward a decade or so, and around the time of immediately after the start of the pandemic, when interest rates get slashed and tech funding kind of explodes, you see a lot of overhiring because of and you're at Atomico, obviously. Because of your prior experience, did you recognize that maybe the tech ecosystem was again kind of getting out of hand in a way?
Hindsight's always 20/20. I'd like to say, and you can ask the founders of the boards I'm on, that I've been a bit more sober and careful, and kind of told them to be careful about runway. And in reality, there's the VC market. It's a tough one because you get conflicting advice. When the economy is hot and you have 5 other companies trying to do the same thing, then the advice you get from VCs is, run as fast as possible, grow your top line, don't worry about, making a profit at this point because you've got to outcompete these other 4 companies. And it's all about blitz scaling, right? I think that's the term that everybody loved to throw about at that point. It's hypergrowth. That's the name of the game. If you're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is, you're growing based on your free cash flow, well, good luck. That takes decades. That's not the model that people now use for tech. So there's that rat race. Now, the problem is when things go south, sure, there are other issues with overhiring, overspending, and a loose culture, but good founders can deal with that if they get good advice. But the hardest thing is a company, a startup, decides what they're going to do based on their runway. So if you raise and you say, okay, we've got 2 years, we're going to do the following, and we're going to raise in 18 months, and you work according to that plan, and then suddenly, the money's not there anymore. VCs aren't investing, and you don't have 20 months. You need 30 months. You need 3-4 years. That's very difficult. So that's where I would say good boards or good mentors can give founders advice is to just be careful and keep an eye on your business plan and be dynamic. And if you really have to cut, do it quickly, and you'd rather not end up on fumes before you realize you've got to be careful with your capital.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to come back to that topic of resilience and the VC-funded model. But just one last question, I guess, about the current moment that we're in. In the US, we had the biggest bank rescue since the financial crisis. Obviously, kind of the panic around Credit Suisse last weekend has a lot of people drawing parallels. Even before the last couple weeks, startups have been laying off people over the last year, and funding has slowed down a lot. What similarities and differences do you see for tech between the current moment and the financial crisis?
Yeah, it's, obviously there are some parallels, but by definition, usually when a crisis hits, it's not the same crisis that hit you last time. Unless the world has learned nothing, right? So I don't think you can fault founders for not anticipating a bank run. None of us did at this point. So I think the best thing you can do is just make sure that you're getting good advice, and whatever the crisis is, it won't be the same one next time. You're ready for it. So I think for a lot of people, it was, how do we make payroll? And we have a liquidity crisis. For some startups, they weren't at SVB, they didn't have that issue, but they still had to think about, well, what if happens to my bank? In reality, I think we have sound heads thinking through this. The US government did the right thing. The Swiss National Bank did the right thing with Credit Suisse. So the right things have happened. I don't think this is anywhere near, and maybe I'll be wrong, we'll see, but I don't think this is anywhere near the kind of crisis we had in 2008. But it's a good warning shot. It's a good thing to say, well, think about this.
Yeah, let's hope not. And then back, I guess, to the issue of VC-backed startups and the business model. For a couple of years around the pandemic, it was all about growth. Then it shifted rather abruptly to really prioritizing profitability now. Is that just the nature of the market, or should kind of the VC ecosystem shift to kind of better prioritize long-term thinking and more sustainable practices?
Well, VCs are, for better or for worse, a herd. So that can be really good for you when everything is going well and you're starting a company and it's easier to raise capital because you're doing Uber for X and everybody's looking for Uber for the next thing. And suddenly, people are giving you money. So that can be really good, but the toxicity is when people think it's always that easy to raise money because they've never been through a cycle like this. So the VC model is about, you raise money, you get to your next set of milestones, you raise again, you keep doing it until you reach escape velocity. And Amazon is a poster child for this, right? They didn't make a profit for a very, very long time. They're barely profitable now. And the idea was, we're always going to reinvest, we're going to raise and put money into the business. That's the model that has worked for so many people. So when you see that working, you think, well, why am I growing so slowly? Why am I being so careful when my competitors are not? So you strike a balance, because that can also be a problem. But the flip side is, if you are running your business the way it was in the good times, and suddenly now you need longer runway, that can kill you. And frankly, I think VCs, let's be honest, and I'm a VC, we're in the business to make money. It's not a sentimental business. It's not that, I like this founder, I've been their friend for a long time, so I'm going to give them money. Because you have a fiduciary responsibility to your LPs to invest that money well. So founders, I think, really need to understand that sometimes you're on your own, and if you're lucky, maybe your previous VC will bail you out or give you an extension. But if you're not doing well, the very best VCs are the worst at this. They're the most brutal at this because they realize something really important, which is you don't spend all your time on your worst companies. You'd rather spend your time on your winners. And you usually end up doing the opposite because the problem child, you don't want to lose money, you focus on them. That's not a good move. The really good VCs will say, look, good luck, you're on your own. If we can help you with some advice, we can, but we're not putting more money in. And then they focus on finding the next 10x or 100x company.
So do you think kind of the worst is yet to come in the current cycle?
I think people need to be prepared for a prolonged recessionary period, which may have impact on their customers, will have impact on their customers, but more significantly will have impact on investors. So, even people who are lucky enough to be benefiting from the generative AI buzz, these good times don't last forever. So when you raise the money, raise more than you need and then plan for being dynamic if things shift.
Yeah, and another kind of big topic that I think everyone in the startup world has been debating over the last year is the role of board governance, especially kind of around the events of FTX and a few other prime examples. You yourself are on the board of a few prominent startups. What do you think, I guess, of VC's role on boards, broader board governance? Do things need to change there?
I think it's critical to have a good board because many founders are doing it for the first time, but even the repeat founders will come across things they haven't seen before. And your best ally there is, is the board you've assembled. So I know people who have, gone for whoever feels right to them, whoever feels like they have an easy conversation. But you also want to find people who challenge you, who will give you the medicine when you need it. So I do think if you're lucky enough to have a choice of investors, then sit down and understand intellectual horsepower, understand what they've been through. Can they really give you good guidance? Because you have blind spots, and you want people who can get you to see those blind spots without you having to hit them yourself. So a good board's critical. And obviously Sam Bankman-Fried was doing the opposite. He was turning away anybody who asked him for a board or for good governance. So it's really not surprising what happened when you look at it that way.
Yeah, and do you think that people just kind of are taking board seats more seriously in the current market?
Well, board seats are a responsibility. I think some people take board seats because it's just a badge of honor, or you have to do it because in the industry that's what everyone does. But you can get in real trouble for misguiding a company or making bad decisions. If things go south, and some companies that will happen, then as people look back and figure out, well, what did the board do, and did they do the right thing? So people have to take those responsibilities very seriously. I mean, some corporate VCs say, look, we don't take board seats. We don't want the liability. We'll be an observer, but then we're not taking a position, and that's fine. But yeah, I mean, boards need to be serious about this stuff. The other thing a good board will do for you is they'll connect you to other founders. So you get to share stories, you get to learn from their mistakes and vice versa. So when something bad happens, you're resilient.
Yeah. And then maybe to shift a little bit, but just you have so much experience investing in what you might call deep tech. And these can be longer journeys. Maybe it takes a while to develop the technology before you get to sales. Maybe the exit pathways are a little less clear. When kind of investing in these companies, guiding these journeys, how do you instill the key building blocks for success early on?
Yeah, those are deep tech companies in this environment are having a much harder time, and that's because investors are looking for free cash flow. They're looking for revenue and other metrics that are more commercial. And deep tech companies often take longer to commercialize. They're doing something very difficult. If you're a fusion startup or a quantum computing startup, maybe your product is half a decade or a decade away. So in this environment where investors are not willing to put out money as easily, you have to really live within your means more. But that doesn't happen when a crisis hits. So I think you've got to build a culture early on of resilience, even more so in deep tech companies. And resilience, by the way, is not just, we're talking about the global financial crisis, but it can be many other things. Maybe you're early on and your revenue is highly constrained, you lose a key customer. That's a huge crisis, right? Or there's a cyber attack or some other PR hit, or maybe there's some crisis within HR with senior leadership that you've got to deal with, otherwise it's a major problem for your company. These are, these aspects, resilience is building a culture that can deal with these situations dynamically and as they arise. And that's not waiting for the CEO to fix a problem once it's become a big one. It's like when it's a tumor, it's too late. You'd rather get it when it's a mutation, and your body is fighting it before it becomes something out of control.
So essentially making sure that throughout the entire organization, you're hiring, I guess, independent thinkers.
Yeah, people who aren't just looking for instructions, but people who know how to deal with tough situations and have a certain grit. There are people who come out of big companies and look to join startups who don't have that grit and probably shouldn't be doing that, because sometimes things are very difficult at startups and you have to be dynamic.
Yeah, I think very fittingly, your company, the Climate Corporation, was working in agriculture, which we've all learned so much about how climate change makes agriculture a much more volatile, less resilient place to work. So there's a lot of kind of time and investment being put into solving that.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the biggest challenges for our planet is how do you sustainably feed this many people? And the agriculture industry is responsible for a third of greenhouse gas emissions, right? Particularly animal agriculture. So I think there are a lot of problems to be solved there, but it takes time for people to shift.
Yeah. Well, it's very heartening to hear you say that we are not living through another financial crisis again. So we'll take that positive note, even as it's a very difficult time. And
let's just say it's not likely.
It's not likely. It's not likely. But I think the advice on building resilient organizations is very well taken. So thank you for a great discussion, and thanks to everyone for joining us.
Thank you.
Nice.
And here they walk off stage. Thank you very much, guys. Lovely. Thanks so much, man. Great to see you again. Good. How are you all feeling? Double thumbs up and 3, 4. Oh my God, more thumbs anywhere in the crowd? 5, 6. Oh my God, you guys are too nice. Who is staying tonight for the after party? Yeah, you got the after party schnauzer going on, eh? Yeah, you know what's going on. Nice. Did you know that one of the DJs is actually the president of Start? He's pretty good. You should check him out. Maybe you should check it out on that one little platform that we call SoundCloud. Who's got a SoundCloud account still? Who's on SoundCloud? Nice. Are you a DJ yourself? No. Okay. What kind of music are you into, sir? SoundCloud rap. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Different things. Yeah, got it. Okay, nice. Hey, great that you all are here. We have still a couple of people coming in. I see that people are standing. Don't be shy. It's fine. We don't bite. Especially you with your mustache. Don't bite, please. Sweet. Nice. In the next couple of speeches, we're going to hear about so much excellence from excellent founders. And I'm so excited about this because the best way to learn how to build a company is to talk to the ones who already have and then sort of dissect what they say, see what's useful to you, see what might not be so useful to you. But the most important thing is that you have that interaction. And that's exactly what we're here for. So of course, if you want to catch them later, make sure that you do actually catch them later. Good. So the next founder on stage is somewhat of a, hi mum, someone of a legacy founder. He's not just the founder and CEO of Dance, he's also the founder of SoundCloud. Now, I looked into Dance yesterday night, and to be honest, I just talked to him about this, and this is not a joke. I might just probably have a not so empty shopping cart on my web browser waiting for me, and I'm probably going to make a very, very smart buying decision in the next few days, and I cannot wait for my Dance to arrive, because I live in Berlin, and yes, they deliver to Berlin. By the way, any people from Berlin? Jawohl, nice. Did any of you take the night train? It's like 100 euros, it's so good, and sustainable. But then you get to, share a cabin with 4 other sweaty people. Oh, it's fun. Yeah, I have showered since. Good. So next up, we have Erik Kydenius-Wolfors, who is the founder and CEO of Dance and the founder of SoundCloud. And he's accompanied on this stage by Sophia Tran, the founder and CEO of Spotlight Ventures, who, by the way, is also very active on Instagram and was nominated one of the most influential women in tech on Instagram lately. She's a lovely woman to speak to. She has exactly the right questions prepared. So please, everybody, put your hands together and welcome with me Erik Kydenius-Wolfors and Sophia Tran.
Hello, everyone. So great to be here. Thank you so much. So, who of you have been here with a bicycle today or yesterday, maybe? Oh, that looks very poor. What? Did you take a cab? No? The bus? Okay. Or did you walk here by feet? Okay, most of you guys. Interesting to know. Because the funny thing is, I mean, we also took the cab because it was raining, but normally we shouldn't, right?
That's right, we shouldn't. We should all be using bikes, and more specifically e-bikes, I guess.
Yeah, totally. And the funny thing is, when I first saw an e-bike, that was a really, really funny situation. I sat on my normal bicycle and I drove across our river, and then there was a really old man who drove like much faster than me, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I recently saw that it's an e-bike, and I was like, okay, now it just starts in Germany, right? So we are talking now about Dance, which is like the level next up of bicycles. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about dance for those of the guys who don't know it.
Definitely, we'll do so. And first of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's very nice. It's my first time at this conference, and super impressive. I mean, it's all run by students, but it's like top quality. It's lovely, really. So thanks for having me. So I'm Eric. I'm from Stockholm, actually, from Sweden, from the Nordics, but I've been in Berlin since about 15 years now. I moved there to start my previous company, SoundCloud, which I worked on for about 12 years, but then eventually was pulled into like the whole climate impact and climate tech movement, and so spent a year, did a sabbatical, looked at many different things, but ultimately had this idea of a subscription service for e-bikes. And that's how I met my phenomenal co-founder, Christian. The two of us, together with my co-founder, Alex at SoundCloud, the three of us went deep on e-bikes and explored and decided to start Dance. And this was just before the pandemic hit 3 years ago. And we launched now a year ago in 5 cities, so Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, Vienna, and Paris. And what Dance is quite simple. You get your own gorgeous-looking e-bike. If anything happens to it, you push a button, and we will very quickly repair or replace your bike. So it's an amazing e-bike at your service always. It's your own bike on a subscription, so you're fully flexible, and you basically have friction-free ownership. Because the thing about e-bikes is they're very expensive, and they're also kind of a pain to own because they tend to, need regular service maintenance. They can break, and they can also get stolen. And so there's a bunch of headaches associated with e-bikes. But e-bikes in themselves are just amazing. If you haven't been on one, and you mentioned the thing with like old people basically using it. What's interesting with e-bikes is it started basically in the rural areas with older people, which is the reverse of a lot of trends. With SoundCloud, it was all about young people embracing streaming music. Here it's old people, or like young people in the city centers, right? It's like the trendy, cool places. Here it's been the reverse. It's been basically small areas, mountains, all of that. And it's moving into the cities, and it's now on this crazy exponential trend in cities, and it's basically taking over urban mobility in cities.
Yeah, makes totally sense. I mean, you started in Germany, so what I know about a country who really use a lot of bicycles is more Netherlands. So why didn't you start there? Is it like everyone has his own bicycle, so they don't want to use the e-bike, or why is it more Germany?
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm based in Berlin, right? And I watched the whole shared mobility explosion sort of happening in Berlin over the last 5 years. And I've been super excited about all those services, and I've been an early adopter myself. And I've seen the city change over the last 15 years that I've been there. If you look at the data in Berlin, every year, the mode share, which is the share of people using bikes for their trips, steadily has been going up. So every year, basically, if you plot a line, it started with low percentage points, and it's just grown, and it's now significantly over 10%. But of course, we have ways to go compared to like in Amsterdam, where Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Münster, there are a couple of other places actually in Europe where you have very high mode share of bikes. So in Amsterdam, you would have 50, 60, +% of people getting around by bike. And that really changes the city completely. And that's really our vision is, can we turn more cities into Amsterdam and Copenhagen and just make them more livable, make them more for people and less for cars. And I think Berlin is on that trajectory. So it's still, spotty, and there are some very unsafe areas. There's some areas where you have very bad cycling infrastructure. But the fact of the matter is, over the last 3 years, hundreds of kilometers of bike lanes have been built in Berlin alone. So there's, it's on a very steady trend.
Yeah, and probably could it also be a reason that Germany has like the Green Party in the politics, which is very important. And are they also supporting you? I mean, not Green Party especially, but the politics in general?
Yes, I mean, I think.
Or would you like them to support you more?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting about us is that we do not need any political support to launch in any city, right? So contrary to the whole scooter, sharing space where there's been a lot of controversy, there's been a lot of cities, either saying, they're going to ban it or not. In Paris now, there's actually a big referendum where basically the mayor has said, on April 2nd, you have to decide, are you going to have, the scooters or not, right? Which is, of course, terrible. It's the biggest micromobility in the market, arguably in the world. It's our biggest market. And if it was on the whim of, the mayor in every city to decide, you get to be here or not, it would not be great. And I think that's been, a challenge around sharing, and not so much in our model, because it's just everyone's responsibility to have their own bike and to take care of it and so on. But I think, of course, for this market to expand and to grow, ultimately we need the political will, and we need to do more faster across hundreds of cities in Europe alone to advance sort of this agenda. And it's happening, and it's, if you plot again the macro, e-bikes are an exponential trend. Cycling paths and cycling infrastructure is on an exponential trend. Just 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, in the EU Parliament, basically called for a doubling of cycling until 2030 across the European Union.
Oh, is it so? Wow.
Yeah, so there's like a lot of change happening.
Wow. Okay, and talk about expanding. So you're already planning to expand into different cities or more into different countries, or trying to do kind of pilot projects that?
Yes. We think, we see this as a global movement, right? So this is all about making cities more livable. And this is something I think that's pretty universal in the world. Of course, Europe is actually a leader in this area in many ways. So the US, e-bikes are on a similar exponential trend. It's just that it's an order of magnitude smaller. It's sort of like 1 million or something, whereas in Europe, it's many millions of bikes every year now that sort of in the market. But I think, ultimately we could be in hundreds of cities in Europe easily, and we could be, millions of subscribers across the world. In Europe alone, depending on how you measure it, but you have something like 50 to 100 million people commuting very regularly with these types of vehicles today. So it's a very large market, and it's all going to e-bikes over the next decade or two.
Yeah, makes totally sense. And if you want to expand, of course, you need money for that as well. And you just did your funding round. Congratulations to that one. It's like really great, because you had previously already some of really famous people who are investing in you. Like, I don't know if you guys like hip hop music. will.i.am is one of the investors, or in football, André Schürrle, very famous soccer man from Germany, and like Tina Müller, former Douglas CEO, she was talking here yesterday also on the stage. So how did you get a connection to that? Was it because of your previous work at SoundCloud, or how could you convince them?
Totally. I think ultimately it's about the mission, right? So for us, it's all about building. It's a mission-driven, impact-driven company. And there's a lot of people, also prominent people, who very much would like their cities to change in this way, especially if you have kids. I have a 3-year-old now, and I have a 2-week-old, so I should really be home.
Again, 2 weeks?
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
Oh, wow, congrats to that too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and especially since, also since I had kids, right? Just, like, our 3-year-old is like running around in the street, right? And he doesn't understand how dangerous cars are, and so I think if you have that immediate, personal connection as well, I think it's easy for people to get convinced, right? For us, it's been, we want to build a strong brand. This is really a lifestyle brand at the intersection of, technology, sustainability, and impact. And I think it's about making this, desirable, aspirational, sexy product, So for that, we want to have amazing people supporting us. And so it's been very deliberate strategy to go to some of these folks and say, look, do you want to help us on the mission?
Yeah, that's great. That's really, I love the concept. I love how you really go into that and talk with everyone, and like really, it's great to see that really. And so what would you say? What's the vision, or how did your vision change now between when you just started with that project?
Yes, I think, well, I would say the vision, like high level, remains kind of unchanged, because it's all about furthering sustainable mobility, and that's more specifically micromobility. And I think that doesn't change, and I think will likely not change for many years to come. I think in terms of understanding our customers and understanding exactly what is it they need from these vehicles, and what sort of utility are they expecting. I think those things are interesting, and then maybe some of the partnership strategies and ideas for how we can collaborate with other companies. So what's the kind of mix that we could potentially offer customers?
So that would be the B2B model more then?
Yeah, that's one of the ways for sure. And we have now partners like Google and a few other big ones, WeFox and others, that have decided to give this opportunity to their employees as well, or to give bike as a benefit, essentially, to their coworkers. And I think that's a great amplification channel.
So Google would be, for example, their employees there?
That's right. That's right. And I think this is something that companies can do, right? It's how companies can help on this mission is give this to your employees. Why give your employees a company car if you
Makes
can give
totally
them a company
sense.
bike, right? So that's
so then that would mean that you then expand to the US more, right?
I think we'd love to go to the US eventually.
Yeah.
SoundCloud was very US oriented, and I spent a lot of time in the US. There are definitely a bunch of markets. So I was in New York not too long ago. New York has changed, right? So New York has adopted more bikes. You see much more e-bikes there, but still it's far behind, like even far behind Berlin, I would say. So patchy infrastructure, some very dangerous,
super dangerous.
Elements. Yeah.
I've been there already, also with a bicycle, and I was like driving like this because it was so dangerous on the streets.
Totally.
Like I would never do it again.
I think some cities in the US are better than most cities, but there are a bunch of pockets where this could really make sense.
So would there be like a city or a country where you say, oh, that would be so great to have our dance models there?
I mean, I think
you could choose now.
I think for us, this is, again, it's about thought leadership in Europe in a way, and so expanding to a larger footprint in Europe, I think, is on our top of our agenda.
Yeah.
And we'd love to, explore partnerships also on the city level, maybe with some cities, see if we can accelerate it even further. But ultimately it's a global thing, right? And there's a lot of markets where this could make sense.
Totally. And I mean, if the bicycles, they are more used now in the streets, in the cities, but could it be also an option to use them more in a sports scene? For example, like kind of mountain bikes, e-mountain bikes,
right,
in areas where you have the mountains and hills. And like you in Scandinavia, there's different areas than here.
What's interesting is most people are like, oh, e-bikes are for lazy people. What's interesting in the studies is that, and there's been quite a few studies on this, and pretty much all of them show that people who use e-bikes are generally as healthy as people who use regular bikes. And the reason is that on an e-bike, you will use it more, and you will use it more frequently, and you will also ride longer. And so it basically equals out, right? You use less energy, but you use it more. And so it's actually equally sporty and sort of from a health perspective, it's equal impact, which I think is interesting. Some of our members have said, oh, wouldn't it be great if I'm in Munich on the weekend, could I just have an e-mountain bike?
So close by, yeah.
Totally. I think it's an interesting partnership that could potentially happen, right? I don't think we'll do it ourselves soon, but together with someone potentially interesting.
So maybe we're waiting for a kind of Tour de France, but then with your bikes, it would be cool.
I heard there was a very famous race car driver very recently, and I forget his name, but he's gonna. They're basically starting an e-bike race.
Really? Okay.
So that's.
Was it also in France or somewhere else? You remember that?
I believe it was maybe even in France,
Okay.
to be honest. Yes.
That would be cool. So maybe you should contact them and ask for
Yeah.
partnership right now, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, nice. And so talking a bit more about your challenges, what you have right now, or maybe during Corona time. You
Yes.
said you started just before we had
Yes.
this crisis.
Well, I mean, what happened in the world was that we said, we had explored for a number of, weeks, even months, and decided we were like, in some point early February, I think it was in 2020.
Only like one month before.
Yeah, we were like, let's go, let's do this.
Oh no.
And then 3 days later, you had the full wave of the whole pandemic and everything happening. And we were, of course, saying like, whoa, do we really want to, go all in on this thing now that we have this huge uncertainty in the world? And what happened, of course, was that it turned out to be actually a great accelerator for e-bikes and so on. And so it was, in a way, a stroke of luck that, the macro trend, in a way, was pushing everyone into, this kind of mobility. What then that led to was an enormous bike boom over the last, in 2020 and 21 in particular. And it was like really, I would say, a daily fight to just secure supply and, actually building a bike and getting the bike, onto the street within a reasonable time was a big effort. But I think what's happened now is that things have normalized. So the supply chain, shipping, logistics, a lot of those things have just come down to basically normal levels. And now, so now that's easier again. But yeah, it was definitely one of the biggest challenges. And I mean, I would say, as someone who's built software and built, companies
What you can do from everywhere, right?
What's that?
Software products, like.
Yes, so but I would say in terms of our challenges, software was not one of them. The hardware piece and the operational piece, right? To have basically warehouse operations and mechanics and logistics and all of these things. Those are the two pieces that have turned out to be interesting challenges for us as a business.
Yeah, and I mean. Like, I just remember the movie when I saw, like, there are a lot of people who use a bicycle to cross over the world. I think probably you know them as well. A lot of documentaries. Is that kind of, or does dance impact you also in your personal life since you start with that? So did your driving behavior changes also?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I picked up one of our low-step bike with a child seat on it because our 3-year-old
she wants to use it as well.
Wants to do so. We are now riding every day since 2 weeks to Kita, and that's just been wonderful. Honestly, I mean, it's just amazing. Every morning, he used to be like, for whatever reason, he loves Kita, but going there, he doesn't want to do it. But now he's like, every time he wants to
on the bicycle.
Yeah.
You could do both, like going there, but picking up then with the bike or so.
Right. Yeah. Well, so both. So both ways.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I mean, maybe talking about general trends, like everything about mobility, like. About bicycles or cars, or it's coming more and more. It's getting more and more important for everyone on the world to fight against the climate crisis.
Yes.
So do you feel like, I mean, you are having an impact to this, and I mean, you know that as well. So how do you think? How could every one of us also support that?
Right. Well, I mean, if you're asking about general trends, I think. We do have, like, overarching, we do have this gigantic climate challenge, right, ahead of us, and we're not making nearly enough progress. And we see, every year I see a few more electric cars on the streets, and in the meantime, I mean, in Berlin, you do see significant share of electric cars on the streets. So you do have more and more of that, but of course, the adoption to electric cars is not going fast enough, and also. We can't just switch to electric cars, right? It's not enough. If everyone just continues to need to own a car, it's a completely unsustainable development, right? And so that is where we need to do more things like car sharing, for example. So I mean, I think cars definitely have their place in the world, but car sharing and other forms of smart ways to use cars. So there's another company in Berlin called Vey, which is an amazing company. where you do remote driving. So autonomous driving is sort of, the joke has become it's always 5 years out, in the meantime, and I don't think it's like a truly near-term thing. It will happen, but it will take potentially a bit longer. And I think from the climate perspective,
Much too long, right?
we don't have the time. And I think so remote driving is super interesting, basically for reducing the need for car ownership as a way there, and then car sharing, and just figure out a way how to not own a car.
Yeah. And yeah, a quick topic change. Do you miss your times at SoundCloud? Because that's so different to that what you are doing right now, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, SoundCloud was super fun journey, right? And I used to do a lot of music, so I used to make music, built, some...
Still or not?
Yeah, a little bit.
Cool.
More, occasional DJ adventure, but... And it was, what was nice about SoundCloud was, like, both me and my co-founder, we were scratching our own itch, right? So we really were solving a problem that at the time was like near and dear to my heart. And at the time it was, everything around music sharing on the internet just sucked. I mean, it was just awful to try just to share something you just made and that you're proud of, and just share it in a way that feels, respectful to your own, art. So that was, the mission we were on, and I was super excited to see that whole thing, grow and bloom and all of that. But then, now there's another itch, right, that I'm scratching, and it's all about, why are cities so noisy and just annoying and not, green and more livable? I mean, our neighborhood is sort of an exception, and there's, less of that, but I think, as an entrepreneur, it's one of the most effective ways is to scratch your own itch and to really have the feeling of you have like direct and real connection and struggling with a certain problem, right? So for me, at some point after 12 years in music, in what is ultimately kind of an entertainment product, it just didn't feel meaningful enough to me. I mean, I think it's still a very impactful mission and all of that. But for me, I was just pulled into this whole climate, challenge that we have, and so I'm very excited to be working on that. But still love SoundCloud, and in touch with the team there very regularly and everything. So yeah.
I mean, that's quite normal. I mean, if you're getting older, the life changes and so. And you were talking about your kids and how you want to have them to get a better life, and so it makes totally sense that now you're building this ecosystem for like a really impactful e-mobility scene. So that's great that it just changed into a different way, and let's see what's going to happen then in the next 10 years, right? So are you already having ideas for new projects, new platforms in a completely different area?
Right. No, let's see. I mean, I think if anything, we just need to accelerate a lot of those things that are happening. I mean, there's like a lot of great embryos in the world. I think sometimes it's frustrating to see that it's not happening fast enough, right? Especially with respect to climate, where we have this sort of more finite deadline, and it's we need to, in a sense, wake up and move faster. So let's hope we can do that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I mean, we see here so many great startups here at the Start Summit. It's amazing. It's for me, it's the first time to be here. Actually, I couldn't make it earlier. Is it your first time?
It's my first time. Yeah.
I mean, it's so great to see that, like, just students do all this experience. It's like really amazing. You have also been to other conferences. Have you seen ones who are like this? Not really, huh?
What I like here, appreciate here, is that there's a lot of young people here and a lot of young people with drive and talent. And I've had a few really nice conversations, and I think that's a really good recipe for a great, conference. Is just that. So driven by students, and then a lot of students here. So I think that's super cool.
Yeah, because I saw also in the upper floor there is a startup about e-scooters. But you don't have here, right?
We don't have kick scooters yet. I think in some markets. So we currently have e-bikes, and that's like 90% of what we do. We do have mopeds as well in some of our markets, and I think it makes sense. We do take a pragmatic approach to micromobility, right? There are a few different form factors. I mean, there's also cargo bikes, which are, you know, more proper car, SUV kind of replacement, which I think is a natural next thing for us to look at or to explore. And then you have kick scooters. In some cities, like Barcelona, for example, there's a lot of uptake in personal kick scooter ownership, right? So people basically just have their own kick scooter. This is not at all the case in most cities. So kick scooter is, I think, is an interesting one. But yeah, it's something that I wouldn't exclude.
Yeah, totally, I agree. And I mean, we have a lot of future entrepreneurs sitting here and listening to you. So what would you advise them to do for the next years?
Well, I mean, I think it's always, it's like follow your heart, right? I mean, I took for this company, I took the better part of a year to figure it out, right? And I had moments where, you know, I had been 12 years at SoundCloud. My team was around 200 people or so when I left. And I remember like the first time after I had, you know, left the company, and I was in a co-working space. Actually, I was road biking in Mallorca for a few days. And then after that, I went to a co-working space in Palma. And I opened my laptop and I'm like, my first thought was like, I'm free. But then my second thought is like, I'm also unemployed and I don't have a mission and I don't have, you know, my assistant, you know, my EA that I had for like, you know, 7 years or whatever. And like, I don't know what to do. You know, it was a very odd feeling. And at sometimes, you know, felt a little desperate because when you don't know at all where you're going next, it can be kind of nerve-wracking. But I would encourage, I mean, and also while you have the time, it's just, you know, go deep and just explore and just enjoy the process of exploration and finding something where you can really connect to the mission and go for it.
And the best place to find new innovation is right here. So yeah, I think we could talk much longer about this topic, but we have to come to an end now. And Eric, I would like to thank you so much for being here today. And yeah, let's check out the dance website, right? And probably you come here, maybe this year to Switzerland as well.
I think Zurich is high on the list for sure. Yeah.
Great.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Danke dir. Amazing. Don't worry. I'm not taking this to harass you guys. I'm just taking this to change batteries. Good. I'm loving this series so much. I think we should just keep going. Absolutely keep going. Good. Next up, we have the Unicorn Blueprint. For anybody who doesn't know what a unicorn is, you'll find it about 20 meters over there in the hall. The Unicorn Blueprint, how to build a billion-dollar company during 2 global crises. Now, to talk about that, we have Daniel Kahab. Daniel Kahab is the co-founder and CEO of Shoko, and he's going to be moderated by none other than Mike Butcher, editor-at-large at TechCrunch. So everybody, please put your hands together and welcome with me Daniel Kahab and Mike Butcher.
Danke.
Thanks. My goodness, what a long walk to the stage. We're over here. What are you guys doing over there?
It's a walk of shame.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Butcher. I'm a journalist with, well, I'm not just a journalist. I'm an editor-at-large with TechCrunch. Who's heard of TechCrunch? We need some whoops. Woo! Come on. Okay. I hope you guys had a great time last night. I certainly did. Don't ask me what time I left the club. I'm delighted to be interviewing Daniel from, how do we say this? Shoko?
As you please.
As you please. You must get a lot of people saying, is it like a chocolate brand or something like that now and again?
We heard it a couple of times.
Okay. Do you know what's fascinating about this company? Let's not even mention what it does yet. We'll keep you waiting. But for 3 years, Choco was in stealth mode, which I find absolutely fascinating. Why did you make the decision to do that?
So we're 3 founders, and we all came from Rocket previously.
Rocket Internet.
Rocket Internet.
The famous cloners.
Exactly. And so we understood the values of being in stealth, so people can't copy you. At once, we were like 6 months in, 1 year in, and we realized candidates that would join us while being in stealth had a very particular profile. We stayed because we reached out to people, asked them if they want to join us at Choco. We didn't tell them in which geographies we were active. We didn't tell them our business model. We didn't even tell them that we were called Choco. We didn't tell them how much money we had. We told them essentially nothing, and many good people still joined us, and that just was an excellent filter to get really like the risk takers, the adventurous ones, the innovative ones in, and I think we still profit from that culture today.
Would you advise entrepreneurs to do a stealth mode in that same way? I mean, in Silicon Valley, the culture has always been tell everybody what you're doing, be pretty open, transparent, attract people to your idea, that kind of thing. That's kind of the culture there. Why would you say it's a good idea to stay in stealth for some business models or all of them?
So I think it depends. We're a B2B company. We can pretty much be very successful. We're operating behind the scenes. So we're not like a B2C consumer app or something that actually needs all of the customer attention. So that's okay. But nevertheless, I think there's a lot of value just because it gives you so much focus. When you don't manage social media, don't manage PR, don't manage marketing, don't even put a website, it just gives you so much focus on just building a great product for your users. And I think we also benefited from that. So it depends.
It depends, right, yeah. So B2B makes more sense perhaps for stealth mode. For 3 years is a long time, man. Wow. So anyway, let's talk about what you are. It's an ordering platform connecting restaurants and food suppliers via an app. And I was reading how chefs use it, to order their ingredients. How does it all work?
Yeah. So essentially, we have tens of thousands restaurants across Europe and the US that use Choco, and all of these restaurants, they need ingredients, right? And they need like fish and meat and vegetables and fruit and hygienic products and packaging. And they'll get that stuff from wholesalers. The large wholesale markets, I believe actually there's one just outside of this area here. And we allow them to order from these wholesalers via our application.
So they order straight from the application. Normally, in the old days, they would have done what? Phone it through?
They would call them. So essentially, if I would be a chef, I would work until 11 p.m., clean the kitchen, sit down, and then just call them and leave a voicemail and say, hey, I'm Daniel, from the restaurant. I need 20 tomatoes, 100 limes, 2 kilograms of chicken breast, and then hang up. Then I'll be like, did I just order the limes? Right? So it's kind of a bad process. And on the other side, there's a food wholesaler, and they're listening when they start working at 3 a.m. in the morning to 20 hours of voicemail, right? And then you hear my voice, which is broken English, heavy accent, hard to understand. And if we're lucky, that's really the same with any restaurant.
Right.
And so it's just a manual process. And that was our starting product, right? We built on this, and today we cover a large part of the restaurant operations, really from everything around costing, food costing, menu planning, team management, and very large part also of the wholesalers' operations, from managing the catalogs, the profitability, the inventory.
I see. So, obviously the food industry is pretty big. I was reading that it's worth $6 trillion for food service industry, and obviously a lot of it's done by just like voicemails, emails, spreadsheets, pen and paper, etc. So it's obviously a big area you're tackling, and I'm quite interested to know how much the food waste is a big part of the food industry, isn't it? And so how much? I gather that you can do a lot of savings via the app. So how does that work? How much food can be saved as a result of using the app?
Yeah. So food waste is actually a very interesting topic because, as you said, it's a $6 trillion a year industry. So it's massive. It's one of the largest, in fact. But we lose around 40% of all the food that gets produced goes to waste. And
why is that, though?
So for several reasons. So 3/4 of that happens inside the supply chain, so before it reaches the consumer, so before it reaches you and me. And that happens mostly because the food system, if you want, so it's like it's a push concept. So let's assume I'm a mango farmer in South Brazil, right? And then I will grow 100 mangoes, and then I'll have them, and then I look to sell them to the exporter. But the exporter will eventually only buy 90, and then the exporter will want to sell it to the importer, who will buy 80, and then importer will sell to the distributor, or sell to the wholesaler, to eventually at some point like 60 is what is actually required on the demand side right here in St. Gallen in Switzerland. And whereas actually an ideal world would be a pull concept, right? Where we kind of know, all right, we know what the demand is, we know exactly how many tons of mangoes are required in St. Gallen, like next week and next year. And accordingly, this is what we can funnel through the supply chain. So we need to establish a push concept. And there's a couple of other things when you just think of the complexity of the food system, essentially what it is. You connect 540 million farmers around the globe. Yeah, farming is the single largest employer on the planet. To 8 billion consumers around the globe, from every country to every country, at all times, with no rest since ever, and a complete absence of technologies. So naturally, it has grown many inefficiencies. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're trying to solve.
So I gather there's the farmers lose income on foods they can't sell, and there's a lot of fuel wasted, I gather, in transporting the food, and retailers, there's lots of stuff that's just not sold.
Yeah.
So if you're a chef, you're ordering 100 mangoes, bang from the wholesaler, you get those 100 mangoes.
Correct.
It's pretty amazing, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you ever worked out how much carbon dioxide you might be saving across the supply chain this way?
So it's very hard to give reliable estimations on how much we save across the supply chain, but we need to just look at the potential of it. Yeah, just to kind of in our mind. Very methodically speaking, if you look at all greenhouse gases out there, then around 1/4, so 25%, comes from energy production. But around the same amount, around 24%, comes from the food system, right? And of those 24% of all greenhouse gases, 40% go to waste. So they have no value at all whatsoever. It's just waste, right?
Yeah.
And then it gets kind of interesting when you continue the thought and you look at transport, which is only about 16% of all greenhouse gases, yet most of the headspace and sustainability flows to electrification. Whereas actually, to have a massive impact, we just need to get rid of waste in food. So there's naturally a large potential, and that potential isn't only a great potential in terms of climate change, but really also it's an economic opportunity, because it's 40% of a $6 trillion market. And so that's why we think it's very interesting, and that's why I think it's possible to build a business there that is economically successful, but actually also has a very positive contribution to the planet.
Well, I think that's absolutely fantastic, and I think it'd be great if actually so many startups could sort of build that into their business model, that sort of CO2 reduction, as you guys have. So you've raised quite a lot of money. You raised about 8 rounds of funding. You have up to was it 274 million you've raised now?
Yeah, I think by now it's 300.
About 300 million now. You have a valuation of about $1.2 billion.
Yeah, it's
according to what I've read. And your early rounds were VCs, investors like Visionaries Club, Atlantic Labs. Atlantic Labs are in Berlin, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Visionaries Club. And then later on, the latest rounds have been with Insight Partners, G Squared, Bessemer Venture, Coatue, etc. When you were raising that, I'm particularly interested more in what it was like when you were doing the early fundraisers. Did investors sort of get the idea straight away? Did you have to do a lot of convincing, or how did it work?
I think no one got it straight away. I think so. It took us 14 months of research and preparation before we actually closed our first round, which was yesterday, 5 years ago.
Right.
And that was by far by far our hardest and most stressful race because no one would buy into the idea. You see, like, it's a large problem, but you can live your life very happily without ever understanding anything about the food supply chain. And so it really took like one or two people that just, you know, believed in us. They said like, hey, like, you look crazy and what you work on is like, you know, beyond what I understand, but I'll go for you. So I think the first rounds have been in particular hard. We've been lucky back then, you know, Christoph Mayer from Atlantic and a couple of other folks in Berlin backed us. And from that point on, we said, look, in the end of the day, the act of fundraising like doesn't exist per se. It's not a skill. We said, look, we need to make the numbers speak. And so we launched 8 weeks later. One of my co-founders, he was our CTO back then. He just churned out the app day and night. And my other co-founder, Julian and me, were running around Berlin and just getting users every day. And
would you actually go into restaurants and talk to them
every
physically?
Day? And like hundreds.
Right.
If you look at we have tens of thousands of restaurants really across the globe, but if you look on the map, there's like one point in Berlin, and we have many users around that point, and we live there, right? Just because when all the restaurants are neighborhoods, but it also enabled us to build a great product, because we just did like 10 iterations each day.
Where did you start? Was it in Mitte or somewhere else? Kreuzberg.
Actually Neukölln back then, and then I lived in Neukölln, my co-founder in Kreuzberg, and we took it from there.
Wow, so you literally physically went into restaurants, explained it to the restaurateur, and then got them signed up on the app.
Yeah, we went to restaurants, and then we went to wholesalers too.
Yeah.
And that's quite an interesting industry when you think about it, because it's almost fundamental infrastructure. It's like those companies are tasked to feed humanity, but they're private companies, and they're usually family-run companies, and you find a couple of hundred of them in any given city. And they mostly drive logistics. They know how to source internationally. You know, they know how to source the mango from Brazil, and then the quinoa from Paraguay, and then the salmon from Scandinavia, and then they bring it to a warehouse, and then they distribute within the cities. And so those are also our customers, and they basically did the same.
So you spent, you took 14 months to raise money, spent 3 years in stealth without telling anybody what you were doing. You didn't have a website, no social media. When your ex-Rocket Internet, did you ask Ollie Samware from Rocket Internet if he would like to fund and be a first funder?
You know, we enjoyed being at Rocket for many years, for many reasons, particular just, you know, hard work and fast learnings and growth. But in the end of the day, we decided, you know, not to go with Rocket as an investor, and for various reasons. And I think what then happened is that, you know, Rocket turned around and copied us, but not.
I'm so surprised. Rocket Internet copied you.
Yeah.
I'm amazed.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? Because like we spent a fair amount of time there, and they didn't copy us with 1 or 2 companies. They copied us with 4.
4.
Yeah,
4
one
clones.
per continent. Yeah.
Ollie, wherever you are, well done. 4 clones from one of your former founders. Goodness me.
Yeah.
Crazy. So how are the clones doing? You're doing pretty well. How are the clones doing?
So we were lucky to be able to acquire one of them
a
couple of months ago. That was the clone operating mostly in Europe. There was one in Latin America. I don't think they exist anymore. There's one in Middle East. I think they're doing okay. Let's see when we get there.
Seems to happen with these Rocket Internet clones. They sort of launch them and then they kind of fizzle out, don't they? Because the founders aren't really that passionate about doing it. They're not really that into it. They get terrible terms anyway. I won't say too more unless I trigger a libel action. Let's talk about, you know, you've raised this money, you're doing really well. You're in how many countries now?
7.
7 countries. And how many employees?
400.
400. So is it really just a matter of scaling now, or is there more to it?
Yeah, so I think the fundamental challenge is that like we are building products for other businesses, and these businesses are like these food wholesalers and food traders, but also restaurants. And And fundamentally today, you can be the best restaurant on the planet and the best chef on the planet and never use any digital tool. And quite similarly, you can be one of the best wholesalers on the planet, at least maybe until a couple of years ago, and never use any digital tool. So our challenge is to bring a very old school industry that has persevered since forever, because it's food, we've been eating forever, and design products for them that this kind of industry will absorb. So for us, it's really like we need to stay on top of our feet, on top of our game, really, and build like products that are simple, that can be adopted by such an old school industry, but like bring a lot of value. But yeah, scaling is one of the major challenges.
Right, yeah. And I noticed that in the pandemic, you launched Choco Market. How does that work?
Yeah. So pandemic, first day of lockdown was, so at the beginning of the pandemic, it's probably been about 2 years old, and our numbers just went up through the roof every week, new record, and it was a very good time for us. And then the lockdown came. And I remember from Sunday to Monday, the volume that is traded on our platform dropped by 98%.
Right.
Just gone. And so you got to cope with the situation, and not only from an economical or business standpoint, but really like from a cultural standpoint too, is like you have like a couple of hundred people there, and what is everyone supposed to do? They're at home, locked down, can't see the family, no purpose, no job. So we said, look, we got to do something, and then I think there's a couple of principles that always help in situations of crisis, and I think one of them is just listen to your users. And as restaurants were closed because of lockdowns, food wholesalers, who deliver usually to restaurants, had warehouses full of food. It was just there, and it would all go rotten.
Yeah.
At the same time back then, first weeks of lockdown, was a really bad experience to go to supermarkets. People were fighting for like toilet paper, and it was crap. And so we just launched online supermarkets. And we made those food wholesalers, which are usually professional restaurant suppliers, to deliver to consumers, like you and me, to our doorstep.
So the wholesalers could use Choco Market to go direct to consumers?
Exactly.
Is that still operating?
No.
Right.
That was just to like clear out all of this warehouse of the food, otherwise would have gone to waste.
Yeah.
And we launched it in 3 weeks in 17 cities, including in countries that we haven't been operative in, and in 2 countries, in the US and in France, went to national TV, and we got too much. I remember we got way too much traction that we could handle. Like, we were not an e-commerce company. We did this new. But I think ultimately it served our purpose. We avoided waste, and it really just gave us something to work on that also just created value for our users. And there's many food wholesalers from the US to Austria and anything in between that are still thankful for us because of that, because we also helped them to make revenues.
Yeah. So you kept them going.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2023. We've been through the pandemic. We also, obviously, the last couple of years were kind of pretty crazy in tech. Many funding rounds, many new launches. Money was cheap. And now, in 2023, money is expensive. We have inflation. Interest rates are going up. It's a different kind of environment now. What sort of things are you thinking about around the tech industry and tech startups, the way they're going to have to sort of behave in the next few years in this kind of new environment?
Yeah. So look, I think in many ways it's challenging, and I think it's challenging for companies who have been born and raised in the time of lavish money, and Choco is one of them. Yeah, we raised 240 million euros since the pandemic, in the last 2 years, if you want so. But I think there's a great opportunity in it, and that it will breed really great culture internally, because it's one thing you can out there and you have a problem, or you want to ship a new feature for a particular user, or you want to expand to a new country, or we need one more person here and there, and you can solve all of those things with just throw money on it. And today the situation is different, right? It's not only about growth, it's about efficiency. And what I've learned is that people live up to their best and become the most thoughtful, innovative in hard times, not in times of extensive, unlimited cash. And I think so the culture around, all right, we have a problem, let's actually go deep and let's actually solve it, And let's not just throw a bunch of cash at this. It's like very fruitful. And I believe the companies who can make the switch will be very successful in the future.
So yeah, it is a different kind of a thing. Would you change anything about what you've done so far? Would you have made different choices, different decisions, or are you pretty happy with how things have panned out?
You know, I think one thing that is always important to remember when starting and running a startup is like the probability is higher that you fail that you succeed. And so essentially your job is to always increase the probability of success, yeah, with every little tiny action that you do. And one very important factor for it is that you should always take as much money as you can. Because it's just, the more money you have, the more time you have to figure things out, also just the more budget you have to do mistakes and learn from them and get better. It just increases your probability of being successful. And so, so I think there were times where we could have taken more, but we were optimizing more on valuation and on dilution and kind of the classic things. And I think retrospectively, it's just, look, in the end of the day, there's just one goal, yeah, and the goal is to win. And you're optimizing for that, and you don't optimize for valuation or for dilution and things like this. And I think, retrospectively, if we had the opportunity, we would have just taken more.
I guess in a way, you can always raise a lot of money, but you don't always necessarily have to spend it, do you?
Yeah.
You can also, you know, leave it in the bank and go, you know what, we're not going to use all of it. Yeah. You can make those choices as well.
Yeah. I think it's a tough one because ultimately the market is competitive.
Yeah.
Everyone has competitors, and like you need to live, and you need to sustain, and you need to win against them. And if everyone is spending lavishly to compete, you will need to join that competition in that game in one way or the other, and you need to start scaling yourself.
I know that you're German and half Lebanese. Kechab is a Lebanese name, right? Obviously, you're quite passionate about that, I know. Do you see yourself expanding much in the Middle East, for instance?
So I think the Middle East, in general, is a very interesting market. In particular, because mobile adoption is so high. Choco is mostly a mobile application. We also run desktop and web applications, but mostly it's mobile. And why Choco is working so well is because, we're transactional. People order food on Choco. But we are a messenger. We're a transactional messenger. And in particular, we know the messenger interface is very well received, very much used in the Middle Eastern markets. And maybe Lebanon wouldn't be our first choice, but certainly the UAE is interesting, a couple of other countries in the Gulf, and maybe Saudi. So, can't say no.
Watch this space. Yeah, I know. Certainly, the food delivery market is absolutely enormous in the Middle East. So that's been super successful. And do you see yourself ever as you're obviously an entrepreneur? You're pretty good at that. It would appear. Are you interested in ever becoming an investor?
It's funny because I had dinner with one of our investors on Monday, and they asked me, and I said, no, I don't think so. It's like we always tell people who want to join Choco. I think one of the very legitimate reasons to join Choco is if you want to start and build your own company at one day. But then people come and they stay a couple of years with us, and some realize I don't want it, and some realize I want it. Then I asked them, okay, look, you should only start a company if every cell in your body tells you to start a company. Don't do it otherwise. It's too hard. Why would you? But I think if every cell in your body tells you to do it, then I personally think would have a very hard time standing at the sidelines and just cheering founders. Nah.
You just want to get involved.
Yeah, you need to make your hands dirty.
Well, I can tell you're very passionate about what you do, and I think we're out of time. So thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Choco. Cheers.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for insight. Thanks, Mike. Thank you. All right, little break time for everyone. Get some coffee, get some water, hydrated or caffeinated or whatever you want to get. At least it's legal. And we'll see each other again at 2:40. Nice. Have a good one. This is a full crowd, my goodness. Wow. Refreshing. Good. We're here to answer a question. Will Europe catch up with Asian and US tech giants? But before I think we hear from our speakers, I think we should hear from you guys. This is, more of a conversation than this is a one-time lecture, right? So who would like to give a take, a 1-minute take? Any takers? If you do a good job, maybe you'll get to sit up here. I'm going to choose one of you. I'm going to stick to my script, I'm going to tell you that. Okay, I'll choose one of you. Good. You? Lovely. Leonard? Yes. Nice to meet you, man. Good.
So I have to explain.
Please say whether you think that Europe will catch up with Asia and the US.
Personally, I think Europe will not, because I'm European myself, but I don't think US and Asia has a certain type of philosophy that about like the liberalism, and that Europe does not have that much. And one thing where I'm from, France, it's like mostly like you keep no changing, and I don't know how it is outside of Europe, like outside of France, but I think I lived 9 years in the States, and there's a completely different type of philosophy, I would say.
Yeah, different types of philosophies, and that's why you think it won't catch up. Interesting. You got some supporters there. Thank you very much, Leonard. Nice. Who wants to catch a bit of a round of applause themselves as well? I've got time for another person to give me their opinion. Yes. You're my friend. What's your name? Ivan? Ivan. Speak your words.
Okay, so I'm a little bit of an optimist. I think Europe will definitely be able to catch up with the US. I think there's like a couple of challenges it needs to overcome first. For me, the most important ones are regulation and the kind of difference in culture that we have between the different countries in Europe. So like the fact that we have so many markets, it's really difficult for any startup to adapt to all the regulations, all the languages, and just all the regions. So yeah, I think if we overcome that, then we can definitely do it.
Amazing. Ivan, what's your background, if I may ask?
I'm from Bulgaria, actually, but grew up in Switzerland. So yeah, maybe I have a little bit more of an international perspective there.
Nice. Whereabouts in Switzerland?
Zurich.
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 Nice. From the town or outside?
A little bit outside.
Okay, what town?
Does anyone know Kirchberg?
Kirchberg?
Yeah.
Kirchberg or Kilchberg?
Kirchberg.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Thalwil. Nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. All right. Thank you very much. Good. Oh, I'm liking this so much. Thank you guys so much for your contribution, of course. Should I smile for the camera? Hi. Nice. Am I going to be on your GoPro video then? Sick. Okay. Okay, if you cut me out, I'm going to come for you. Nice. Will Europe catch up with Asian and US tech giants? Please welcome with me on stage and put your hands together for Yang Son, founding managing partner at Walden Catalyst, and Daniel Gutenberg, super angel and guardian angel of Start Global.
Good afternoon, everybody. What a great pleasure to be here. What a great energy. What a great publicum we have here. And a great honor to have you, Yang Son, on the stage. We're going to have a little discussion today about a few things, but I need to say a few things about what you do. And when I researched, we could have filled the whole 29 minutes just with your past. We have here a really good luck to have you here because you have like 3 types of careers. You have a corporate career at Intel, where you work directly for Andy Grove, who wrote the book on for many people on corporate world. And you were the president of Samsung and have worked your way up for Samsung as the only non-Korean executive up to the top, and you have been doing a career as an entrepreneur, taking Agilent out, building Avago and selling it to can't read my Broadcom, exactly, which is worth 200 billion today. And then you have a career as a startup investor, where you have done unbelievable stuff with Zoom and with Astra and Bitfury, and you've been very well involved in ARM as well. So really, you have done like every single business that one can imagine. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, and I'm really looking forward to what we're going to hear from you. I would like to know, can you tell us a little bit how did it all started, and how did you change from one side of the business to the next?
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody joining me, and also great university here in St. Gallen to have an opportunity. It's my first time, and I'm actually very impressed with the way this team has organized the Start Summit. So I want to give them a big hand. So my career is very simple. Actually, out of my dorm at MIT, I started my first company. And it didn't go too well. I had a Swiss partner, it turned out, so I had a very close connection with Switzerland. And the company began out of Geneva, thinking that, maybe I can optimize the tax. And I totally forget that when you build a company, you should only worry about tax if you make profit. And we eventually have to sell the company out. And I joined Intel. And then I built my corporate career. And that was one of my day job, I call. And then I was always interested in entrepreneurship. And so I think my entrepreneurship experience at school, as well as the early beginning of the career, helped me to build my career, because I was always challenging new ideas and new assignments. And then eventually, I also then invested a night job, I would call, and invested through my family, invested in the companies like Zoom and others that can be able to experience new life. Frankly, when I was investing in 2011 at Zoom, nobody wanted to put money into Zoom. Eric Yuan, the CEO, was looking for venture capitalists, and there was no VCs that are willing to fund him. Why? Because there are way too many companies already funded. So any video conferencing was an old idea, not new idea. So he came up, and I turned out I was enjoying some sports with him, my buddies. So three of us decided, write a check. It was the first check to get the Zoom get started. And what I liked about it, and I think it's really important for entrepreneurs to think about it, is the idea of being able to go same video conferencing, but going from laptop experience to new smartphone experience. Smartphone is still new back then, 2011. So that category was interesting. And also the fact
I'm not here if somebody asks.
the fact that you can be able to transmit and having a conference using a 3G and 4G network, which couldn't be possible back then. He had actually very good compression engine, Kodak engine that nobody knew about. I think those two, along with the one-click button. This was one of the first cloud applications. If you hit the button, you can be able to go into the app directly through CloudLink. And so those three things were really impressed me. So at the spot, I said, I'll write a check. And three of my friends put $875,000 into the company. And that's the story of Zoom. And then, of course, we didn't realize that 2020, pandemic was going to come and really address the communication need of all the people around the world. And I am so happy, not because the company was very valuable, but the fact it was at the right place at the right moment and touching everybody's lives. And that was the Zoom experience.
So, unbelievable story. 2020, I think Zoom was worth more than all the airlines in the world together, which is pretty incredible. And from what I heard, I think you invested together with our friend Bill Tai.
Absolutely.
And he's called the Kite VC. And Young is a great, great kiter. I'm trying to learn from him. When I grow up, I want to be as good as you, but I'm still working on it.
You got time.
So, did it help you to for your decision? Was this like the sports-related friendship? Was that something where you said the three together you're going to do that? Was that at all related with sport? And how was it related? I completely forgot one of the many things I forgot to mention. Was that related with the Extreme Tech Challenge? And can you say a few words about the Extreme Tech Challenge?
So I always believe do something that I'm passionate about. In fact, any jobs, when I get up in the morning, if I'm not excited about what I'm doing, I will change. And that was something that I owed it to myself because I knew that investing is the same. When I invest, I'm going to invest with the people that I care. I invest in the area that I enjoy. So I have a few friends. We have this buddy of group that used to go to Hawaii for kite surfing. And, in a way to justify our spending a week kite surfing every year, we decided to do a startup competition in the morning as a way to kind of maybe tax write-off as a business trip. And so we were doing it. In the process, we found some great companies. You may have heard of Canva. You heard of Canva? Canva is another company that came out of that groups of people that get together, enjoying sports, networking. And Melanie Perkins was 23 at the time, and she was a teacher. And she had this idea that she wants to get back. Again, nobody want to back them up. So she pretends she's a kiter, and she came over to Hawaii and presented her case, and obviously some of us wrote a check and become another history. So I don't know. I think it's important you enjoy the things what you do, you have to be passionate about, and when the good things happen when you do that. So one of the things we decided to do, Bill and I, is morph the startup discussion to something for good. Tech for good is our discussion. So we decided about 10 years ago to make it a sustainable event. So it is the largest startup competition in the world. It's called extremetechchallenge.org. And we go around the world and making sure we encourage entrepreneurs like you in the room and startup community to support UN 17 sustainability goals. So last year, we had over 3,000 finalists that came into competition from over 120 countries. Bill Gates was our keynote speaker to support sustainability at TechCrunch. So this is the kind of stuff that I think I'm passionate about and I enjoy and trying to encourage as a part of our mission.
It's a really great organization. I had the joy of being jury at the Extreme Tech Challenge on Necker Island with Richard Branson, and that was a really memorable event. So your surname, and you are known in the industry of chips, and you're the most connected individual in the chips industry. And the chips industry is something that in Switzerland we used to be, in the 80s I think, we used to do our own chips, but today I don't hear much about it. So I would be interested to know about you, what is the state of the chip industry globally, and then maybe down to Europe, or how you see the environment here, and what is our role and possible problems in the future?
So chips typically represent semiconductor industry. It's about a $800 billion industry. A lot of people didn't think about chips as the destiny until pandemic hits. And all of a sudden, I was getting a phone call from CEO of all the major automobile companies like Daimler, Volkswagen, BMW. Why? Because they finally learned chips are not all the same. Chips are not like potato chips. Actually, the chips has very unique properties, and every chip is different. So to make these chips, you cannot just mass produce chips from some plant. You really need a planning. It takes a long-term investment, and it requires a planning that are sustainable. And during the pandemic, what happened is the whole supply chain collapsed, right? When you think about how globalized chip supply is such that you may design in Switzerland, but maybe it's made in, let's say, in the Taiwan, and then assembled in Singapore or Penang, and then it goes into testing in Malaysia, and then it's shipped to maybe somewhere in the box of Apple systems or Samsung boxes, and then eventually goes to you. It's one of the most globally connected industry. So when pandemic hit, it really tested supply chain challenges. And then when the war broke out, I think it double hit the whole industry as well because of the reality of the Ukraine. But I think what it really create is not just that. People are now concerned about potentially Taiwan getting compromised. I don't know whether you know, 70% of all the chips that we consume in the world are made in this area of Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and China. 70%. And if
except for the Zweifel pump chips, they're made in Switzerland. Still, right?
Okay. So there's always some extra special niche in Europe. Actually, many of invention in chip industry came from Europe. And there are some great companies that came out of it, like ASML, Philips, and Taiwan Semiconductor that you may have heard of, one of the most valuable company in the world. That actually came from Philips Semiconductor process. So it's very interesting how genealogy come from Europe 30 years ago. Today, the whole industry depends on actually Asia. And the geopolitical tension of what happened in Ukraine now it translates to the vulnerability of the supply chain. Because when that changes, it's nothing like what happened in pandemic. It will be 100 times worse. Nothing will be produced. Don't worry about any phones. Probably no communication systems, no cars that can build. So this is a big issue, and we need to figure out how to create more robust supply chain, how to create more independence in geopolitical tensions, and this is why every government, every unions are investing in chips. So there is a big commitment to creating more made in Europe, made in America, made in Asia, and I'm sure China will do made in China programs to enable a more independent supply chain, but it's going to take very long time because it is highly globalized industry.
So what is a very long time, and when do you think a possible conflict between China and Taiwan will happen?
Well, I think this is a more geopolitical tension issues. All I can say is that if something happens in Taiwan, it's not good for anybody. The whole economy will stop, in my view. And I think to generate redundant capacity, we're not talking about 3 years. We're not talking about 5 years. We're talking about 10 to 20 years. Oh, wow. So we have to actually live with the consequence for a long time. So you will see Taiwan, the tension with China, as a chip tension. It's going to go on for a long time as a discussion today. You can actually see this escalation every day.
So you mentioned yesterday there's 80 chips companies being built as we speak. Are those fixing the problem in the next 10 to 20 years, or do we need more?
So there are more efforts by nations to build semiconductor plants in US, clearly. Also in Europe, there is an announcement of Intel and TSMC building plants in Germany, as well as the other locations, and Asia and China in particular. So there's a lot of chip capacity that are coming up. But not all chips are equal, and so ability to build the chips are going to take some time. And I believe over time, there will be enough capacity, but not near term.
Okay, good. So yeah, let's move to your newer jobs to your startup stuff, because that's also the theme of the place here. How do you choose where to invest? That will be the first question, and later we're going to talk about the $100 billion startups and where are they to find in Europe, or where will they be found in Europe. But now, what do you look for when you look for a startup?
I think we look at three things. I think one is what problem are they solving? Is this problem big enough for us to care? And then I think we also look at best team they can solve. So we are going to announce investment in Switzerland in a few weeks. And investment is based on the best team that we think we can find in the area of our domain expertise and interest, which is data and AI economy. So you will see that particular thing, which means we tend to go where leading university is, because this is where a lot of efforts are made. In Switzerland, for instance, we invested in the past companies out of ETH, EPFL. St. Gall, maybe not as engineering centric, so those are the two spots that we spend a lot of time on. In other parts of Europe, Leuven University has a really good science program, of course, Cambridge and Oxford, and then, of course, the TMU, the Munich University. So there are some universities that we follow, as well as a couple in Alcor in France. So this is the area of our interest. And then really it's a team that matters. Can you build a great company with the right team? So this is where founders, the advisors, the team that we can build, because you can have great ideas, but if you cannot go global and be able to compete, that idea may be compromised. So these are the three criteria we always look at. Our focus is not about local company, about building great global company.
So I hope everybody took note. Somebody from Samsung and Silicon Valley looking closely at ETH and EPFL and really, I guess, liking what you see here more than, the whole world will be open for you. And you kind of like to do stuff in Switzerland, which I think is really great. And so why do you think so far we haven't had much $100 billion startups in Switzerland? Like we're missing from this last wave, we're missing the Googles and Microsofts and Facebooks, Meta of this world. Not that many in Europe.
Well, I would say that actually there was some great innovative companies came out. For instance, you all have a mobile phone in your hand. The technology that is driving the processor is ARM. ARM is a startup that came out of Cambridge University, UK. So first of all, I think technology has no border. Technology can come from anywhere. And there is proof that you can build great worldwide company out of UK, out of Europe. I also say, I guess, depending on how you define Brexit perspective, UK is Europe or not? But anyhow, I'll consider it part of Europe. And also, I think the companies like ASML has the really great technology that enable every lithography tools possible. But you're right, last 15 years, if you ask me, can you name one or two that are great platform that came out of it? I would say, Spotify was great, right? That's an example of a company that out there, but not so many. Maybe this is an issue.
Revolut and 26, maybe?
Yeah, Revolut and 26.
Check out.
HANA, so there are some, but I wouldn't call global platform. I say they are still regional platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So do you think in the next 10 years we will have some?
I think the possibility...
Is there anything we need to do to make them?
I think the possibility is there. Possibility is anywhere. But I do think it requires 4 things to enable. And 4 things would be the entrepreneurs that are sitting in the room have to have an ambition that you want to be big, you want to be bold, you want to be able to change the world, right? This is one example of your dream, rather than optimizing in the local market. I'm not saying local solution is bad solution. It's just a question of globalized ambition perspective. You have to think big, audacious goals that can go after big problems. So that's one. I think to do it, you also need an ecosystem of advisors that you can work with. So your advisor, if you have a global ambition, work with the global people rather than local discussions. So when I want to invest in Europe, I want to make sure, first thing I will do is I will change the board. And I want to bring in global advisors that can help the company if we want to be a global company. So that's an example of how do you build advisors and board that can help. Your financing, your money should also come from global if you want to be a global company, because this is how you're going to change and change the dynamics. And then lastly, I think your team should be global, because this is how you're going to move much faster than more local-centric. So I made these 4 conditions. It's not that easy. And I know Europe is also one Europe, but it's many countries. So fragmentation makes it hard. But in a day when everything is digitalized, in a day when everything can go to cloud and mobility, then I believe the experience can be global, like Zoom has done. Zoom could be done from anywhere. It just happens to be a Silicon Valley company. So I think it is possible, but it requires changing those 4 items. And it takes time, but I think it is very possible.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm not sure how much time we have left, because there's no watch up on the screen. But I think we probably have time for 1 or 2 more questions, unless you have questions.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So you've been known as unicorn hunter, and you've been chasing number of unicorns in this area. How do you see the comparison of and potential to become 100 billion platform companies of companies you've been investing?
A good question. I think going forward, there's a lot more deep tech stuff happening. The 100 billion platforms that we have seen now were more like on sales consumer side platforms that were good selling to a lot of people, which is great as well. But I think now the next wave is going to go more deep tech, more AI, more hardware, more the stuff that comes out of ETH and EPFL. And I think we have a good chance to play in that field. When I started investing in startups more than 20 years ago, people didn't want to work in startups. In Switzerland and actually in Europe, people wanted to have secure jobs in large companies. They wanted to come out of universities and go in a consulting job maybe, and then make a good salary in one of the large companies. And today, of course, it completely changed. I mean, you're not even secure if you're in a large bank anymore, as we could see last weekend. And people really start to love startups, and that's why events like this grow every year, because there's more and more people who want to go this route. So I think we have a very good chance of seeing much more very large exits in the next 10 to 20 years in Europe. And I'm really looking forward to also see some of the people that are here building some $100 billion companies. And I really think it's worthwhile to think big or think very big instead of just big, because it doesn't cost more.
I would say any global companies, it's all global competition. So the work ethic, the culture is not about preserving what you have, but being able to compete with companies that are outside. And that's a much different kind of competition. And when you do that, then I think you can build great companies as well.
All right. Well, thank you all so much, HSC, for having us. Thank you for listening to us. And thank you, Yongsung, for looking at the European market and being so strong and paying so much attention to what's going on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you so much. It's great having you. Und danke nochmal, gell? So schön. Nice. All right, we'll shuffle around a little bit, everyone. There's the camera again. We like that. See, I always get best friends with the people in the first few rows. Leonard, what's your name? Philip. Oh, you're going to like this one. Do you maybe want to have a seat here, please? It's a triple Philip one, eh? Philip, what is it you do? You're a student. Here at the university? Where? King's College? In London? Go on, mate. Are you in one of those student accommodations on the south of the river?
Which one are you?
Like there are many there, right?
There are quite a few. Yeah.
Okay, are you in one of those or not?
I am, but a bit further south. Not further south,
Yeah.
opposite Chelsea, Vauxhall.
Amazing. Any friends from London around? Your brother is from London as well. Oh, but we don't have... Did somebody say London? No? Mate, all the weight on your shoulders now. Representing King's College. Nice. Good stuff. By the way, I recently moved from London to Berlin. It's been about 4 weeks, and if anybody's looking for some friends, I am as well. So hit me up. Very much looking forward to that. And I feel like there are loads of people from Berlin. Who's from Berlin? Berlin? Jawohl. Sehr gut. Berghain. See, sometimes the mouth speaks before the brain thinks. That's what you get, you know, what you need to get into Berghain. Okay, great. Oh, nice. We have a bit of networking going on there. Nice. Okay, good. Everyone, are you guys ready? You seem ready. Yup. Nice. Okay. Next up, we're going to talk about from building a unicorn fashion marketplace in LATAM to founding a B2B payments venture in Europe. And it is going to be by the two Philips that we're going to have on stage here. The first Philip is Philip Povel. Philip Povel is the co-founder and co-CEO of Mondu. And then we have Philip Dames. He's the founding partner of Investor of the Year 2022, Cherry Ventures. So please put your hands together for the amazing duo, Philip and Philip.
All right. Great to be here at Start Summit. Welcome. Thanks for joining. And I'm very excited to be here today with Philip, who is not only one of our Cherry Ventures portfolio founders, but he's also a very close friend of mine. Because Philip and I, we met not when he started Mondu, but we met a long time ago when I was still building Zalando in Berlin. Philip's first startup was a startup that may not have been as successful as Mondu is, but it's a startup that we actually acquired with Zalando and then integrated the business into our processes. And that's how we got to know each other. And then Philip went on to start another company, which ended up being a unicorn in Brazil, which was a fashion, e-commerce, and marketplace business called Dafiti. So we'll speak a little bit about that. And then obviously we'll speak about Philip's transition from Brazil back to Germany when he started Mondu. And even though I'm heavily biased, because of course we're an investor in Mondu, I can say that Mondu is probably the most, or at least one of the most exciting fintech companies in Europe at the moment. Mondu, in the middle of a very, very difficult market, Mondu has raised, I think, a total of over 80 million.
Yes.
I think the largest Series A for any fintech company in Europe, with over 50 million that these guys have raised. And we're going to talk a little bit about Mondu, the business model, maybe also some of the challenges. But then, of course, we mostly, of course, want to learn about Philip's personal story. So I'm, very, very happy to be here with you today. And let's maybe get started by your first couple steps into the world of entrepreneurship, starting MyBrands, starting Dafiti then afterwards. Like, what were the key highlights of that story, and then also what made you go back to Germany and Europe and start Mondo here?
Yeah. Well, thanks for the kind introductions. And let me say first that it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very thankful to be speaking to you guys. It's a great event, great organization. Congrats to that. So as you pointed out, maybe my first company wasn't such a great success. We were still acquired. It still felt good at that time. But I'm actually half Brazilian, half German. I was born in Brazil. And I always had this longing for Brazil, always. And I won't be scientific about it. It was more really about the food, the beach, the lifestyle, not so much really about building a business. But then in 2009, the perfect alibi came towards me, which was Brazil was shown on the cover of The Economist with Brazil Takes Off. And that gave me the perfect reason to start looking more into Brazil from a business perspective. And ultimately, I went over there and started a company called Tafichi, which still is the largest fashion e-commerce in Brazil. We very quickly expanded into other markets, Argentina, Chile, Colombia. We had a little intermezzo also in Mexico, also not that successful, to be honest. It became a great success. Yeah, so we led it for about 10.5 years. We eventually went public also after we merged with other companies through Global Fashion Group in 2019 on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. We ended up building a company, that employed thousands of employees with hundreds of millions of transactions, etc. And it was, really, really great to do that in Brazil. The country where I was born and where I was also able to build an ecosystem at that time when things were still very young.
Yeah, and I think, what do you think are the key differences doing business in Germany and Brazil? I think there's a couple of stereotypes that probably all of us have in mind, but are they true?
Well, some are, some aren't, right? So I guess Brazil has a few things that are very difficult to cope with. For instance, paying your taxes right is difficult. Building a company at some point was difficult, labor law. So the whole regulation piece at that time was very complicated. But I must say the last 10 years, Brazil has undergone really substantial transformation, and this has helped. But I guess what I always liked about Brazil was this, and Latin America in general, that the customers are really trying something new. They want to improve their life. They strive for new things, innovation. And I guess it was really good at that time.
So what made you move back then? Why start the next company in Berlin and not in Sao Paulo or Rio de Janeiro?
Yeah, well, when I look at the weather, I sometimes still question myself. But I think it was mainly for family reasons. I have family. I wanted them to be in a more secure environment. And at some point, when you lead a company for so long, it's about doing something new to really have this intellectual challenge. And that's why we also decided not to do e-commerce specifically, again, become a merchant, but rather to use the knowledge that we have and build on top of that and do something new where we could discover also new things. And Berlin was a natural choice because we have a network there. We know we have friends, family, etc. So it was easy.
I think it's a fascinating decision because at the end of the day, you decided against serving the consumer directly, like you did with Tafichi, and instead sort of building the picks and shovels for other businesses to be successful online. And I think it's very much a trend also when we look at what are the things that we're investing into. It's much less of the direct to consumer, much less of the consumer topics, but it's really sort of the emergence of B2B technologies and B2B software. So. And then fintech, probably one of the areas where we've seen the most venture funding go into. That was obviously also the case for Mondu. But specifically, why did you decide to start Mondu, a buy now, pay later for businesses?
So the first thing that we saw, well, when Malte and I, my co-founder, we thought about this, we had built a successful business, so we said, okay, whatever we do, it needs to be meaningful, right? So we want to have something that is large and where we can have an impact. And we also said, if we do something, let's try to leverage some of the experience that we have.
Yeah.
And when you look at B2B payments, it is probably one of the largest markets there are on the planet. And that's not even, I'm not even exaggerating. It's a $125 trillion market. And it is a market that hasn't seen significant disruption basically over the last years. And it is a market that has significant challenges. And you see a lot of disruption and new things happening in the B2C world. And then at the same time, what we saw is also that B2B e-commerce is actually 4 times larger than B2C. And it doesn't have the right infrastructure to really be successful. And then those two things really said, were strong indicators for us that this is really, really meaningful. And especially also because those are topics that we actually understand, where we can deliver significant customer value.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at both the consumer side of things, where of course you have very established buy now, pay later players like Klarna in Sweden, and a couple of others in different markets. And then we were fascinated by the development of the professionalism of B2B merchants online, right? They were becoming more and more professional. There were more and more transactioning happening online in a B2B context. And then there weren't really any tools out there that these merchants had to optimize their customer experience, to optimize conversion rate and the checkout. And this is, of course, where now sort of buy now, pay later steps in. But it's a very different business than a consumer side, right? Because the scoring is very different. The risk that you take on of your server business customer is very different. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that. What are the key challenges as well if you are thinking about your current business model?
Yeah. So maybe let me talk about 2 things. So the first one, what are the complexities, and also what are the differences to B2C, right? So the complexities, I think there's one obvious thing. We're not scoring an individual, we're scoring legal forms. And there isn't just one legal form. There are more than a dozen legal forms just in Germany, and every country has different legal forms. And that has implications on how you identify businesses, how you score them, what kind of data you can use, etc. The second one relates to less obvious things. B2B payments is more complex. It involves more stakeholders. Typically, you have accounts payables, accounts receivables. You have different industries that have different needs. You have also different company sizes with different needs. And so if you want to be successful, you need to become almost like a Swiss Army knife, versatile, to cater to the needs of all those different businesses.
And I think the interesting thing about Mondo is you're not only thinking about B2B transaction in the online context, so it's not only integrating into the online checkout, but you try and place Mondo wherever the customer is. So you're present with your solution at trade shows, at industry events, wherever there's a purchase or a transaction being made, you guys are there to sort of enable this buy now, pay later business.
Exactly. And I think it's important to say, because we speak about B2B and buy now, pay later in the same context, B2B payments, for me, is inherently connected to buy now, pay later. If you ask 95% of businesses in Europe how they pay, they will say, I want to pay with net terms of 30 days. When you go to the US, 70% of businesses actually pay through paper checks, which is a form of, having net terms. And so we send net terms in a digital form, and we provide basically an approval instantaneously for transactions up to 15,000 euros in the checkout, and as you pointed out, also in a multi-channel approach through an additional app where you can basically, in a trade fair, do that over the phone, etc., and really close your customers fast.
And you guys started in Germany, and I saw, and obviously we discussed this in the board, but yesterday was the day of the announcement. You guys also now are present in the UK. So talk to us a bit about sort of the vision that you have for Mondo on a global scale.
Yeah, no, good question. I think our vision is connected to the B2B markets, payment market. And we want to become a financial services platform of choice for SMBs. The first question, why a platform? I believe that platforms are ultimately the best business model. So if you just consider the last 1.5 years where platforms have also suffered, traditionally platforms represent the largest market caps in the world. Now it's more oil companies and other things. Let's see if that changes some point. But but they're successful because they ultimately create a virtuous circle of innovation that creates itself network effects and switching cost. And we want to do exactly this with BNPL. We believe that BNPL is actually the best wedge into a broader B2B market. Why BNPL? Because it has most likely the lowest customer acquisition cost. Once we do that, we create what we call a privileged asset that enables us to connect also additional services that we either build or we actually connect external services to our platform, and allows us to create really this network effect that ultimately benefits the user. Yeah.
So I want to switch gears a little bit, because I know there's many founders in the audience, many future founders, hopefully. Anyway, it's like, who is or wants to start a company in the audience? Let me see. Yeah, fair amount of hands going up. That's great. So come pitch Cherry, of course, but then let's talk a little bit about your learnings, being a founder. What were adversities that you've dealt with, maybe also with switching from Brazil to Germany, but just in general, like, what's the most important for you when you are building your company?
So I'll talk about adversities afterwards. I guess the adversities will basically inform also what you feel is important when you build it. And I have my share of mistakes, I must say. The first thing is definitely to hire the right team, right? So the first thing, and there's this famous phrase from Jim Collins, it's first the who, then the what, right? So build the right team fast. Otherwise, you will be working on stuff all the time and maybe you're not doing it well, right? So think very hard about the right people, the right organizational structure, the right level of seniority also at the different stages. The second thing is, when resources are scarce, what is extremely important is to prioritize. And that's always the case in a startup. You always don't have the resource that you need, so the clarity of vision, the clarity of strategy is extremely important. And many people think they have a strategy, but they haven't really thought through all the layers of it. Then the other one is definitely to maintain a learning mindset, to be adaptable. And I guess what's more behind that is to be humble, right? So as a founder, you know, there are phases that are very easy and others that are not so easy. And in the ones where you're successful, you always need to question yourself and ask yourself, you know, if you're doing something wrong, yeah? And you need to learn with your mistakes, because there will be quite a few. And then maybe a good piece of advice also for the current environment: cash is king. Yeah, so
no, that's a good one. Cash is king.
Yeah, you need to get cash, and you need to take care of it. You need to understand its dynamics, the KPIs that, you know, inform your decision making, and that's absolutely essential.
I like cash is king. It's obviously in the current market even more true than a few years ago, where cash was free, basically. What I like even more is what you said earlier, first the who, then the what. Let's maybe talk about the most important who. I'm not saying I think we're not going to talk about your spouse, but I want to talk about your co-founder, who is probably the second most important who in your life, maybe the one you're spending more time with than with your wife at the moment. But you guys have been working together for a very long time, right? Yeah. And MyBrands, Dafiti, now Monus, always Philip and Malte together. So what are the quality you are looking for in a co-founder? Obviously by now, Malte, it's fair to say that he has those qualities. And then maybe also for founders that are asking themselves the questions, do I want to do this alone as a single founder, or do I want to form a group? Like, what's your advice there?
Well, I'm definitely biased, and I have to say this, otherwise, you know, if my wife watches this, or my mother, she will be disappointed. So number 2 are my kids, and then number 3, my mother, and then Malte is after that, but it's still high enough.
Fair enough.
So first question, would I have a co-founder? I definitely would say yes. I always like to have a sparring partner, somebody on your same level. I think it's very useful, and actually the statistics speak for themselves. There's actually, and you know this much better than me, people that have co-founders tend to be more successful. It conditions you somehow. What I always think made our relationship work was, the first thing is that we never questioned each other's intention. And the reason is that we always had very similar goals, and it was basically to drive success for the business. And there was never a personal agenda, who has more spotlight, who is more successful, et cetera, et cetera. It was always this. When you have this common purpose, this common goal, it just makes things very easy because you don't question the integrity of other people, but rather you challenge how things are done. And then you respect each other, right? So that's the first thing, and I think the first and foremost thing, building this trust. And the second thing, I guess, is ideally you find somebody that's complementary to what you do. Somebody that makes you somehow complete as a founder. That doesn't mean that you don't avoid fights. You fight, actually.
Yeah.
But it actually helps you. Yeah. It gives you always a different perspective and makes you better. Yeah.
I agree. I think looking at our portfolio, there are examples of very successful single founders. But I think the strength of having a complementary team together with exactly those characteristics, so aligned ambitions, respect and trust and complementarity, I think that goes a very, very long way. Another stakeholder that obviously is important for any company that raises the amount of money that you guys did is obviously your investors. Mm-hmm. And obviously, we spoke very, very early, but how would you describe that relationship? What are the kind of things that you're looking for in an investor?
Yeah, probably very similar to a co-founder. If you think about it, or maybe let's take a step back. When you build a company, it's not always shiny, right? You will go through ups and downs, and quite a few downs, actually. You will question yourself, and you will screw up. And your investor shouldn't just be an investor, it should be a partner. And that's what we always look for. And for instance, when we thought about our new company, as you can imagine, we had a few requests in terms of investors that wanted to come in. For us, it was really about having a partner and somebody we could also trust. Somebody that knew what it meant also to be a founder. Somebody that understands that things aren't always a straight line. And somebody could actually add some value, right? And yeah, that's why we thought of the investors that we have now.
Yeah. I think you also took some money from the US, right?
Yes.
Was that strategic, or was it more because they paid the highest price?
No, we just needed the cash. It goes back to the cash is king. No, I mean, when I look at the three funds that invested in us, it's a very similar theme, right? So it's founder-led. We have a direct link, and that's extremely helpful to take very quick decisions and also bounce some ideas and get good feedback.
Great. All right. So I think we're out of. I'm checking the time here a little bit in parallel because we don't have a time on stage, but I think we're out of time. I would like to say, if you want to work at Mondu, you guys are recruiting, and there's a lot of open roles. And similarly, if you wanted to, get some experience in startups, maybe not quite ready to start your own, there's a big portfolio you can check out on our website, and we're really, really happy to see lots of you applying and working in our companies or generally in any startup company. I think it's the most exciting job out there, and I hope you all, or most of you, will find their way into entrepreneurship. So thanks very much for your attention, and thank you, Philipp, for sharing your insights.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for the questions. And also, I would like to say the same. We launched Mondu in Germany, Austria, Netherlands. We just announced the UK, as you pointed out. If you're looking for a job in those countries, let us know. We're always looking for smart and talented people to join our team. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phillips. Great job. Thank you so much, man. Pleasure. So nice to meet you guys. Okay, amazing. For the first time in the history of Start Summit, and it's a long history, we have a bit of extra time. So I'm going to do something that I'm not supposed to, but I mean, rules. Is anybody fundraising? Any startup fundraising? You. Do you want to come forward a little bit? What is it you do? Amazing. You know what? Because we're going to talk about LATAM, do you want to pitch your company to everybody? Yeah? Should we have a pitch? Yeah. Yeah. Should we have a pitch on stage? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. Do you need a hand or do you do it yourself? Yeah, come on. There you go. Lovely. What's your name? Claudia. Claudia. Very nice to meet you. Claudia, this is your microphone. You've got 2 minutes. And you go absolutely ham. Please place yourself in the middle there. These people are lovely. They all smile. And they welcome Claudia with a warm round of applause.
Hi, can you hear me well? Bueno, thank you for this random opportunity. I'm Claudia Alarcón. I'm a fellow of the START Fellowship Program, the first generation. I founded Ciencia Sí. It's a science outreach company based in Mexico, and we work to empower Latinos through science all over the world. We just finished a tour this week here in Switzerland through CERN, PSI, and all the research institutes that are super cool, together with super nice places. We do scientific tourism to do science communication in an experimental way. We also do events. We propose to have a science overview of everything you can do, but experiment it. Not only hear about it, but connect to the environment, to the scientists, and break the gap between the non-scientists and the Latin American community. We also work in English and Spanish, and we have a kids non-profit organization which will provide free STEM workshops for the babies. And it's focused not only in giving them how to make a volcano, we focus on how to develop soft skills through the hardships of science. So it's okay to fail, it's okay to build resilience through experiments, and we empower the little kids through our program. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and say yes to science, Ciencia Sí. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. That was lovely. Thank you very much. That takes such an amount of balls. I like that. Claudia? Enchanté. Okay. Should we hear another pitch? Do you want to hear another pitch? Yeah? Do you want to hear another pitch? Yeah. Who wants to pitch? Come on. You've got a START shirt as well. Yeah, I have. Are you part of the team? Oh, you're a fellow. Come on. Do you want to have a hand? There you go. Go on. Nice.
This is amazing.
What's your name?
My name is Vytis Karanauskas.
That's a very nice name.
Not very Latin name, but yeah, I'm from Colombia.
From Colombia. Even that. Perfect. Please stand in the middle. The stage is
amazing.
yours.
Thanks so much. Hello, everyone, and hola. How's it going? My name is Vytis Karanauskas. I'm 23, and just as Claudia, I'm also part of the START Fellowship. I'm actually on the batch that's currently running. And yeah, basically, we're developing deposit insurance for the crypto ecosystem. So right now, the crypto ecosystem is very similar to how banks were a century ago, in the sense that back then, if your bank failed, your money was gone. This was basically solved through deposit insurance. Deposit insurance is a special type of insurance that gives you your money back if in case your bank fails. And that's exactly what we're developing. We're developing deposit insurance so people and companies can invest confidently in the crypto ecosystem. Right now, we have a platform where you can quote, buy, and also claim insurance. Our platform is not live yet. Basically, our platform is a mock platform where users basically go through the purchasing process, and at the end, there's a banner saying, your purchase was not completed because we're not live. And we're not live because we're looking for an insurance company that can basically help us create our product. And yeah, we're trust, and we're making the crypto ecosystem just as trustworthy as banks.
Great job.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. There you go. Don't trip when you go down. Well, you've got young knees, mate. Okay, that's very nice. Good. Make sure that your friends took pictures and photos. Did you take photos and pictures of his? Yes. Are we going to see it on your LinkedIn? Of course. course we are. Yeah, we know how that works. Okay, nice. Very nice. Are you guys ready for the next session? Yeah, lovely. We've already, oh no, actually I need to keep this. We've already had 2 startups from LATAM pitching, which is so great. I'm loving the chances of these, so that's very nice. The next session is going to be all about the Start Fellowship. So if you see people walking around in these shirts, they're very, very bright, go talk to them because those are Start Fellows. Now here tonight, or today, yeah, today. Here today, you don't see the sunlight so much. We have, first and foremost, we have Maite Muniz. Maite Muniz is the co-founder of Trurora. Then we have Rafael Capella, who's the co-founder and CEO of Reworth. Then we have Roberto Pereira, the co-founder of Cleavy, moderated by none other than Janos Gründling, the managing director of the Start Fellowship. So everyone, please put your hands together, and this is going to take a while. Maite Muniz, Rafael Capella, Roberto Pereira, and Janos Gründling.
Okay, hi everyone. It's exciting to be on stage. I hope everyone enjoyed the conference so far. And yes, my name is Janos. I'm the managing director of our philanthropic accelerator Start Fellowship. And together with my guests, I would like to talk about the Latin American startup ecosystem. So first up, I have Rafael. Rafael is the founder of Reworth. He's actually Swiss and in Mexico since 2014. Reworth simplifies how banks and merchants engage their customers. Next up, I have Maite. Maite is Mexican, and she went through Y Combinator. But most importantly, she's the co-founder of Trurora, a company that helps banks and marketplaces authenticate their users or customers through KYC technologies. And last but not least, I have Roberto. Roberto is also Mexican, and he's the founder of Cleavy, the first digital clinic in Mexico, focusing on diabetes treatment. I mean, let's jump right into it. Why LATAM?
Well, hi everyone, great to be here all the way from Mexico. And I guess when we think of LATAM, we have to really understand that it's a really big economy that we sometimes here in Europe don't have in mind that much. And just to give you a few numbers to bring it into context, it's 615 million people, so twice the size of the US, and the GDP is actually really big. It's 18% higher than China. So this brings a big opportunity when you're a startup to have a really big market to target. So you have a lot of users with tons of needs, and I think that's what makes it so special when you're thinking on a new market to launch into.
Yeah, thanks, Maite. Yeah, thanks everybody for the invitation. Super nice to be here. Yeah, I mean, the size is huge in Latin America. I think there's opportunities in everywhere there. The market is really underserved from education, finance, health. So everywhere you see something that you can attack and something, a service you can fulfill. So it's pretty good there. Also, the mobile phone penetration is really high. There's a lot of young customers there. So yeah, it's really amazing to be there. Yep, thank you.
Okay, and I mean, Rafael, you're Swiss. Why did you actually decide to launch in Mexico?
Because I love tacos. But apart from that, what we mentioned, it's a massive market. Mexico has 128 million people. It's the 7th largest country in terms of social media use. So people make the jump from no service, no data, no mobile phone to directly going mobile, going fully online. So you can bring services to 99% of the people that they haven't had before. So you have a direct impact, basically, on the entire population, getting people not only out of poverty, but also helping them to get to the next level in education, health, and fintech, as we said, like better access, better services. And so building in LATAM or building in Mexico, for me, was kind of after Southeast Asia a logical step and see like, okay, this is the next region that's going to boom. It's huge. It has a massive potential. And that's why I'm there. And it's been a lot of fun.
Amazing. I mean, in Europe, everyone talks about Y Combinator. Maite, you have been in Y Combinator. What role does Y Combinator play in the Latin American startup ecosystem?
So for us, it definitely has a big impact. And I mean, being from Mexico, it's way closer. So this means that the direct impact is a little bit bigger than here, in a sense that American investors really go into the region and they really help. And it also really shapes how the community in Mexico and the rest of LATAM has been formed in the startup community. It's not the only one in the ecosystem, but it's definitely one that brings a ton, I would say, rigor and a ton of structure to the founders. So myself, I was there around 4 years ago, and definitely the impact that they have on helping you go faster in your startup. They give you structure, they give you ideas, and they bring this mindset that I think is really important in the startup world, that you need to execute really fast and you need to test things faster. When we think about Mexico and LATAM, we've just said that it's not as serviced in many of the places, so that means infrastructure sometimes fails, and when you're trying to build something that may be a little bit discouraging. So I think having someone like YC or some other accelerators that help you sort of push through, they connect you to different people, they help you network, they help you get to VCs faster and so on. It really helps sort of push that barrier that may be really harder if you were doing it alone. So it definitely has some advantages that I think have helped the region a lot. Many of you don't know this, but there's lots of more local unicorns that have been through YC. There's a big population of Mexicans and Latin Americans that go to YC every year. And I think that's really helped shape the community. There's like a good group. And I mean, there's other accelerators that I think we can talk a little bit more about, but it's having these types of groups helps build a community that's really important for startups to grow.
Yeah, and I mean, Rafael, you have been, for example, involved in Latitude. Why don't you tell us more about Latitude?
I think it's a very similar point. When I moved to Mexico 2014, there was basically not really a big ecosystem. The ecosystem in Mexico really started 2012 pushed mainly by Rocket Internet. And so the first couple of entrepreneurs worked in Rocket Internet, 20, 30, 40 people, it grew 100, 200 people. And then what was really missing is the community. You need engineers, you need product people, but also you need founders. And to get founders, you need to build a very strong community, like a system, a support system that comes with you. So Y Combinator, as Maite mentioned, is extremely good in getting startups to focus on what's important on the road. Latitude, on the other hand, when they started to build the community. They started to build a support network for this very lonely journey as a founder, where you can actually find other people, other founders, other CEOs, CTOs, to talk to them and really ask questions like, how does it not work? You're not going to go to your investor and say like, hey, I have a huge problem here, like how should I solve that? No, like you go to another CEO and say like, hey, how did you do it? What's your experience? And you try to do it better. And so Latitude, like as well Y Combinator, there is a couple of other ones, Nutopia, Platanus, in LATAM are really helping to shape the ecosystem, help to bring new entrepreneurs into the market, make less mistakes, and essentially grow faster. And I'm sure that because of that, because of this ecosystem, we're probably 15 years behind Europe, but we'll see a lot more unicorns, and we'll see for sure companies that come out of LATAM that innovate globally and that are going to conquer globally. And so this ecosystem has started, and we'll see a lot more coming out of it.
Amazing. So, I mean, it's all about also the build-up of ecosystems, right? And I know probably many Europeans might know Nubank, and I think this is also something that actually plays a huge role for ecosystems, which is entrepreneurs actually doing exits and then maybe reinvesting also in the local ecosystem. How do you see this in the Latin American startup ecosystem during the past years?
I didn't understand the question.
It's really hard to hear. Okay. So I mean, exits are quite important also for the build-up of startup ecosystems, right? And some Europeans, like if you think about the startup from Latin America, many Europeans have Nubank in their mind, right? So how do you think has the exit of entrepreneurs also affected the local ecosystem? And how is this contributing towards the build-up of an ecosystem in Latin America?
Right. So I would definitely say that having success stories such as Nubank, and there's plenty of others, you guys may know Rappi and Corner Shop and so on. There's multiple other Clip in Mexico that have been successful entrepreneurs. And I think just as in here, it really helps shape the community. It helps on my end, where I think it helps the most, it helps customers understand how a startup can impact from different points of view, and it's really pushing the community. And there's plenty of examples, not just in fintech, which is big, or in marketplaces that have been growing recently. But I think the impact can really be noticed on multiple industries, such as healthcare, education, and so on. And it's up to both founders that succeed and the ones that don't as much to help build that word of the community, bring more investors in. Like every Series D or E that comes into LATAM, what it really does is it opens the eyes of investors to probably bring in their Series A, right? So I think that flush of capital really helps the region to grow a little bit faster.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think it also helps like keep the dream alive, right? So we just saw Nubank go IPO for 40 billion, right? So we also hear a lot of the Rappi mafia, like ex-co-founders, people working there, like early employees, working in other startups, funding other startups. So of course that helps a lot. First of all, to motivate other people, other founders, and also to help them grow, create this community that we're talking about. So yeah, it's really, really important that these things happen. And I think, and we see it more often in the last couple of years.
I think also super important to understand on this side of the world is that in Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, people don't have social security really. I mean, there is in some countries, but it's very low. So for a person to go into a startup, living the risk of working in a startup, having long, very, very long hours, or go and work for Coca-Cola for not a good salary, but stability is like a huge choice to do for people that come out of university. So we needed 2019, 20, 21 to get funding out of the US to really drive. We got like $16 billion of venture investment in Latin America. It's a lot less than if you look at Europe for a much bigger market. But that really helped us to drive salaries up so we can pay people better salaries, but also give the confidence to an entire group of people, to millions of people, to actually do STEM, do engineering, do product, get into startups, and start to work in the ecosystem. Because we still need to teach an entire ecosystem. Like there is not that many founders, but there is also not that many people that you can work with or you can hire. So we're in that stage, we built this ecosystem, and that's going to be then the next wave of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, once we've all had like bigger companies and more new banks in LATAM.
Definitely, and I think it's the talent, what's needed in the talent is there, but pushing the talent to actually want to innovate, be in startups, and sort of, as Rafa mentioned, study to be a developer, study or be part of a startup to be a product manager. It's bringing in talent that has a lot of risk that may be great, and having these exits sort of puts in the map that all the effort, all the hours, and that little bit of a risk can have a huge upside. That's a little bit easier when there's less risk, and I think right now LATAM is going through that transition of, the risk is worth it, I learn a lot, I get a lot of exposure, I can grow a business. And it's also really true that you change more lives, you impact a lot, and I think at some point we mentioned it, we're building things for a community or countries that don't necessarily have the infrastructure. So it's not that we're optimizing towards something that's already built. We are trying to build and give opportunities and give access to technologies to people that just may not have them before. So I think that's also part of what keeps the ecosystem rolling a little bit.
Amazing. And I mean, we were talking a bit before about the healthcare system, that there's actually not that much access in Latin America, or not a good access to healthcare. Maybe also relating to this, what opportunities do you see in Latin America during right now and also the coming years?
Yeah, so I think the lack of infrastructure in the health system creates a lot of opportunities for us. Like for example, in Mexico, 66% of the population, they don't have social security. So they don't have access to health. 30% of the population has diabetes. That's a huge percentage. So for us that we focus on specifically on diabetes, it's a huge market, right? It's more than 30 million people with diabetes just in Mexico, and they don't have access to health. The first cause of death for women in Mexico is diabetes. So it's a really, really big problem that we're attacking. So it's huge. I don't know, it's sometimes makes me happy, sometimes makes me sad, because the opportunity is big, but also it's a huge problem. So in problems like this, you can find them everywhere, in finance, in education, in health. So yeah, I think everywhere you scratch, you will find some big numbers like this. Yep.
Okay. And maybe Rafael and Maite, what are other sectors that you think are going to be like big problems that need to be solved in Latin America during the coming years?
Sure. I'll leave fintech to you. I'll do education. So, I mean, it's, I think, no secret that education can have a ton of impact on a community and a society. But something we need to understand in LATAM is you don't need to solve education for the top tier. We need to solve education for more bottom of the pyramid type of families that want access and don't have it. And this is not just sort of getting better teachers. I think this is something on how can we help and use technology and bring it to those people that want to get educated, that could have way better of a future and impact their families more if we just gave them a little bit more access. So to give you guys some examples, obviously the pandemic switched everyone online, but we're talking about communities that they may have smartphones, but they obviously don't have computers. Data, at least in Mexico, is extremely expensive. So some of the solutions that are starting to emerge is using WhatsApp to give classes, for example. WhatsApp has a ton of access. Mexico has great access. Like 90% of the population uses WhatsApp. So now there's teachers and lessons that are trying to bring education to a set of new generations through a message, sending, the homework back and so on. And there's multiple things that you can think on innovation for education. And I think it's part of our challenge. And we're going to see a lot of startups emerging on how do you gamify and get people to want to study and want to move forward in a way that they don't require top technology such as computers and access to Wi-Fi 24/7. So I think we can do a lot of impact there, and there's a huge opportunity, and that's both for people in cities and for people more in the country in the middle of nowhere. So I think that's going to be really interesting as well.
Yeah, I could jump on fintech, my favorite topic.
Of course.
But I think we all think about, a lot of people think about fintech and challenger banks, and everybody talks about banking the unbanked in emerging markets. But the question is, why do unbanked people not want to get banked? Because 98% of people, for example, in Mexico have access to bank accounts, but only 50% have an account. Why? Because they love cash, because they live in rural communities, because there is no infrastructure. And I think that's the key to understand in emerging markets. It's not so much about the front end, like the B2C part, but building the actual infrastructure in the back end. How can you make sure that people have access to their services? How can they have access, or not only the access, but how can you make them want to use something? So how can you drive people from cash to electronic payments? How can you get businesses to stop paying in cash or do very slow, expensive bank transfers to B2B payments? You need to build first this entire infrastructure, and what's cool is you can do it from greenfield, from zero, because it doesn't exist, or the existing rails are so slow that you can't even build on top of it. So open banking is a big topic, but in reality it doesn't exist either. So build the infrastructure first, and if you do that, you have a huge moat for others, but also you can really, from that infrastructure point, start to upgrade and bring the technology to everyone, not only in one country, but in the entire region. And so it's always about infrastructure, like fintech infrastructure, health infrastructure, education infrastructure as well. You really go to zero and you build from 0 to 10. And I think that's why it's very exciting to build there.
Amazing. And I know, Maite, we already talked about this a bit before. I think it would actually be super interesting for us to also know how kind of the Latin startup ecosystem is working, right? And I mean, all of you have a relation to Mexico. So I mean, you operate in Mexico, you both are from Mexico, but how interconnected is the Latin startup ecosystem actually?
So yeah, and you bring a super good point. We think of LATAM, we rarely say, oh, the Mexican ecosystem versus the Brazilian ecosystem versus the Chilean. Investors think in the region, and also big companies think of the region, right? Coca-Cola has the Latin American focus, they have one main office. So what this ends up doing for founders is we interconnect a lot. Trora has offices in multiple countries, we operate in 8 countries, and it's the same ecosystem that I'm dealing with. I know the same founders in Colombia also have operations in Mexico. And the reason of this is some of the Latin American countries by themselves, just like in Europe, they're small. So you have to think of a bigger market and target. So everybody tries to be in more than one country at once. And what this ends up building, which is really interesting, is you get people from Colombia thinking solutions for Mexico and people from Mexico thinking solutions for Brazil. And you're able to pull a little bit of everything that's working in every one of them and learn what's not working. So we're able to interconnect together. So every event, for example, the Latitude one, people fly from Latin America to go to the one that's in Mexico or the one that's in Brazil or whatever. So we try to meet together a lot, and the groups are interconnected. And I think that's one of the really cool pieces. You're not only operating as a single country, you're trying to change their whole region, and that's pretty amazing in the community. I don't know your examples.
And I think we have a huge advantage. Every market in LATAM speaks Spanish, so we have the same language customers, except Brazil, of course. But I think it's really easy for us to just expand. Of course, in terms of fintech, and in my case, health tech, it's you need to get some extra licenses to move around. But the customer is quite similar in every market. So actually, we think a little bit more global in terms of LATAM as one market, and we connect with other founders in the same way.
Yeah, and I think the biggest mistake is to think that you can copy-paste from other countries and tropicalize. I think you really need to understand the market, and then you have massive opportunities. And I always think that if you look at Indonesia, what happened in Indonesia and India, like Southeast Asia in general, from 2000 to 2020, like now focus on LATAM and see what's going to happen from 2020 to 2040. And I believe you will see a lot of similarities because it is a massive region and people really want to innovate. Like people love innovation, people love to get better services. You have a huge population that is up for it. And mobile phones bring us into the hands of every single Latin American. And therefore, I think it's the best place to be. And it's not only on a monetary side interesting, it's really interesting how you can really impact an entire region in terms of like getting better education, get people have better salaries, like employees paying the school or the college of their siblings so they can study better. And so you really do, like seed by seed, you plant that. And like in 2040, we'll see probably a lot more educated people, a lot more engineers, a lot more startups, a lot more unicorns coming out of LATAM, and we'll be there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Perfect. And I think it would also be super interesting to actually talk about where capital is coming from, right? We had the number 16 billion that was invested in LATAM during the last year. Maybe you can tell us more, where is this capital actually coming from? Y Combinator, US, from within the country, how's that?
Right, so I think this has definitely changed, shaped the past few years. When we did our first round, so this was like 4 years ago, most of the capital was local in Latin America, and it was really a bigger struggle to get American funds to come in. Today, that picture is completely different. So what's happening today is there's many funds that have realized that, as Rafa said, this is like the new region that's booming. And this means that there's a lot of external capital coming in, and that's being deployed, and you can definitely see it. There's been way more investment these past few years than the ones before. And what this means is you have opportunities to grow faster. At the end of the day, a startup needs capital in order to be able to go a little bit faster, win the market, and get better talent in, and that's super important. And now you're able to bring better talent. In our case, we have American funds leading most of our rounds, and that's, before it was unheard of, now everybody knows the same funds, we're all connected. There's capital coming from a little bit of everywhere, and many is still local, which is great. There's many local Mexican funds, LPs, Brazilian, Argentinian. Like, we can't forget that those were the ones that sort of brought us to where we are, and now they work together with American funds and funds from somewhere else, so the capital is really flowing.
Yeah, and here also, like, one of my missions was always to get more Europeans and more Swiss to invest in LATAM. I've succeeded with a couple that are very happy by now, and a lot of them followed on with a lot of other investments. But I think it's not only on the investor side, I think it's also on the talent side. I think if you graduate from a great school in Europe or in Switzerland, the opportunities you can do and how good you can do in LATAM, I think is very much something everybody should consider, because it's a very special kind of ignition point that we're seeing right now. And therefore, I'm a big fan and PR person for LATAM, obviously.
You guys are conquering Mexico.
Perfect. And maybe also, all of you are actually here. Super amazing. Maite flew in from Mexico. Raphael, I know you also spent some time in London. What is your impression of the European or Swiss startup ecosystem so far? Maybe also Raphael, you're in both ecosystems sometimes, you're Swiss. What are maybe differences between the Latin American startup ecosystem and the European startup ecosystem?
I think the main one, what I see is the LATAM ecosystem is really close. Like we're really close together, so everybody knows each other. It could be because of the size of the new startups. And here in Europe, you have like several hotspots, right? Like Barcelona, Berlin, maybe around here. But there is like a few hotspots, and you can see everybody coming together there. So that's the main difference I see.
Okay.
I think also in LATAM, people think big, very, very big, and you have a lot of risk capital. So it's not a lot of capital in general, but people are willing to invest money, like on the investor side. You have a lot of US capital, which is a very different, I think, venture thinking than you see in Europe. So people invest more, they're willing to fail a lot, they're willing to lose a lot of the money, but also it's going to create a lot of exit and great success cases. And I think that's a bit of a difference. And the other one is obviously, if you can have a really good salary and a very good life in a corporate environment, why should you go all in, work a lot more, sleep less, make less money for a potential great outcome, right? So I think also this, we call it sometimes a golden cage in Europe, is definitely different than in LATAM, where it's like there's just one or two opportunities and that's it. And if you do corporate, you're never going to be in a great economic position. So doing a startup really helps to kind of create value for yourself and for the environment. And I think that's probably the biggest difference between the mindset between the two. And so I'm always like, when I see people building in Europe, it's a very mature ecosystem. You have a lot of talent, which is something that it's probably very exciting to build here. And it's like, okay, I have a great CPO, I have a great CTO, I have a great founder. We've done that 5 times, and you have the entire support system. It's for sure great to do it here and learn from it. But of course, building from 0 to 10 has also its good points.
Perfect. And I mean, in Europe, at least a few decades ago, many young talents wanted to go to more conservative industries, banking, consulting. But like entrepreneurship grew, right? Also at the University of St. Gallen, I think START played a major role in actually promoting entrepreneurship. How is that in LATAM? So young talents, do they like to go to conservative jobs? Or are they also like getting interested in entrepreneurship? How's that?
So I'll first start by saying that what you guys are doing with START Fellowship, it's definitely impressive in a sense that you're helping normalize and grow these quote-unquote risky job that we all have, and I think that's pretty great. In LATAM, I think we're still more towards banking and consulting in the beginning, but the trend that has been going on is you work there for 2-3 years, and now people are starting to sort of switch to startups or being interested because all of the movement they see, all the tech they see, there's a lot of external talent or international talent coming in as well. So that's been moving the needle a little bit. So I think we're in that spot where it's still more common to go towards a traditional place to work. When you get a little bit more bored or you see all of the innovations going on, that helps sort of bring more people into the ecosystem. And the other thing that it's happening that didn't used to happen before, you need to create the opportunities for young people to at least try to be at a startup, right? So whether it's internships, summer programs, or more tech courses that are available. So there's different things and forums that have to be available, so more Latin Americans can start exploring the quote-unquote more different world of startups.
Okay. I think our time is up slowly. Raphael, Roberto, and Maite, thank you so much for being together with us here in St. Gallen and making it kind of flying from the other side of the world to Switzerland. It was a pleasure talking to you, and to the audience, please make sure to enjoy the rest of the conference, and I hope to also see you next year again. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys so much. Oh, you're all smiling, so it went well, didn't it? Yeah, it did go very well. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Great job, man. Whew, okay. Right, good. A lot of people are pouring in. The next theme is, it's such an interesting one. Yeah, you're very interested in that theme as well. Of course, front row, middle seats. How much did you pay for these seats? Too much. Ooh, I understand that. I understand that. Nice. Everybody get settled. Good. If you happen to find another spot somewhere. Who here believes they're a great negotiator? Are you? What's the biggest price markdown you've ever achieved? You don't want to say. Okay. It's also kind of far away, isn't it? Yeah. I was a bit ambitious about this. I'll come get you. I'll ask you later. Nice. Good. Oh, who here has read Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss? Ah, there goes the hand up. How much did it change your life? Yeah, give me a percentage, yeah. Let's say 70% better. Wow, 70% better. 17. Oh, 17. You're very specific. What do you study? Are you a student? Business student. You're a business student. Do you like maths? From time to time. From time. Okay, I see that. Nice, 17%. Good. So I read this book and it blew me away. I was like, oh, damn. I need to change a couple of things I'm doing wrong in my life. And I hope that you guys have the same kind of experience later now when we have the power of negotiation. But let me give you this one advice. So Chris Voss talks about the black swan. Of course, you know what the black swan is. The black swan essentially is that little piece of information that if you know that about your negotiation partner, you all suddenly understand why they negotiate, why they do what they do, essentially. And that piece of information is so crucial that it can absolutely change the ties in the entire negotiation. So let me give you an example. Who here is a parent? Who has children? Okay, amazing. Have your children already gone through the Trotzphase, or through the no phase? Yes. Oh, yes. I've gone through it as well. See, here's the thing. Children don't say no because they love the word no. They say no because they want to take ownership of the situation. So it's not about the rejection of your idea, it's about emancipation. So if you want to have your child eat its veggies, instead of saying, do you want to have your carrot? Of course you're going to get a no, right? But if you tell your child, do you want to have veggies or potatoes? They're going to say, okay, I'm going to have potatoes. The end result is they ate their veggies, but it was their decision what they wanted to eat. Now, why am I saying this? Who here is fundraising with their startup at the moment? Fundraising? No founders? Amazing. When you talk to your next investors, instead of at the end of the pitch going, so do you maybe want to invest? What you're going to say is, do you want to invest 250 or 100K into my startup? Agency. Make them feel like they're in power. It works. Good. But before I go further into it, and please, buy that book. It's an amazing book. I'm very, very happy to introduce you guys to our next set of speakers. First up, we have Katharina Jünger. Katharina Jünger is the founder of Teleclinic and an active angel investor. Then we have Ansel Dannecker. Ansel is the negotiator at the negotiation collaboratory at the Harvard Kennedy School. And then we have Alex Schmidt, who's the moderator, who is a partner at Lightspeed Venture. So everybody, please put your hands together for this incredibly exciting session for Katharina Jünger, Anselm Dannecker, and Alex Schmidt.
Happy Friday Start Summit. It's great to be here. In the next few minutes, we'll be talking about the power of negotiation. So when I was a founder and I received my first negotiation training, it was an eye-opening moment for me. I realized that negotiations are not a very narrowly defined point and interaction, but they're actually a continuum. And as a VC partner at Lightspeed Ventures, negotiations are part of our everyday journey, and same is for our peers. However, this information asymmetry between founders and VCs works very well in an upwards market, which we perceived the last 3 years. But as the markets tightened in the last year, it gets a lot more like a rocket ship, which we've all heard about the whole last 2 days. So that's why negotiations are becoming much more important. And that's why we put them today on this big stage to talk about them very transparently between founders and VCs. So without further ado, to open it up, Katharina, what was the toughest negotiation that you ever had?
So as you heard, I'm the founder of a company called Teleclinic, which is the biggest platform for online doctor visits in Germany, and by now an active business angel. And I can tell you, negotiations happen every single day. So when I think about my toughest negotiation, I would describe it as the one that had the biggest impact on my personal life and the biggest impact on the people that matter most to me. And so eventually that was selling my company, the company on which I had worked for 5 years before I actually decided to sell it. Why was it so tough? Why was it so impactful? When you as a founder sell your company, it has economic value for you, but it also means that eventually, every founder knows that, I think, you will lose your job. Because in very rare cases, you will keep that corporate job forever. So that's part of the story. Then the other part of the story is that I always felt huge responsibility for the people whom I hired and to whom I gave a great workplace. And by selling your company, you change that workplace. You change that home for all the great people that decided to join you. And then finally, what we're doing, so Teleclinic is still doing, is very emotional. So those of you who work in the healthcare market, it's terribly emotional. There is like doctors and hospitals and insurances and policymakers and patients and offline pharmacies and online delivery pharmacies. And in our case, we sold to the biggest online pharmacy. And why was it so emotional? Because we were actually a partner in crime for offline pharmacies. And as you know, the dynamics between Amazon and offline retailers, it was very, very similar in our situation. So it was emotional, and it ended with a cartoon in the biggest magazine of offline pharmacists in Germany, showing me marrying the CEO of the online pharmacy who actually bought us, and basically having money, dollar money, being thrown for our wedding. So that's how emotional that negotiation was in every aspect for me, I would say.
Amazing. That's a really great story, and I'm sure we'll dive into that over the course of this interaction. Before we dive right in, Anselm, when we talk about negotiations, a lot is about creating a bigger pie for everyone, and the best negotiators are able to do that. Can you share a bit about that?
Yeah, of course, happy to. I just wanted to quickly react to what you said at the beginning as sort of how negotiation impacted you. Because for me personally, it was actually very similar. So before I ended up at the Harvard Kennedy School, I had various different stages in my career. I worked in politics, I worked in the public sector in Germany, I then worked as an economist again, and then I went back to university for a mid-career degree at the time, and I sat in a negotiation class, and it was like a cartoon moment where a light bulb went up over my head, and I realized all of the things that I had done terribly my entire life in all of these different venues. And that's for me why I fell in love with it, and understanding it as this sort of cross-cutting skill set that helps you make you interpersonally more effective, but also understand sort of systems that incentivize collaboration or conflict. And that's how I ended up where I am, so I can fully relate. And then on the value creation piece, I don't want to dodge the question, there's I like to start with an almost stupid, simple story that has brought it to a lot of fame in the negotiation world, but it captures a lot of the core idea of negotiation, and that's the orange example that potentially many of you have heard. So imagine there's a situation, and there's a parent, a mother or a father, and two of their kids are coming and say, "Dad or Mom, I want an orange." Now, there's only one orange that the parent has, and there are two kids who want the orange. There's no way to get a different one. So what's the immediate thing that they're going to do? They're going to
Split orange.
split it in half. That's the standard reaction. Now, the negotiator at that moment would ask, why? Why do you want the orange? And the answer in this story is the one kid says, well, I'm really hungry. And the other kid says, well, I need to bake a cake, so I need some of the zest. So we immediately see there's a problem with the first solution because you could have created value by giving both what they want. Now, the important piece is not to stop there, because that's where then most of the people start. Because what you were just told by one kid is, I'm hungry, and the other kid says, well, I want to bake a cake. But suddenly there's a huge option space, right? Because they're hungry, maybe they can have a different snack. They can bake a cake, maybe they can bake a different cake. Maybe they can bake the cake and the other kid can eat it. But once you get to the level of interests, you open up an option space. And I think that's core to negotiation. The idea of not talking at the level of positions, which is what do I want in orange, but finding out why, and then trying to integrate these interests to find a better solution. And now you may all say, this is stupid, our life is much harder. Just if you want the origins of that concept, of this idea, which came from international relations, at the beginning, that's exactly what happened. People in business said, our life is harder, you don't get it. And the people that came up with this idea on which a lot of the field is founded said, well, let's try it. And they went to big industries, they went to insurances, and they said, let us negotiate your deals. And they made them more money by taking that approach. And when I work with founders, which for me is a side hustle, so I just do it on the side a little bit, I spend an inordinate amount of time exactly on that. Because what the process often does is it obscures many diverse interests. People, when they want to raise funds, they want the marketing, they want the time, they want the advice, they want the money, they want the shiny little signal that you get by getting the star investor. There's a lot of underlying interests. And what I do with them is I try to disentangle them, because the process collapses that into one figure, and that's a problem. That's the valuation. So a lot of us is trying to disentangle that and see whether there's other types of agreement to get creative. So the short answer, this was a very long one, is ask why. That's the short answer.
But that's what I love about negotiations. It's so applicable to almost every aspect in life, and once you realize that, you almost cannot see it anymore, right? Yeah. That's what's really interesting. The other piece I feel is very interesting is, when I started thinking about negotiations, I thought about them as a single interaction point in time. What you realize, and that's the question to you, Katharina, is preparation is almost the most important pathway to a successful negotiation. Is that something fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I think about negotiations, I really think about a muscle that you need to train. Any negotiation is for me really like a game that a professional sports person would encounter, and a professional sports person would never go into a game unprepared. As soon as you're on the playing field, it's highly emotional, and there's no room to basically analyze your interests, the other interests, to think about like what is your goals, what are the other person's goals. So it's all about like the analytical part needs to be before the negotiation. That's what I see goes wrong very, very often. And then basically after the analytical part, you can actually go on the playing field and yeah, just play and eventually also enjoy. We'll talk later a bit more about how to actually prepare. We see two elements as crucial. Number one is basically to really go in detail through the interests, and in detail is like really up to the slightest detail of like how much money is one demand worth, what demands do I have, what demands could the other side have, and like are there perhaps fake demands that I could bring to the table in order to have more things to negotiate. And then the second part is really to think about roles. What role do I want to have on that playing field? And do I have a team behind me that has different roles? And then also, what is the team on the other side of the table? There will be one captain, there will be a player, there will be a goalkeeper. So that's the two most important parts for preparation.
Yeah. I love that analogy to sports, right? Because one question one can immediately ask to that is, what if you fail at the game and you lose? So what happens in negotiation settings in these situations? What do you say, Anselm?
Sorry, can you repeat?
When you could say when you lose a game, basically, and the negotiation fails, right?
Yeah.
So what happens then?
Well, you go to your alternative. It's that easy. What do you do without it? I now know where you're getting. You're trying to talk about the alternatives to negotiation. Yeah, there's an interesting conceptual piece in that, and that's the idea of the way that you build power in a negotiation to a large extent has nothing to do with the negotiation itself.
Yeah.
Which is the question of what do you do if it actually fails and how do you prepare for that? And the term for that many of you, I'm sure, have heard is BATNA, the best alternative.
So what's BATNA?
The best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It's deceptively simple. It's the question of what do I do if we don't get a deal? And that massively influences the way that I can actually negotiate. And I can give you a very specific example from the founder world. It's the Staples. Staples is a huge chain in the US. It's stationery. So Schreibwaren, for those who don't have a stationery chain. And they actually had VC funding in the first round. They ended up needing more, so they went back to their funders with a certain idea of a valuation. And the funders said, no, that's not happening, and we're going for a much lower valuation. So they thought, oh, that's bad, so let's go to other funders and other VCs, and they said, no, that's not going to happen. And why? Well, the VC industry in that particular era and in that particular market was small, so of course they talked to each other, and they understood we can all get and crowd into that deal at a lower valuation. And he was about to take that deal and then went to a professor at the business school at that time and asked him what to do. And that guy told him, who funds your VCs? And well, he said, well, I suppose it's pension funds, and they pay hefty fees for these services. And then they said, well, have you talked to them? And he said, no. And he started talking to them. He started talking to pension funds. He started talking to angels. And he got them interested in the deal. And suddenly VCs became much more interested again. He went back to them and he ended up securing the deal at a much higher valuation. Now it's important to note, at no stage did he ever have the intention to get a deal with the pension funds. Not at all. All he wanted to do is to secure an outside alternative that changes the dynamics at the table. And that's something that you can invest in heavily. And very often when people think about the negotiation, they think narrow-mindedly about what will I say once I sit down at the table tomorrow. Whereas the outside option that has nothing to do with your interaction massively determines how you can negotiate. Now, one more added thing I just want to quickly add, because that's important. If you have no good alternative, which is often the case, there's a big mistake that can be made. And that is to be overly worried about one's own bad BATNA.
Yeah.
And there's good research actually that shows if you become obsessed with the fact that your alternative life looks terrible, you will negotiate much worse than if you focus on their BATNA, right? What are they going to do if they don't get a deal? Which is a very different approach, because you want to frame the negotiation around their alternative, because then what you center it around is like, how do I make their life better? And that's, so if your BATNA is bad, know it, so you know when to walk away, but don't panic and try to focus on theirs, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. Did you have such a BATNA when you negotiated your exit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would even make it more drastic. There is no negotiation if you have no BATNA. So I see this like all the time, like friends saying, I want to have more salary, and then I ask them like, okay, how are you negotiating? And then they say, well, I talk to them and I explain to them it's really important to me to have more salary.
Yeah.
And like it never leads to anything. And I think that's extremely important. Like, it's not, you don't need to negotiate all the time, but just be clear, if you don't have a BATNA, if you don't have an alternative, you're not negotiating. I think that's very important. In my case, so for Teleclinic, we didn't go to the market to sell the company. We actually went to the market to raise money. And we were at the very end of the process, so we had a term sheet, 17 million. We were 2 weeks before the notary, so really like all the shareholder agreements, everything was basically drafted. And then the option of basically selling the company appeared on the table. And so we had a very clear and very attractive alternative. And this only put me in a position of basically negotiating strongly.
Makes total sense. And besides getting that BATNA, was there another preparation that you say is a good takeaway for the audience here today that you did in preparation of these exit?
Yeah, so as I said before, two elements for me, this negotiation matrix, as I would call it, and then the role setting. So who are you and what's the other team? First part, negotiation matrix. In my case, I'm really a big fan of making it extremely formal. So really having a spreadsheet and then really going through line by line, what are my demands, and really putting a dollar sign behind it. How much worth does this demand have? What could be a demand of the other side? What is like fake demands, which I bring to the table, but actually I don't care if I have to give in. And then eventually there's like one, perhaps two things that are the most crucial for you. And about these things, you have to be extremely clear. So in my case, it was net amount on my bank account at the end of this deal. That was like the one thing that mattered most to me. And then all the rest was also important, but I just knew like if there's 50 cents, €1 less, I have to get up from the table and the deal is over.
Would you be prepared to do that?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Amazing.
And that was the only thing that made me negotiate this deal. So the other side was like, they went into this negotiation like a war. Like they had 10 iBankers and like the most important lawyers, and like they were like really, really sure that they wanted to get what they prepared for. And for me, it was eventually very easy because like the whole negotiation, of course, was so emotional to me.
Yeah.
And the only thing that helped me was this spreadsheet with all the demands. And for me, negotiations is like emotional on one side, but then also almost mathematical, because like, as I said, once you enter the playing field, it's not about thinking what you want. It's just going back to the spreadsheet and going through the lines and then really referring to the lines. And yeah, for me, it was eventually this net amount on my bank account. And so I could really negotiate, I don't know, 2 weeks, 20 hours per day. But I was very firm about this one thing. And then the second part is about roles. I personally think you need at least 2 players for negotiation in your team. There are different theories, but I personally believe in at least 2 players. One is the player who goes on the field. You can call her or him negotiator. And then you have the coach. You can call that person commander, decision maker, coach, whatever. And basically how it works and how it worked in my case is basically that whenever the player feels insecure, and that will happen all the time, you can basically call your coach and say, Coach, I'm really insecure. I think I'm fucking up. They don't want to do that deal because I'm €1 below the net amount. Are you sure it's still right? And then this person is not part of the emotional game. And he will say, let me look in your spreadsheet. We agreed about it. You even signed it. You're right. Go back. And this is the kind of interaction you need. And with all the negotiations I see with many, many startups, I've seen that. And to make it even more clear, you have to be willing to stand up from the table if that one point that's so important to you does not work. So in my case, the other side is saying, you're getting €1 less than what you want. And then you have to be willing to get up from the table and say, I'm very sorry, but we have to end this conversation right now. And you have to be willing to leave the room. And then what happens sometimes is that you are outside the room and you're crying and you think that you fucked it all up. And then you call your coach and then you say, Coach, I think I fucked it up. And then your coach will say, if it's a good coach, you did everything perfectly, wait. And then I've seen that several times. The other party will come and will say, would you be willing to come back into the room? We would love to re-enter this conversation. And that's when you did everything right.
Yeah. I'm doing the exact same thing. I'd never go in a negotiation anymore without a counterpart as a coach. It's life-changing. I think it's the one thing that I take away from this.
I know that I know of at least one law firm in the US that always has one person dedicated in the room to only observe all parties on the counter side and take notes of how they react to certain things, and then afterwards debrief just to hear their reactions, because you can't do it when you're in the negotiation itself. Yeah.
Maybe switching a bit gears and coming to common traits and behaviors of very strong negotiators, the person who's basically in charge, as you described it. Anselm, what are traits of these negotiators for you?
So I want to start with the fact that there's no. I don't think that's the right way of looking at it. There's not like a specific set of characteristics that makes you a good negotiator, or it doesn't. And there's actually research on that, on like personality traits, and we can talk about that for an hour, but you'd all fall asleep, so we're not going to do that.
Yeah, we only have 3 minutes left, so. Yeah.
All right, well, we do?
Yeah.
I see. So I think then I'll go quick. I can tell you sort of the characteristics of a negotiator that's a big problem, and that's the people who sometimes call the day before they're going into a negotiation, who have prepared on their own, who are absolutely overconfident about their chances of success, who deny the fact that they will be emotional in the moment, who love to haggle and give you a tough face and enjoy winning and going in and being tough, and who deny the fact that they will be driven by their emotions, completely relying on their intuition. Like, that's a problem. And that's really tough to deal with. And you talked about it. It boils down in many ways to diligent preparation. And there's a lot we could say about diligent preparation. One is knowing when to walk away. There's a bunch of things of how do you prepare for effective value creation. And then there's another piece of how do you actually structure the negotiations in the first place. But let's not go there. So if you want to pin me down and say one thing about the characteristics of a good negotiator, it's do not take pride in winning. Like, the worst negotiators are the people that come in and they enjoy the thrill of winning and haggling, and it's terrible. Like, we sometimes say that the art of negotiation is to let the other side have it your way, and that approach is helpful, right? And to take absolutely zero pride. And what's important for that, and now we get to the characteristic, is I think a lot of people have in their mind this idea, I can come in and I can be tough and I can be like hardballing the counterpart, or then I can invest in the relationship and be all nice, but then I'll need to concede on the demand. And that's a false dichotomy. It doesn't exist. And the best negotiators are the ones that are very assertive on the substance and that manage to pair that with being strong on the relationship. Yeah. And that's actually professional behavior. That's just basic professional behavior. And you can train people to do that, because a lot of people have ingrained this idea, if I make hard demands, they're not going to like me. And that's not true. You can be very tough in your demands and be assertive, but still be kind in a way. So if there's a characteristic, then that.
That's amazing. And it sounds all very, very good in theory, right? But I assume when you have a practical negotiation, there's situations where you feel stuck, right? Where you feel there's nothing moving anymore, and you need to break it open still. Have you ever had such a situation, and how did you solve it?
Yeah, absolutely. So what happens is that the other part is suddenly not talking anymore. So you had a great conversation, you thought you were like moving forward to a goal, and then suddenly the other person disappears. This literally happened in my negotiation. So I had one person, he had a veto right, he could block it all, and suddenly he wasn't there anymore. He changed his phone number and I couldn't reach out to him anymore. And that really freaked me out. And then basically what I had to do is to understand that this person lives in a context. So this person has interests, has fears, has a history, has a childhood. And so basically what is at stake for that person in that negotiation? And then in my case, and that's what I see quite often, is I had to expand basically my options and basically understand, really literally understand what drives that person, and then talk to other people who still had a relationship to that person to basically go through them without the respective person knowing that basically the other people were coming because of me, and then I could reopen actually that conversation and bring that person back to the table. So for me, it's really black and white. As soon as a negotiation stops, it's really hard to reopen it. So ideally, try to never let the conversation stop. You can pause it, deliberately say, we need to pause it here, we come back later. But as soon as you stop the conversation, you're on mute, you block, it's really tough to reopen it. It's doable, but it's really tough.
It's a good example of having someone else negotiate on your behalf, what Anselm just said before.
Yeah.
Cool. To wrap this up, Anselm, is there one key takeaway that you want to bring across to the audience?
Can I get two?
You get two.
The one is in direct reaction. I just want to make to the preparation point, because I think I want to make that clear, and then the other one's related. I think we've established that preparation is absolutely key, but I think one thing that's important is the question of like, why is preparation so central? And the idea is not prepare for coming in and I know what I want and I have my strategy and I'm going to push through and I'm going to get it my way. That's not what negotiations is about. The idea of preparations is if I know when to walk it away, if I know exactly what I want, if I know exactly how they think about it, then I don't need to be scared of everything of me saying, pushing me in a corner, because I know when I'll say yes or no. That's a given. That emotional thing is gone. And what I can then engage in is that process of value creation, of like seeking other options and engage in a creative process with the other person. Because all of the fixed things of, oh, you put the offer on the table, I put it on the table, you can reduce that to 2 minutes at the end, because literally it's just the classic dance. So that's what preparation helps with, of taking that away and opening up the space to be a bit more collaborative. So I think that's the one point, and the second point is related to yours, is just at the heart of that is really, 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 really trying to see how the other person sees the world. And I think every person I debriefed the negotiation with at some point said, well, they were just being irrational. And every time we came out the other end of saying, no, they see the world differently. And I think all of us have absolutely zero doubt if someone before negotiation took the time to really understand how we see the world, to really understand what constrains us, to really understand what drives us, they'd have an edge over us in a negotiation. And no one does that for the other side. So I think that's the most important piece if you want that. And then beyond that, get a coach. It helps.
Yeah, I'd undermine the get the coach piece. Is there something else you need to add to this?
It all sounds quite complicated. I would say it's not so complicated. Just like invest, I don't know.
You're just much smarter than us.
No. I'm just saying, like, invest some time into how to be a good negotiator, and then use every single opportunity you have to train that muscle, and then you will love negotiations in private life and professional life. Just train that muscle, and then you will be a fantastic player on that field.
Then let's hope that you'll all enjoy your next negotiation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The human story is one of progress. From the earliest days of our existence, we have sought to improve our lives.
Activate.
Start Summit 2023. Are you guys excited? Oh, honestly, my heart. This is incredible. No single seat is free except this one. No single, have a seat over there. No seat is free. Are you guys all right back there in the stages? Yeah? Can you see? Nice. Over there. You guys excited? You guys are gonna beat those over there. Are you guys excited? That was mediocre, huh? Are you guys excited? Everybody, please put your hands together for the amazing Natalis Wirtz, Vice President at Start Global, and Sam Gretz, MD at the Start Hack.
Welcome to Start Hack 2023 Grand Final. So Sam, do you remember last year we were on a side stage and it was fully packed?
I'm absolutely buzzing that we can be on the main stage this year. This is absolutely amazing. For those that were there last year, we were in a stage that was maybe 10 times smaller than this, and we had as many people that wanted to attend. So I think just big applause to the team to enable us to be on the main stage this year.
But Sam, what is Start Hack?
Yeah, that's the question that we got asked very, very often. Hey, what is a hackathon, right? So a hackathon is basically an innovation sprint of 36 hours, where a team of 2 to 4 people have to solve technical challenges offered by generous partners. Natalie, tell us more about the partners and this year's event.
So this year we had over 550 applications and also participants. This year we are also really international. We had 1/5 were only from Switzerland and all the others were from all over the world. And Also, we had over 1,500 applications. So all of them who are here today are really excited to pitch in front of you all.
Change the slide. So now, how it's gonna go down. The 5 best teams of the entire event, and those teams are 5 out of 100, will get to pitch in front of a jury of experts for 3 minutes. There will be then 2 minutes of Q&A, in which the jury will have the right to ask only 2 questions. Natalis, who are the jury this year?
So, the jury is Andreas Göldi, partner at B2 Ventures, Jeanette Witchet, CFO from Merantix, Xavier Saras, general partner from 4P Capital, Dalit Steiger, co-founder from Swiss Cognitive, and Raphael Kappeler, co-founder and CEO from Reworth. Big applause to all of them.
Right, and without further ado, let's welcome our jury. Welcome, guys. Great, welcome, guys. All right, so as said, without further ado, let's welcome the first team, and please give them a huge round of applause. Please welcome on stage the team Last Minute.
There.
Okay, guys, you have now 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
No. Belfood Group has grown a lot in the past few years, so its sustainability agenda and aspirations. So the challenge that we encounter right now, how we can make sure that we align the employees and the sustainability goals. So we started off a concept of a planet, so that each employee is assigned a planet that they can take care of. Taken into a nerdy way, so we came from a hackathon. We developed a mobile and app and web application that gives each employee a planet they should take care of, and depending on their impact on in the action that they take in the real time, the planet can look differently, greenish or rocky. And employees can enter some data on the working hours, the mobility tickets they use, and the feature that we really like a lot, if they use carpooling, because a lot of people travel to factories in the morning time when public transport is not available, so they need to find the ways to go with somebody. So the social factor is involved a lot. And of course, employees may wonder, okay, so what's my impact on the company sustainability? So we developed a couple of dashboards, and those who want to go more into detail, there's the information on the facility and the department available. And to give some more spice and healthy competition, we developed a leaderboard so that other employees can take an example of the leaders and probably adopt their sustainability habits. And of course, none of the efforts comes without a reward. Employees do get eco points for their efforts, which they can exchange for some rewards like 1 day off extra, my personal favorite, or some more spiritual ones like donations to sustainability organizations. And finally, for those who slightly lack the balance, they can go to the Eco Bank and fulfill some quests to get some more points. And with the points available, of course, they can get tips on how they can improve in certain sectors of sustainability. So the tips are super personalized. And of course, with the way they are improving, their planet also becomes greener, more diverse in terms of the biodiversity. So to wrap it up, it's not just the benefits for employees, but also the company, the Belfood Group, we are developing the solutions for. So taking the example of carpooling, eliminating at least just 1 car, we save 4 kilos of CO2 emissions. And also, it plays a crucial role in employment branding, because imagine you work for the company that does this great initiative. I would definitely recommend it to my friends and relatives, so the more people, like-minded individuals join, the better, the more quality the company grows. So,
For each employee, we want to make sure that they tend their own planet and altogether our own planet. Thank you for your attention.
Mic on, please. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll hand it over to the jury. You have 2 questions for the last-minute team.
I guess no one wants the mic. How are you going to make sure that a maximum of employees uses this app in the fast amount of time?
One of the features that we've included is when you clock into your work, you have to do it from the beginning of the app. There's an icon on the top that lets you clock in. If you can go to the first screen, maybe. And then what happens is, as soon as you log in, you see these images. You see the image of your world, and that immediately gets you hooked. That makes you want to go and check the dashboard and see, okay, who's doing better than me, maybe, or who's doing worse. So we kind of try to hook you onto the app and make it into a habit of you using it regularly.
Thank you. And by the way, if you can make sure that the mic is always on the speaker here, we can hear them better.
Thanks for the presentation, well done. What is your killer feature? There's quite some features that were included. Which one is killing it?
Tamagotchi, the plant.
I think yours. Yeah, okay, so basically there's not in the slide, but we have this carbon footprint tracker that is very flexible and very scalable. So basically how it works, each company can set on a map the location of the factory, and then in our model, like we have a simple version with only 5 people. So basically how it works, instead of 5 people taking each a car, we have an algorithm that tries every possible route so that only one car is taken and automatically tracks how much time is saved, how much emissions are, how much kilos of CO2 are saved. And in our example, like for an average distance from the factory of 5 kilometers, with 5 cars, we already have an average saving of around 5 kilos per truck. So if we scale by the number of employees, which was around 5,800, plus the number of times they go on and off, it's a pretty big saving. So that's the best feature we have.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'm always very impressed with what people can come up in 36 hours. It's absolutely crazy. And thank you a lot for the energy that you're giving them. It's absolutely brilliant. Now let's welcome on stage the second team. It's called Cantaloupe. Please, Team Cantaloupe, come to the stage.
Hello everybody and welcome to our presentation on how we can improve the in-game experience in the presence of misbehaving players. We are Team Cantaloupe. So what we see a lot in the usual process on how behavior moderation is done, we see an incident happens, it gets reported by players, a moderator looks at it and makes a final decision. And we think that this process has 2 main flaws. First of all, it takes a long time from the incident to the feedback to the user and the judgment. And the moderators are very lately integrated into the process. They only see the very bad examples and hardly they can turn things around because things get worse over time. So when we thought about this problem, we wanted to use hybrid intelligence. While machines excel in latency and throughput on huge data sets, maybe machines cannot do everything. Humans excel in emotional intelligence and including contextual information in their judgment, which we think are key factors for building a healthy community. In our approach, we first analyzed the data that was given by us from our sponsor, and define so-called events. For example, somebody joins the community or writes an inappropriate message. Using Apache Spark, we then analyzed over 130,000 of these patterns and mined the most frequent ones. And I just want to show you 2 examples. The first thing we saw was the so-called join kick war. A player joins, gets kicked by an administrator, but tries to join again, and the whole process happens every time. In that example, 14 times a day. But we also saw patterns that are way more often. For example, the join, hate, leave. So a person joins, just writes some bad messages, and then leaves without any interaction. We think that using our pattern analysis, we can build a system that uses hybrid intelligence to go for better communities. How? The incoming data stream will be automatically scanned for bait behavioral patterns and also for new emerging patterns that we might want to react to. And then we make 2 clusters. First, the automated decisions. If you need to decide 80,000 decisions a day, you want to automate it. So, for example, give that user a chat button. However, we also have the possibility to have manual pattern matching, which a moderator can then investigate. Therefore, we will provide the moderators with more summarizing information. And the nice thing, if you want to try it, you can try it right now using our app with real data.
I'll have to interrupt you here. The 3 minutes are unfortunately passed, but we can give you a usual round of applause, guys. Dear jury.
So if I understand correctly, you're doing a lot of text analysis, and that's very often quite hard for shorter messages. So can you elaborate a little bit what you use in terms of algorithms that are behind this?
Yeah, so actually, this is not so much about the chat messages themselves, but about interaction patterns. So, for example, people spamming each other, leaving, joining. And for that, we defined the events. So, for example, writing a message, writing a friendly message, writing a not-so-friendly message. And then we used prefix span algorithm. So this is an efficient algorithm to find the most frequent patterns in this data set and then look closer into these, how we can automate decisions there.
How big is this problem in the gaming industry?
So we only analyzed this data set, but basically every mobile app often has chat functions. So yeah, we think this is, has huge importance for the industry, and we can also think that this method applies to other chat rooms as well, so it's not focused on mobile gaming.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. And we will now welcome the third team on stage, Team Cutting Edge. Please come to the stage. New time starts now.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We are Team Cutting Edge, and we are really excited to present our product, Finverse, today. So first, coming to the problem that we're trying to address here. The problem that we face today is that only 1 in every 3 adults finds themselves financially literate, which means a lot of people are not investing for their future. And the reason why this is happening is because a lot of data on financial portals looks like this. It's a whole bunch of numbers and graphs, and it's not very intuitive to the layman. So today what we did is we tried to make an interface which is more interactive, and so it could be more inclusive of a lot more people and encourage them to invest a lot more. So to present the actual product, I'd like to call upon my teammate Sarah.
So here you can see
sketch prototype of what we've been working on in the last few days. The user can enter companies that they are interested in, for example, Google, Apple, and those companies will be represented by skyscrapers. And they have different size depending on their average stock value that the user is interested in, like the period time. And then we also have lights that show the daily fluctuation of the stock value. So if the stock goes up, the lights will be up. And for now, we think this could be nice in VR, so that the user is immersed in like this skyline of buildings. And here you can see the comparison. For example, Google is up, down, and Apple is more up. And yeah, to have it more like in a visual way and easier to see. Yeah.
Okay, so these are the features that Finverse offers. We connected to a live stream of market data using SIX's financial APIs. And then you can use a VR headset with the click of a button to simulate different real-life investment strategies. Next, please. And this is what the interface looks like on your laptop, but you can also easily access it with your mobile phones.
So this is our amazing team. This is Suchit, Sara, QB, and me, Swastik. And you can test out the app using this QR code, and you can also use the link to test it out. It's a VR app, but you can definitely have a look into the. Thank you so much, everyone.
That is great, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great presentation. What is your estimate on the average session time, and do you think then using VR for that is feasible?
Just from the point of view of stock markets alone, so we looked at the average, response time, the time you can concentrate on something, on a task. And that's about 5 to 10 minutes only. And coming to once you start using the app, so once you build your portfolio, you won't be looking at all the companies. So you really have a short period of time that you'd be on the app. So in a VR-based world, it would be quite feasible because you won't actually spend together more than, say, 5 to 10 minutes on the app.
Could you please emphasize more about the literacy that the users should get? I mean, I see it's easier to see what happens, but what I understood from the case, it goes about increasing financial literacy.
Yes, exactly. So from the interactive interface, what we're trying to target is youngsters, mainly, who are going to start investing now, so teenagers and early college students. And so what we're trying to do here is get more youngsters excited about stock market investing and not have to read a book or watch videos, which are kind of boring. And so it's just you put on a VR headset and you can imagine what the graphs kind of look like with the lights and also the market cap of each company just with the size of the buildings, instead of seeing the market cap as a number and the graphs as candlesticks or bar charts. And after that, it could progressively improve as financial literacy improves. So we also have ideas of improving in the sense of making, say, a moving average instead of the size of the building being fixed on the average. We could have a moving average based on progressive time periods. But for that, you'd need the audience to understand what a moving average is, which right now, without much financial literacy, it's hard to get it coming out of school or college. So further improvements would be as the customer base improves its literacy and gets more interested in stock market, so will the further versions of the app also improve.
Thank you so much. Next team to come up on stage is the team New Bets. Please make your way to the stage. Is Team New Bets a bit too shy to come on stage? Oh, there we go. There we go. And I got a round of applause. And your time starts now.
Edward is craving conversation, but sometimes nobody is picking up. Loneliness is an omnipresent problem in our society, and you might not detect it, but 1 out of 3 elder people like Edward are suffering from it. The reasons for this are social isolation, accelerated through hurdles such as physical impairment, or the overwhelming rapid change in technology. There are solutions on the market, but you decide. Is this what Edward really feels comfortable with? So this is where Reach comes into play. Reach is offering a card-based interaction tool to facilitate the life of elder people. But there is one important thing missing. How can we offer Edward a fun and simple way to tackle his loneliness in a safe environment and talk about his hobbies and his life experience? Introducing Clara, your very own AI assistant, ready to assist you in a moment's notice. Edward, are you ready?
Yeah, but my little son, Kian, he didn't answer my calls.
Hi, Edward. How are we feeling today?
Oh, it's wonderful.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help lift your mood? Maybe we can listen to some music? How about I play something from the 50s, when you and Mathia first met?
Oh, that would be wonderful. That's my old times. Yes,
Wonderful.
please.
How about we listen to Unforgettable by Nat King Cole?
Okay, yeah, please, please.
It sure does. What other memories do you have from that time?
You know, I was mechanical engineer in Hawaii. Aloha nui loa.
Keep in mind.
Yes, I remember. You were often traveling for that. What about going on a walk after our conversation? It will do good to your mood.
Keep in mind, these were real responses of Clara. But Clara is not only good at lifting your mood, she's always available and processes your voice in real time with an incredible fast response. And by submitting a live description of Edward, the interaction with Clara is personalized and reflecting. And as you have seen, Clara detected the sadness of Edward and suggested images or music that he might like. So, the next step is to enable...
Sorry, I will have to cut you off there. But big round of applause for this. This was amazing. And also thank you so much to our guests. Jury, please.
So it was too long. Very good presentation, very interactive. How do you get the data to really respond to Edward's problems correctly?
Can you repeat the question?
How do you get the data? Where is the data coming from to respond to Edward's problems correctly?
So we have two possibilities. One is that Edward would give a known description of his life, what happened, but the better way would be to include family members to describe how Edward's life was. And this we would then include in our A model, so it always knows what experiences Edward had.
It was a very impressive demo. Can you talk a little bit about how you built this?
Yes. So we use a combination of large language models for generating the answers, and also state-of-the-art text-to-speech and speech-to-text to understand the user and converse with it.
This is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Time for our very last presentation. Please welcome on stage Team Atomic Habits.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are more than excited to present to you today Home Pulse. With Home Pulse, we tackled 3 major issues in the healthcare sector. Firstly, in the healthcare sector, the services provided are very separated from each other. Looking at a physician and buying pharmacies, for example, is very disconnected from each other. Secondly, elderlies are more and more disconnected from the innovation happening there because they don't have access to online and virtual worlds. And thirdly, rural areas are constantly underserved in terms of healthcare. So, but don't worry, we are about to change that. Our creation, our creation consists of a bridge that connects pharmacies to the patients. While we increase revenue for the pharmacies, we are able to create a one-stop solution for patients while breaking down accessibility barriers for those that are not able to access all the needs, all the things they need. And how are we going to do that? Well, we have a one-stop solution that consists a marketplace, complete, transparent, and reviewed of all the medications, a telemedicine solution 24/7 available, a social platform where physicians and other verified people can share their insights, and a personal administration page where you can administer all your doctor visits and all your recipes and prescriptions. And of course, you can manage whole accounts, for example, for your grandparents that are not able anymore to take care of that. Yes, I will hand over to you.
Okay, so now let's move on inside to the presentation. We have a graphical issue, but it's not that a real problem. So through our solution, the second step that we want to do is try to tackle and to relieve the breaking down of the accessibility of the barriers. So with our solution, we are trying to reach elderly people and also connect with rural areas and to the people that are not really able to get access to technology and all of this stuff. So moving on, our solution is a unique service that covers different needs, and indeed, in the first half of the solution, we can reach, for example, elderly people, but also less non-tech savvy that we know that are not really used into mobile phone application and all of that technology, and we designed for them a specific telephone number in order that they can call this number and get.
Okay, it's going to be tough to ask a question because you didn't get to the end, right? But you did say that you wanted an admin portal to be able to take care of the grandparents, but at the same time you're saying it's for the elderly people. So I'll just ask the question, how does this work for the elderly people, which will allow you to finish this slide, I guess?
Yes, thank you so much. It's twofold. Like actually, in the family tab, you kind of can monitor what's happening for all the family members. If there's like a prescription medicine that needs to be bought again, because we can see and track, like obviously when the last purchase has been made. But it can also track what the elderly people are doing, and that's what the phone number is. They can rely on the services they are used to. They can call that phone number and have the same functions in the app as in for example, like a telemedicine person that they can conduct or purchase medicine via that phone. And you can monitor that within the app in the family tab.
Maybe we can call right now.
I mean, we could also call it right now, or you could guys could do that if you want to. Give you a short demonstration of how that could look like.
I don't have my phone with me, but I have another question.
So
I mean,
we could do that.
Right now. Ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So we have here a phone number. Let's put it on the speaker, and now we will talk with this operator.
Hold your phone there.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to Home Pulse. How can we direct your call? To purchase medication at our digital pharmacy, press 1 or say 1. To reach the 24/7 consultation service, press 2.
And then, for
or say
example,
2
we
if you
press
have
2
an
because we
issue
want a health consultation, right?
or say 3. Welcome to the 24 hours consultation service. How can our doctors help you? Please state the name of the physician you would like to contact. Due to the early stage of the service, our current offer is limited to the following physicians. To meet a physiologist,
And then we
press
can speed
1,
that up a little
or
bit
say
again and
physiologist.
call a
To
physician.
meet a dermatologist, press 2. Or
Thank you for reaching out. Currently, there is no physician available. Please try again at another time.
Yeah, and that's it for now. But of course, I think it gives a good image or like imagination what this could look like.
I just want to quickly add that unfortunately it didn't go how we planned it to go, because we were supposed to have a really nice video explaining our application and our user experience design and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, due to technical issues, we're not able to show it to you here and now. So
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, you can find it.
Okay, one
you
more
can find our
question,
application
and
right
then
here, and we
these
just
guys-
wanted to basically showcase you this call to kind of give you an.
Please, one more
feeling what we can
question, and then we'll move on to the next part.
Yes, so when developing such a solution, what do you think is the biggest challenge?
The biggest challenge, I mean, it's of course customer acceptance. Which is, I mean, I don't know if it's the biggest challenge, but one of the biggest challenge, I would say, because we are dealing with a difficult customer segment. Many people have tried to reach that very profitable customer segment of elderly people that need a lot of care. But it is not that easy because they have their own head and all that. But I think we are able to tackle that challenge really well, since we are not providing anything that is new to them where they have to adapt. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So now the jury has 10 minutes time to decide who the winning team is. And in the meantime, we'll have Bastian Krautwald, founder of OWN.
Can you hear me well? Yes. Wow, this music giving me like some kind of Berlin vibes, right? Berghain is very close. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Bastian Krautwald. As you heard before, I'm 26. But honestly, before speaking about myself, these guys were rock stars, right? Can we give them a warm applause again? Because it's amazing what they did. Honestly. You can see I have a clicker. Probably the presentation is coming up in a couple of seconds. But ignoring all the screens, I started my first company at the age of 19. And this company was about study financing because I experienced myself I never can study if I not get any kind of tuition grant, any kind of BAföG, student loan. So I started the first company. It's doing a couple of millions in revenues nowadays. It's profitable. And yesterday, we announced that we are building a new kind of map. A map that probably most of you use Google Maps multiple times a day. I definitely do, living in Berlin. And for me, I never wanted to be a founder, but probably who of you at the Founders Conference wanted to be a founder before for his ever lifetime? Please give me some kind of hints, whatever you want to do, raise your hand. Not that much. Expected much, much more. Okay, some couple. I never wanted to, because for me, that was my childhood, right? Playing a lot of handball all day, all night. Tried to become a very good goalkeeper. I think I didn't manage it. I was a good one, but not a very good one. And then I decided to go to Berlin, sitting on the other side of a table, being a bank advisor. That was probably not my most satisfying experience that I ever made, but it was the start, more or less, of my journey, of my entrepreneur's journey, because I came across this situation, taking the subway every day, right? Who of you knows the product? The woman is playing a game. Who knows it? Please. Oh, wow, a lot. What is it? Yeah, it's Candy Crush. It's the most successful mobile game that was ever launched, right? Much more successful than Pokemon Go. And I thought, like, probably someday wouldn't be nice to come across a random person that I never know before, and seeing them enjoying my product, right? What a satisfying moment. And that was the beginning of my more or less entrepreneurial journey, because I didn't want to be a founder, but I wanted to solve problems. I wanted to see people having some kind of enjoyment and fulfillment using my products. And 5 years later, this is the founder of Candy Crush, invested 4 million in Own that we launched yesterday, this new kind of map. I think that is a full circle moment, right, as I, as Generation Z would say. And between two different pictures, more or less me in a bank branch and Lars on the other side founding Candy Crush, obviously the journey is quite long, quite intense, and I want to share my takeaways from this journey. Could I imagine to have Lars as a board member like on the cap table before? Probably not, always. It's always, first of all, the importance to start. And my takeaway is probably starting very simple. For me is, I try to do better, right? Remember the picture, me in a bank branch? Was not quite satisfying because I didn't see any need. People coming to this very old-fashioned bank branch, getting every day the same advices again and again and again. So for me, it was very repetitive. But I made a decision. I can be annoying. I can say, like, this doesn't make sense. Or I try to do it better, right? And that's why I more or less built up a recommendation engine with more than 10,000 rules, try to cover every product from this bank branch, and make it automatic, right? And in the end, even if the product was not successful, it brought me into one of the most famous accelerator programs in Berlin, Axel Springer Plug and Play. Back in these days, for instance, N26 was founded in this environment. So without knowing anything about being an entrepreneur, it helped me a lot to get into this scene and get an understanding what it means to start and do it better just for yourself. You never know, because Axel Springer was a great opportunity, right? In the end, it didn't work out. It was an overwhelming product. People can use it, but the customer never saw any kind of need sitting there filling in 40 data points just to get in the end the conclusion that, hey, an active account is a cool one, right? It doesn't make sense from a customer perspective. It made a lot of sense for me as a bank advisor. So you never know where you're successful in the short term, but in the end, it showed me that this is the right path, and probably I should continue, because on the long term, I think I can be successful, right? Seeing a need and try to solve this need just by myself. The third aspect is, like, prepare yourself, but start. Yeah, we come across this start quite often, and yeah, we have it here, Start Summit. I think it's a very amazing approach to just try it out, find out by yourself. And before you do, probably join one of these great founders you listened to and yesterday, today, all the speeches, they were amazing. These guys can tell you about all the failures they've made. So you don't need to learn a lot, you don't need to go to university. University is great, but you don't need to go to university to build something that's not there, because nobody can teach you, right? You just need to start, find out, and be ready to build something meaningful. That's much more important than have repetitive knowledge. That's given, right? We know ChatGPT now. Ask a question, probably they show you the great opportunities. Knowledge is flexible, and knowledge will adjust. But the method is what you can learn during this journey. The fourth way, and I got this question multiple times today, I don't know why is it such a relevant topic in this the summit, but understand your path. People ask me, like, do I need to raise funds, right? Do I need to get investors, or is it fair to have a bootstrap business? My perspective, it's very important for you that you understand your personal path, right? It's quite nice to have a cool investor by your side, but it's much nicer to create a sustainable business that helps millions of people solving their needs. And this is the goal. The question you should ask yourself is, do you want to, like, just stress out yourself with having investors sitting next to you that their only interest is maximizing their capital? Probably it is, probably it's not. On the other side, is it fast enough to build a company? Is it possible to build a competitor next to Google Maps without having capital available? Probably it's not, right? And for me, after study financing, having a profitable business with a couple of millions in revenue, just for myself, I decided, like, to take the bigger path, to take the path of aiming for something that probably can change the life of millions of people in a faster and a more stressful way. And for instance, some sneak previews. Because you choose your path, for me, it's much better to hire people that fits to this path, right? If you're unsure, and I love all the bootstrap business, for me, on the VC journey, I hired, for instance, one of the first employees at Amazon who built up Candy Crush next to Lars, and being a European leader of many consumer products that you probably use every single day. And that's just possible because I knew what's my path, and probably your path is different, and that's completely fair. but make the decision for you and not for the investors. The fifth topic is make the hard decisions, right? It's a hard decision which path fits for you, because you look at other founders, they're doing millions in revenues from a bootstrap business, and like, wow, this is amazing. I want to be in their shoes. On the other side, you believe that you build up a product like I did before, a recommendation engine that I invested a couple of years just to bring up 10,000 rules that are appropriate to give a recommendation. But in the end, if it doesn't pay out, kill this product and delete it, right? That is a very tough, very hard decision. But I think it's worth to do it, right? Otherwise, you probably will fail anyway if you stop making these hard decisions and going the easy path and take the easy path. But last and foremost, from my point of view, the best advice, with all the stress, all the requirements, all the needs that you have from people around you, enjoy the way, right? It's just one life. We are all very happy that we can build on products. We can probably solve customer needs, whatever you do, that change people's life. But we also should be very clear, are these problems very significant that we have on a day-per-day basis? All of you have a lot of stress right now. All of you think about, afterwards you listen to a presentation, probably people not getting a seat. Is it all worth? Probably it's not. Enjoy this path, enjoy the way. We have such an amazing opportunity, and I think it's worth to think about what's great and not what is like distracting me a lot and what people can think about. Just enjoy, and the path is very valuable that you can use. If you want to have a look how the new map looks like, obviously some commercial at the end. Scan it, feel free to try it out. Unfortunately, now it's waiting list, so the more people you refer, we are founders, right? We need to try new growth methods. The more people you refer, the upper you go on the waiting list. Really keen to get your feedback after you receive a WhatsApp message. But more or less, thanks for listening. I think the rockstars are coming now back to the stage. And have a great evening. Thanks a lot.
All right, so now is about time that we find out about who is the big winner of Start Hack 23. Just also to give you a bit of context, so these people have been working for 36 hours straight, right? So I don't know if many people have been visiting the hack during the event, but if that's the case, you could have seen people basically zombieing around the entire time, right? So just imagine how difficult it must have been for them to then come in front of all of you guys and pitch an idea when they have just slept, like maybe for some of them, 2 to 3 hours over 36 hours. So please, again, a huge round of applause for these guys.
Now, let's welcome back our jury on stage to announce the winner.
All right, so before we have the team come on stage, maybe a quick question. How impressed were you with what you just saw, being the fact that they just work on this for 36 hours?
It was 36? Okay, I thought it was way longer, so we were definitely impressed. And it's always great to see people taking the time to work on solutions, and especially about like solving challenges that are real and really have to be solved. So great work.
Absolutely. How difficult was it to actually make a decision?
I don't know when I want to put our cards open, but we came to a decision, so that's for sure. I think it also took us maybe half of the time that we had to agree, but we are very convinced about or very happy with our decision now.
So there is a clear winner, because last year it took 30 minutes to make a decision. Okay,
there is one.
Great. Then I think it's just about time to welcome the 5 teams on stage.
So now time has come. Who is the winner?
All right, we want to make this a bit exciting. So first, I think all of these teams deserve a huge applause. So let's start with that. Can we make this a bit more louder? Nice. Okay, and do we have the check ready?
Yes.
Okay, so the check is ready, and I'm gonna make it very quick. Unfortunately, I was just asking my colleagues here, what was the name of the team again? That unfortunately we forgot, but we know the number. So I'm just gonna keep it short, say the number, and then this team is gonna get another huge and very loud applause. And the winner of the StarTech 2023 is team number 4.
Woo!
Oh putain! Bro, what the fuck?
Make it loud. Come on.
That is so sick.
Now that was it from StarTech 2023. A huge thank you to all of our partners. It was a pleasure and it was so exciting to have all of you on board. Thanks to all the applause we got and see you next year.
So she went away in her sleep.
Well done. Bro.
Every time she closed her eyes, when she was just a girl, she expected the world, but it flew away from her reach, and the bullets catching her teeth. Life goes on, it gets so heavy. The wheel breaks the butterfly. Every tear a waterfall. In the night, the stormy night, she closed her eyes. In the night, the stormy night, away she flies. A dream of
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Congratulations to the teams. All of the pitches were incredible. I've never seen so much effort put into that. That was incredible. I'm just here to tell you guys that you have to be back a little bit later. We're going to continue with the pitching competition final in about 20 minutes. Please make sure that you'll find your seats again at 6. And don't treat these seats like German tourists, so don't put your towels on it and claim them there yourselves, yeah? Lovely, see you guys in a sec. For the last 2 hours when I went on stage, I've been holding my heart. My doctor's not going to be happy about this, but fuck it. This is Start Global. Guys, in the next, 1 hour and a half, something incredible, something amazing is going to happen. We're going to close down this conference, but at the same time, we're going to open the next door for 2024. And the amazing thing is the people who have been running this show, I mean, you've met some of them, but the people that we haven't really appreciated this time so far, and I think that's because I didn't make us do, is everybody who supported us on a technical level, on the background level, on everything that we get to see here today, feel here, eat and drink here today. These are people that have been running the show in the background. So everybody, please put your hands together. And thank you to all who've been supporting us all along. And in the meantime, this moment also means that I'm going to be yet again unemployed for another year before hopefully we get to see each other next year. So let me say this. This has been one of the most incredible things I've been able to do. I've had the chance to do, and it is because of you guys. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I hope to see you again next year. Thank you. Whew. All right, Start Global makes grown men cry. The Start Summit here in the final. I can't wait to join you guys, actually. It's quite nice. Also, this Xing, it hurts. It's so bad. Okay, for the final, I'm incredibly happy to welcome on stage 2 people who've been part of the organizing team, who've made this happen, and who made the Start Summit here final happen tonight. It is Benedikt Sömer. Benedikt Sömer is the head of growth at Start Summit, and it is Felix Berger, the head of investor partnerships at Start Global. So without further ado, please put your hands together and welcome with a warm welcome, Benedikt and Felix. Come here, come here.
Weg vom Screen? Ja. Welcome to the grand final of the Start Summit Here Pitching Competition 2023. I'm Felix, and this is Bene, and today we will be moderating this stage session.
Yeah, we are so happy to see so many familiar faces here. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being here. And also I want to give a big shout out to our team for making this possible, because without them we wouldn't be standing here. But now I would say we jump directly into the topic, right?
Absolutely. We have been to Barcelona, Munich, Lausanne, Liechtenstein, Munich, Paris, Maastricht, Stuttgart and Nuremberg, and we're now happy that we have found the 4 best startups from all over Europe. But how did we find them? Well, first of all, we had the Road to Start Summit. You might be wondering, what is the Road to Start Summit? Well, the Road to Start Summit is that startups applied to pitch in front of different juries all over Europe. And then, of course, we also had the direct applications. Those were more than 200. And then, last week, we had our quarterfinals, and yesterday our semi-final, which took place on the opportunity stage. And now, we're happy that we can be on the main stage and can finally have the grand final of the pitching competition.
Exactly. So let's talk about the detailed procedure for today. First of all, we have our jury. We will introduce them, and they will talk about the company, but also about themselves. After that, we will have the pitches. We will have 4 pitches in total. Each pitch will last 3 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. The finalists will fight for 10,000 Swiss francs. They will fight for a plug-and-play network membership, including office space, including workshops, including mentoring. And they will fight for a secret surprise, which we'll announce later. But now, I feel like we are ready to introduce our jury.
I feel like we are. Let's welcome our jury.
Einmal gerne. Hi. Hi.
So. All right. Thanks for taking the time. Really cool to see all of you here. And I would say let's start right with our introduction. First of all, we'll have Emily Ryan from Google.
Hello. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. I'm honored to be one of the few non-Swiss on the jury. So my name is Emily Ryan. I'm leading the digital native or startup and scale-up team at Google Cloud. And we work with startups like you across Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Nordics, and Central Eastern Europe. And we focus specifically on cloud-native technology. So you're already jumping in, you start at the serverless level, you work towards data and AI, ML. We're not talking about modernization or legacy migration. And my story is a little bit bumpy. So I come from the US, from Washington, DC, and I started college. I had actually no idea about tech. I was interested in economics, I was interested in Scandinavian history, and so I ended up dropping out of college. And at one point, I realized that I need to get a job, so I luckily was placed at a startup as a receptionist. And that's how I got connected to this world here today, and realized that I had some aptitude for tech, that the startup world is the place to be because that's where you get to try so many different things on. You can be every role in the company, and worked my way up. We were bought by a German company at a certain point, so that's actually what brought me over here to Germany. And I've been here for 11 years now. I'm based in Frankfurt, but I am fortunate to have a team in Zurich, and it's my first time in St. Gallen today. I'm also a big sports fan. It's college basketball time right now, March Madness. I don't know if this says anything to any of you, but we also crunch a lot of data for March Madness at Google Cloud. So I think sports statistics are very interesting. I'm also a craft brewer. We were lucky enough to do a brewery tour with several of you yesterday in St. Gallen. So it was great to hear from all of the startups and students and accelerators and investors who are part of this community. And I'm very excited to give back by being on the jury today. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Maria. And next up in the introduction round is Emily Ryan from, is Maria Anselmi from InnoSwiss, obviously.
Hello, everybody. Another foreigner, I have to say. I'm Italian-born. I've lived a little bit all over the world, and I landed in Switzerland 6 years ago. Also, my career didn't start very much in the startup or technology area because I'm an historian linguistics. I studied semantics. But already in the years of the university, I developed my dissertation in the engineering department. And from that moment on, I've always been involved in digital business, data and analytics in particular. I am a corporate entrepreneur, so I've been funding and founding companies for my investors, always in the space of data and analytics. But I have always had a passion to work with innovation, to work with startups. So I'm actively working with funds and investors. And I've been doing that for quite a long time as a mentor and as a coach as well. And this year I decided to transform what was my side activity into my main activity, which is working actively with startups. At InnoSwiss, we have got a very ambitious mission, which is moving the world with Swiss innovation. And Swiss innovation does not mean Swiss-made, but brought to Switzerland. And of course, we work with a lot of startups. I think that at the moment we have got 500 startups in our project, and we make sure that they get the support that they need to be successful, to bring their product to the market, and to build a better society in the future. I'm a sporty person, but an injured sporty person. Being in Switzerland, my sport is tennis, and of course, my team is a Roger Federer team supporter. Thank you very much.
Thanks. You can directly pass it on. And next up, we have Tobias Pfortmüller from Sparrow Ventures.
Hi, everyone. What a crowd, what a jury. It's humbling. So I'm Toby, 35 years old, outdoor enthusiast and senior investment manager at Sparrow Ventures. I've been with the firm since 4 years, and within that time I had the pleasure and privilege to support or lead many transactions, among which are Best Smile, Revendo, or View, founded by ASG alumni. Sparrow Ventures is the venture building and venture capital arm of the Migros Group. And maybe for our international friends, Migros is one of the largest retailers in Europe and a true conglomerate. And we invest alongside the entire ecosystem of Migros. And that's not only commerce and shopping or food and beverage, but also fintech, digital health and travel. Migros is also a strong Swiss brand, a consumer-facing brand, and that is why we at Sparrow Ventures only invest in consumer-facing business models, meaning B2C, D2C, B2B2C, everything with a C in the end. All right, now I'm looking very much forward to the pitches. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tobias. I think the slides are in the wrong order, but I think we'll get there. So next up, we'll have Ruven Dresselhaus from Cavalry Ventures. A big applause, please. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm the second injured person here. I thought I knew how to ski until this season. About myself, I founded Cavalry together with my partners. That was approximately 7 years ago, with the aim to create a fund that is different back then and still nowadays, where we come in as entrepreneurs side by side with the founders, we back. And next to us, so my 4 partners, they founded companies like Delivery Hero that we IPO'd, and more than 250 LPs, mostly tech entrepreneurs, but also from the old industry, to support our companies. We typically syndicate with angels or microfunds. I'm based in Switzerland and spent my time half here, half in Berlin. And the topics that I like to invest currently is next to what I did in the past with Forto, Magmakler, Planetly, climate tech space, and artificial intelligence. And I think the minute is up. Thank you very much for being here, and have fun.
Thank you, Ruven. And lastly, we have Jochen Gurtbrot from B2 Venture.
Hi, everybody. I'm a St. Gallen alumni, some scary 34 years ago, so the oldest here, and partner at B2 Ventures. We are, apart from being a venture capital fund, we run one of the largest angel network in Europe and try to bring brains, not our brains, but the brains of our angels to ventures. I have co-founded a couple of companies. And interestingly, the ones where I was least operationally involved were the best. So that's when I decided that maybe as an investor I could at least succeed. And I am a strong believer in luck, and I'm very curious to see if the luck tonight will walk along and we can grab it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think now we are ready for our first pitch of today. Please a big applause for Simone from Lever Capital.
Hallo
Hello everyone, my name is Simone, and today I'm here to share with you how at Leva we're building the future of private markets. Almost every industry you know has been deeply disrupted by technology in the past 20 years, except for investments in private markets. If you're a venture capitalist today and you need to structure a deal, the process is still very manual. It's complex, expensive, very slow to handle. And if it's such a pain for one single deal, imagine what happens if you have a full portfolio to handle. And that's why we built Leva. With our solution, you can become an investment manager in just a couple of clicks and run your own investment firm online. Setting up a deal will take you 5 minutes instead of weeks, and you can do that with no upfront cost, so anyone can start easily. You just decide on your deal terms, and you invite your co-investors to the deal, who can participate online in just a few clicks as well. We'll take care of everything complicated: legal, compliance, banking, administration, so you can focus on what really matters: growing your network of co-investors and bringing good deals to the table. Today, we have great traction already. In around 2 years, almost 300 deals have been set up with us. More than 2,500 investors have been invited from all over the world. And we have more than 100 clients, venture capitalists, private equity firms that are using Leva on a recurring basis to structure their deals. We have transacted around 35 million today. And everything without any marketing budget, no outbound sales, inbound, fully organically, mostly through word of mouth, showing great product market fit. The market opportunity is massive, and the opportunity window is now. Timing is really perfect. The industry is still very immature. There's a lot of room to grow. It's really far from being saturated. Venture capital alone would be a big enough market to build a unicorn story here. But we're not stopping there. This is just where we get started. It's our beachhead market. We'll be integrating many different asset classes in the future, and the market potential for Leva just becomes massive. Today, we allow our customers to structure at a very convenient price point. It's our marketing hook. Using Leva has to be a no-brainer for them. We're focusing on populating the platform quickly and securing a lot of investors locking their assets in on Leva. Tomorrow, we'll be able to monetize the assets held on the platform and investor community in many different ways. Imagine Leva as an interconnected.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the questions. Please feel free to start.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. Can you elaborate on what is your business model?
Yes, sure. So today, we have a transaction fee of 1% of the funds raised, capped at 10,000. So if the deal is above 1 million, we charge this one-time off fee of 10,000. If it's lower than 1 million, we make it economically feasible also for smaller deals to be structured. You have no recurring cost, no exit cost. You pay once, only when the deal is going through successfully. So you don't have any risk to try, raise the funds. And if it doesn't go through, you just don't pay anything and you delete the deal on the platform.
Could you please elaborate on your competition and also on the moat that you are having against, let's say, incumbents and new entrants?
Yep, sure. So in terms of competition, there are other startups that are working to simplify the structuring of the investments. They tend to be similar to service providers. You just share deal terms with them on an online platform. They capture those deal terms and they handle them manually with law firms or partner fund administrators. In our case, in the moment in which you click, you're not sending an email to our team. It's actually happening. So compared to anyone else in the market, we fully automated the process of structuring and management of these vehicles. Reason why we did it is because we were actually coming from a DeFi space first. So our goal was to eliminate all intermediaries. Eventually, we didn't scale because for professional investors, there's not enough legal and tax certainty today, especially cross-border. So we had to figure out a way to replicate the same efficiency in the traditional legal system, bringing this legal and tax certainty to the investors. And in terms of incumbents, they could become customers. We're really an open platform. We're not trying to build a closed ecosystem. So you can imagine Leva as this railroad system in which market participants can communicate in a fully digital environment.
Thanks. I think everyone in the jury knows how tedious handling deal documents can be with different versions, markups, etc. So thanks for providing a solution to that. What roles do the target companies play in this?
So in terms of the target company, we create great benefits for them because the investors are all pooled. So instead of having complex cap tables, a lot of shareholders to handle, they facilitate the entire shareholder management having just one entry for the entire pool of co-investors who are participating inside the deal. Then overall, in the platform, we never talk to the founder. So it's a stakeholder of Leva, but we're not directly in touch with them. It's just the deal manager who sets up the opportunity and invites the other to co-invest. We don't connect startups with investors. It's really a back office tool for investment professionals to handle their operations.
Sorry to raise a follow-up question. And how do the startups, for example, decide which investors they actually accept, for example, co-investors?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Couldn't hear very well.
How do startups accept co-investors, for example, if they're not synthesizing the deal?
So also startup can use it in order to simplify pooling of angels, avoiding, again, to have too many entries into the cap table. They just have to pick a pool representative, and everyone else will be pooled behind them. So they can give access also to people that would not meet the minimum ticket normally.
Thank you.
How are you incorporating new technology into your platform, like AI?
We're not focused on incorporating AI at the moment. In the future, the beauty of Leva would be creating an intelligent structuring system in a way that you input the variables, such as where your jurisdiction is, where you're based, where your LPs are from, and where the target company is, and we'll be able to optimize for regulatory and tax environment in an automated way. So this is where we're going.
In which areas are you now, where are you now regulated? What are the jurisdictions you're dealing with?
So today we structure in Switzerland through a partnership, but this is just the beginning. So don't limit Leva to what we do today. In the future, we will do many other things. Already we got regulatory approval also for fund-like structures. So it's really about digitizing the structuring regardless of where you're from a global perspective, for anyone from anywhere.
Well, then, if we don't have any questions left, I would like to have a big applause for Simone from Leva. Thanks so much for being here. Next up, our next startup will be Juicy, and it will be presented by Lucas. Please welcome him on stage.
Thank you very much. I'm Lucas from Juicy, and we are building the Bumble of the working world of tomorrow. So a marketplace where companies apply to remote employees to hire them. Why is right now the perfect timing for this? Because we're currently in the early stages of the greatest change to the global workforce in a generation. Due to the tech progress in recent years, due to COVID and compliance solutions, it is now possible as the next evolutionary step in global hiring, not only to employ outstaffing companies or freelancers remotely, but to hire in-house tech employees globally. So today we have 1 million fully remote tech vacancies globally, 350% more than 3 years ago. Companies started to expand from the local into the global remote hiring hubs, for example in Eastern Europe, where available tech skills meet wage opportunities. Now, the problem is that the current hiring solutions on the market are no longer good enough for the hiring needs of today. They're not made for global remote hiring, right? And that's exactly where we come into place will make hiring remote employees super easy by building talent pools in the remote hubs, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, and letting companies apply to them while candidates stay completely anonymous. Who's behind this? My co-founder Alessandro and I. Together we have already developed an online recruiting marketplace focused on the DACH region in the past. Especially important for us are also Aurel and Markus, the co-founders of Lano, a software for hiring remote employees compliantly that perfectly complements our product. That's a winning setup, and at the same time our secret sauce in terms of solving legal challenges our clients face, as well as boosting our company and talent acquisition. Despite being on the market for only 4 months now, we are already at 7 hires and more than 10K in revenues, with a couple of dozen recruiters and talents on Juicy. But that's of course just the beginning. So far, almost 1 million went into our product. We're currently raising 400K to really deploy it to a market that makes it possible for the first time ever in the hiring market to lever global network effects. So in the next 18 months, we aim at achieving product market fit, onboarding 16,000 talents and more than 1 million in revenues, with roughly around 400 placements with our current pricing, in order to become profitable and then raise the next funding round. So right here, right now, is the perfect time to join us in building the leading business networking platform for companies and remote talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your pitch. Please start with the questions.
Who do you see are your toughest competitors?
Our toughest competitors? Well, they're basically 4 different competition categories, if you will, right? So you've got job boards, for example, like LinkedIn or Indeed, where talents apply to jobs, which are very inefficient in strong candidate markets because the talent here is the scarce resource. Right? Then we got headhunters, which are extremely expensive and most talents don't really like them. Then you've got local candidate marketplaces such as Honeypot or IO, who are locally constrained. And then you have professional social networks such as LinkedIn, for example, right? Everybody has a LinkedIn account, and that's exactly the problem. Most of the people are not open to switching jobs. However, since we are operating in the remote working market, LinkedIn is, I would say, the toughest competitor, because you can also find on LinkedIn, of course, talents who are located in Poland or Romania or whatever global remote hub there is.
So your value proposition clearly depends on the quality of the talent pool you have.
Yeah.
And how do you assure quality of the talent pool in a lean and scalable way?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So basically we have 3 mechanisms that help us assuring the quality of the talent, right? So the first one is that we only target candidates who are currently employed, preferably by big tech and outstaffing companies, so that these companies basically take the vetting off our hands, if you will, right? Then, secondly, we are moderating each and every talent that signs up on Juicy. So we are basically doing plausibility checks of their LinkedIn and CV, and only activate candidates to the platform that basically pass these tests. And then, as number 3, companies have the opportunity on Juicy to report certain candidates where they see discrepancies between the skills and the knowledge that they communicate and what they actually then perform, for example, in job interviews.
So how do you plan to roll this out globally? You mentioned building a whole global network. How are you attracting the talent and then connecting the companies?
That's a very good question. So as a start, we are focusing on Eastern Europe. So we started off in Poland, and we plan to go also to Romania and Bulgaria in the short term. Why? Because it makes time zone-wise sense for the companies in Central and Western Europe, right? In the past, with our old company, we could validate multiple talent acquisition channels that work really well. And we will utilize them across different episodes of our company, if you will, right? So short term, Our goal is to have a very high homogeneity between the vacancies on Juicy and the talents in order to have a high match rate, in order to then monetize the talents quicker. That's why short-term we are utilizing more manual talent acquisition channels such as active sourcing. We have a couple of cooperations with headhunters, with tech recruiters. We are multi-posting jobs that are uploaded on Juicy. In the further course of the company, it will then be important to have more automated acquisition channels in order to scale it, in order also to attract larger quantities of talent. That's why we'll then be using email sequencing based on LinkedIn data and also paid channels. For example, like online ads directly in the respective remote hubs. What we see is that companies follow talent. So as soon as we have a critical talent pool size on Juicy, it's very easy for us to convince companies to join us and basically hire them in an efficient way.
How do you see your company looking like in 10 years from now? And also, do you plan to increase the share of wallet at your customers? And if so, why and how? And if not, why not?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. So our vision is to build the leading business networking platform for companies and remote employees. So we don't limit ourselves, at least not in the long run, to being a candidate marketplace only, right? We can well imagine to include multiple stakeholders group into the platform, such as compliance solution providers, for example, or remote talents that could connect on our platform, basically as Bumble did it, right? It's also now more than just pure dating. In order to increase the share of wallet, we have currently a very penetrative pricing model, a hiring fee that is quite low, that would allow us to have the entry barriers very low for our customers. And we plan, of course, to adapt that then to the needs of the company, basically, and also there then get more of the pie, if you will.
All right. Thank you very much, Lukas. Big applause for Juicy, please. And now, please welcome Christoph von Protein Distillery.
Everyone is talking about diet change, about reducing animal products for our health and our planet. But most consumers still turn to animal-based originals, as alternatives often don't live up to the originals in terms of taste, experience, and health. My name is Christoph Pitter, and I will show you how we enable food companies to create authentic vegan alternatives by using the most advanced vegan protein, delivered by Protein Distillery. Food companies are spending a lot of money trying to replicate animal-based products as closely as possible. The problem is, animal protein has a different structure and different functions compared to plant protein used in today's alternative products. Therefore, they are packed with all kinds of additives, such as methylcellulose, which you can also find at home at your wallpaper paste. What makes us different is our unique patent-pending refinement process. We upcycle a side stream of the brewing industry, the yeast, and separate it with unprecedented precision to create the most advanced vegan protein. This protein has the same functions as animal protein, which allows food companies to unlock a whole new level in terms of taste and texture for every major food application, and this without the nasty additives. The market for vegan and especially functional protein is skyrocketing. in 2035, it is estimated that 1 in 10 portions of meat, milk, and egg will be vegan. And this requires a lot of vegan protein, and especially the functional part of the vegan protein, which we want to deliver. And as one of the fastest growing industries, the food space has just been waiting for a solution like this, which is expressed in huge customer interest and concrete offers of the leading players on the DACH market. Our team is the right mix of passionate engineers, dedicated business executives, and global known experts such as the former CTO of Beyond Meat, which scale this solution to the mass market and accelerate the transition to better and more sustainable food solutions. If there's a gold rush, it's good to be in the pike and shovel business, and we provide Beyond Meat & Co. with the best.
Thanks so much for the pitch, and I think we're ready for the questions now, so please start.
Hi, thank you very much. I would like to elaborate a little bit on your business model and on your value proposition vis-à-vis the competition actually in the market.
Okay, let's start with the business model. We're really focused just B2B. So we are food ingredient supplier in this case, but we supply the key ingredient. You can compare it like from a car, the motor can be the key ingredient, so protein is really the key ingredient to create a food solution that we are supplying to our customers. And let's...
Yes, and what is the value proposition to all the other companies of these 100 alternative protein companies? If you're looking at what is the goal for our clients, they want to have a clean product. And you get a clean product only if you can reduce all of the nasty ingredients. And you can only reduce all of the nasty ingredients if you allow to deliver a customized solution for any application. And therefore, you cannot target the market with a one-size-fits-all, and we deliver exactly that customization.
Super important with a natural protein, non-GMO, because we're in the European Union.
How does your competition, I mean, how do you see it to be in 5 years from now? And how do you fit into a potentially different market environment? Like, why do you win in 5 years?
Yes, so the first stage for our product is that we can bring our product into the market tomorrow, because we do not struggle with any regulations. If you look at other solutions, for example, precision fermentation or mycelium, you will see they cannot tackle the market within the next 3 to 5 years. As soon as they are in the market as well, we can be a substitute, because our USP is a process. We can actually use their side streams. We are upcycling. We are an upcycling company of side streams, and could therefore add on to all the other players and their production facilities.
One super important part, so just imagine in 10 years from now, probably it's not a meat alternative, it's a completely new product we cannot imagine today, but they still need proteins to produce it. So we are the energy in the 20th century, you need the proteins in the 21st century to produce a whole new range of products.
Thank you. As a turned vegetarian, I very much appreciate what you're doing. You talked about customization. How does it work? And don't get too technical, but just how does it work? Please, thank you.
So, if you're looking at what are we customizing, we have certain characteristics in these products. For example, if you want a cheese, you want the cheese to melt. If you have a egg replacement, you want the muffin to foam, just like using egg. And then there's a whole range of products in between. And so you are targeting a lot of different functionalities in one product, which should be delivered. And therefore, we are able to cut the yeast cell with such a precision that we can actually define these fractions of the cell which deliver exactly this functionality and recombine it afterwards just to that solution that our client needs.
I think in two important parts, the overview to add. The one part is function, the other one is always taste. Taste is king. So we can have a neutral taste or a natural umami taste. Umami is what you know from a strong cheese or meat. And the other really important thing, what I'm looking in this industry, which is currently missing a lot, is nutritional value. Because plant protein doesn't have such a good nutritional value, and our yeast protein has a nutritional value really compared to an egg protein, which is like the gold standard.
How many kilos of your product have you already produced? And tell us more about the patent pending.
So super important. At the beginning, we are biotechnologists. We produced just a couple of grams. So we hired a food technologist, and he said, "Hey, I need a kilo," and I just have a couple of grams. So then we scaled up. Currently, we produce a range below 100 kilo, and scaling now to demonstration plant where we want to produce 150 tons a year. So with that, our first customer can really go into the B2C market. You can buy our products from Rügenwalder Mühle with our ingredient. And the patent?
Yeah, and the patent pending is just saying that if you file a patent, you have several months, 18 months afterwards, just to adjust this patent on other market standards, and that is what we are doing right now. We filed the patent last year and are currently working on the real precision.
All right. Thank you so much. A big applause, please. And then we are ready for our last pitch of the night. Please welcome Rever.
Thank you very much. I'm Marius, the founder of Rever. So we buy and receive products online from anywhere in the planet and receive them in 24 hours. But when we need to return them, the process takes on average 2 weeks. So we ask ourselves why there's such a big difference between returning and buying. And that's exactly what we're solving. We're making the process of returning easier and the process of refunding much faster. How it works is very simple. We create a customized returns portal for our brands where the clients can request a return in just 2 clicks and get refunded super quick. So they request a return in just 2 clicks, they select their compensation method, and we refund them instantly. They receive the money in 15 seconds. And it's just then when they send the product back. So we're basically disrupting the whole process, putting the refund at the beginning, and going from these 2 weeks to 15 seconds, which is crazy for the customer. This has enabled us to achieve very big milestones in just 1 year. So in 1 year old, we've been able to onboard 70 e-commerce brands, which means 25,000 returns that are worth $10 million in returns. And we've done this going live in 55 countries, enabling a retained dollar value for the customers of 39% and transacting 98% of the refundings in less than a day. What makes this business even more exciting is that the market is huge. We've started with a SaaS and fintech approach, but we have the possibility to start touching everything that happens after the refund. What happens in the warehouses, what happens with the reviewing, what happens when the product is not being able to result. And this is putting us closer to our vision, which is change the way people buy by giving superpowers to shoppers. We have started with super speed, but it's just the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your pitch. Really cool idea. And now I think we're ready for our questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question in regards to the instant refund. Who bears the risk in return if returns are damaged?
Yeah, so we are the ones accounting for this risk. Okay, so it's very similar to a buy now, pay later model, but applied to returns. It's kind of a refund now, ship later. So we charge e-commerces at the end of the month, take rate for the value of the product, and this account also for the risk of the product not being sent or sent late. However, what we do to minimize this risk is first, we have a risk algorithm to prevent the predictivity of risk of that product not being returned or being in bad conditions. And second, we have the financial information of the customer to charge them back at the end of the month if the product is not well received.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. How does a typical contract look like in regards to duration, value, etc.?
Okay, so we charge a SaaS fee for the customers, for the e-commerce, okay, which is around between 100 and 200 per month. And then we have a take rate total of around 3 to 4% of the value of the product, okay? So that's a bit on our monetization.
Looking at the metrics you shared for your first year, could you elaborate more, please, on why you are in 55 countries already? I mean, it looks great, but one could also pose the question why you don't focus on fewer countries first. And in conjunction, your land and expand strategy and also the traction you already gained in terms of land and expand in an average client of yours?
Yeah, so we are focused in terms of sales. So most of our brands are based in Spain, Portugal, and Italy, but their customers are worldwide. So the first problem we face is, hey, if we're only solving returns for one country, the experience for the e-commerce is not great. So our model is pretty scalable. So we externalize the logistics with the biggest carriers in the world, UPS, DHL, you name it, and with the payment providers, Stripe, Revolut, whatever. So for our e-commerce was pretty much convenience to have a global coverage. And for us, it wasn't much of a hassle because it's a pure technology approach with no physical or asset operations, which made it very scalable for us while improving the value prop dramatically.
So you signed 70 e-commerce companies. Did you have any churn within that time?
So we had, I think it's a quite funny story. We had one churn in June that came back on September after they made the sale, like the summer sale period without us. It was a mess again, so they came back. We had to renegotiate the prices, but yeah, so effectively zero churn.
Can you tell about the team that's behind the project?
Yeah. So we're two co-founders. I was previously at Globo, working in the logistics sector. I was the head of product there. I worked with Alibaba, Zalando, Inditex Group, so like super big e-commerces, and I was actually there where I faced the product with the problem. My co-founder, he was leading the customer and retail section at BAML, investment banking at Bank of America. Previously was a consultant at BCG. And then our CTO, he comes from Returnly, the leader of the return space in the US, and had plus 10-year experience. In total, we're 25 in the team, super young, passionate team, and looking to expand it.
Looking again at the stats, you have 70 clients and 25,000 returns. So that's on average like 350 returns per client.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound much.
Yeah, it's a bit less because it is historically. So we currently have 70 e-commerces that in total have transacted already 25,000. But actually the average yearly returns that we have per e-commerce is between 10K and 15K.
And can you explain again how you tie into the logistics chain?
Sorry?
How you can tie into the logistics?
Yeah, so we have two types of integration. So the first one is with, let's say, last mile providers like DHL, UPS, and so on. What happens here is that at the moment where the customer finalizes the process, we automatically send the instruction, either it's a label or a process to take the parcel out. And then the second type of integration we have is with the ERPs and warehouse systems that automatically collects when the package is scanned at the warehouse and sends information back to our software to receive this feedback that the product was well received.
All right, so if there are no questions left, I would say let's give him another big applause, please.
Cool, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for these amazing pitches. I think our startups did a great job, and now our jury will need some time to evaluate these pitches and to select the winner of the Start Summit Here Pitching Competition 2023, right?
Exactly, so I'd say thank you a lot, and yeah, we'll see each other backstage afterwards, and yeah, thanks. Another big applause, please.
Thank you.
All right, but if I was you, I wouldn't leave yet, because now there will be a very, very cool on-stage session. This will be by two extraordinary personalities, namely Joko Winterscheid and Mario Götze. And this stage session will actually be moderated by Philipp Westermeier, and it will be on the topic of how to combine sports and media with entrepreneurship. So enjoy and have fun. See you.
Have fun. See you.
Hello, Start Summit. Hello, St. Gallen. Thank you for having us. It's my honor to be here with two of the best that Germany has to offer in their respective fields, in entertainment and in soccer. But it's also a quite awkward situation for me to be in here with three 30-something, late 30-something, in my case, dudes that are German native speakers, and now for you try to speak English. So that's what we do. Two of them are quite successful investors as well, and that's what we want to focus on. Maybe
so it's only you and Mario talking, and I'm out.
maybe just introduce yourselves as investors, not so much as personalities as who you are. I mean, that's quite known. But like, what about your investment background, and what about how come you're here in this panel focusing on investing in digital companies?
Mario,
you go first.
Mario, you want to do the lead? Then I can just say what Mario says.
Maybe just in a nutshell. The initial thought and everything came from the US athletes, because they are doing it since 10 to 15 years, since like a long time. They've built their own venture firms, their own PE funds, and so on. They created their own family office. So that's what sparked my interest a couple of years ago. And I think it's missing in Europe a bit. And I see it happening now, also with the VC US funds coming to Europe. And I like to see it happening in Europe, and that was the initial thought why I started investing.
Quite similar with me, I'd say. No, seriously, and Philip, maybe you remember I think the first podcast the two of us did, I was like, why is nobody doing the stuff that the Americans are doing in regards of, I don't know, Ashton Kutcher, Jared Leto, all the big names in Hollywood. Everybody in the field of entertainment is involved in investments, and nobody really does it over here. And I kind of didn't get it, because obviously there is a certain degree of publicity you can bring to a company that saves money immediately to get attention and everything. And then I had my first invest in Go Butler, which kind of was a dream coming true. Within weeks, it just multiplied, and then it just burned at the sky. But I really thought like, oh wow, that's interesting. You just put your name tag on something, and you put some money in the game to show that you've got skin in the game too, and then you become a billionaire. And that wasn't the truth. That changed really quickly, that I got a different perspective on that. But from that point on, I kind of was hooked, because I just loved the fact to be in another field than the field that I'm doing on a daily basis.
How did it first start? I mean, imagine like you are like used to being in a locker room and around soccer people, or in a TV studio around TV people. How did you first move into this segment? I mean, it was like talking to friends, like posting and asking for help. And did somebody approach you? How did it first start with you, Mario? How did you enter this area?
Yeah, first it was 6 years ago, but more like out of curiosity. I've met a couple of people at universities, actually in Dortmund. They pitched their ideas. I've met a couple of people there. So 6 years ago, I had a totally different approach to what I'm doing right now. And it changed very quickly. So I have done like, let's say 3 to 4, 6 years ago, but most of my startups I've done the last 3 years. And this is now happening all out of network founders, other business angels, other VCs, because I think it's very important, especially in the beginning, because I don't have the expertise, the knowledge, the know-how and everything, because I enter from like coming from out of the locker room and out of a different perspective to get to know the people, to understand the ecosystem better, and then work on that and get professional to some degree. And this is what happened over the last 3 years to try to build a brand, especially first in Germany, and then also more like with a pan-European angle. And it's going very well for now, but I think it's also very early to judge. But it's kind of fun, and I try to do the best and back people and ideas and to help the ecosystem and the founders and the teams. Yeah.
Joko, how did it start with you?
Like I said, I think Go Butler was the first thing I did, and it was Jens, one of the founders, who approached me. He was a friend back then and still is, even though the thing burned. But he was really like, man, we are on something here. That there was a platform, I don't know if everybody is familiar with it, where you could like have a concierge service on via text message. And he was like, I think we're sitting on something here. We're in my kitchen. We're 6 people. They were all ex-Rocket people. And we're 6 people, and we're delivering stuff to everybody and taking commissions and everything. And he was like, could you do us a favor and maybe post something on Instagram, or back then I think it was Facebook, and we can see if that converts for us, and maybe we can, was my first idea. And back then already I was like, oh, there could be such a case where, you know, like you've read from the US, where a celebrity gets involved in a venture. And I posted something on Facebook, and they weren't able to deal with all the tickets that came in. So at this point, that was my first experience. And even though that burned, I was hooked in the field, and I think Mario and I, we were in contact with, I'd say at least the last 12, 18 months, something. And what I learned from Mario is to have a better setup, because I was always doing it on myself. And I think from the point that I did investments till now, it was all direct investments. I had no real clue about funds. I was never fond of the idea to invest in a fund. But that changed also because of the fact that I kind of built up a team around myself, because on the stuff that I have to do on a daily basis in the entertainment business, where I'm earning the money that I can invest, it wasn't possible to have the eye on all the business running as much as it was needed. So I had to set up a team around me, and that was actually something where I was really impressed with Mario, because he had such a professional setup around him from an early stage on, I'd say.
How did you build it? I mean, I assume
it looks like it.
No, they're good people.
It does.
He really has good people around him.
But I mean, I imagine there must be like very many people approaching you, trying to get your attention for something, trying to get your money for something, trying to get your name for something. With both of you, there's so many people like that are around you somehow and try to come close to you. What are the signals that you look for, and how do you find credibility, and like how do you build trust with somebody when there's so many options to choose from?
I think it's very difficult. In the end, you learn by time also. So I think you cannot do everything right from the beginning, and you have to make experiences, and you have to get to know people. I think that's for certain. But in the end, I try to like filter in a certain way, try to meet a lot of people, try to understand the ecosystem I'm tapping in, and then make decisions. So in the end, I think the biggest problem also for Joko is also that we don't have the time, or for most of the people, don't have the time to really have a closer look to it, and have to like really dive into this area. And that's why I had to set up teams, like for all the verticals I have, to meet people, to have expertise, to get to know the best people possible, and then to work on them. Because in the end, I would say I spend at least like, let's say 70% with soccer and my family, and then maybe you have 30% left for all the other stuff that's going on. So in the end, everything you do, you need to do 100% actually, but you don't have the time for it. So it's very important to have that team and to have that setup.
Yeah.
Usually the US model is that you invest into a fund because the fund protects your name. You go and give the money to a fund, nobody knows you're investing in the fund, and then your money gets multiplied. Why do you choose to make direct investments where your name is attached to something that can quite easily burn quite soon? And I mean, as Joko pointed out, I mean, you make it look funny, but in that moment, the company crashes or doesn't work out well, your name is attached to a failure. That's, I think, the reason why a lot of US celebrities go into funds, and they have their money multiplied ideally, but they don't have their name attached to it. Why did you choose to like use your name with this?
I think the most obvious reason is because I bring publicity. By the time that the value is immediate. So by the time that I put some money in and get some equity for media, for instance, the moment we go into communication and the fact that I invested in this and that company, from my point of view, just very ego-wise or egocentric scene, the company already has a bigger value because of the fact that it's wider known. So therefore, the possibilities of doing the business they do is given to a brighter audience. You're totally right. In the end, it would be way smarter maybe to go into a fund. But I think the stuff I've learned from all the direct investments helps me now to be more wisely in deciding on which fund is the right one. What are the fields that I'm really interested in? What are the things that I've learned in the past that I can use now? And I think on the other way around, it would have been way easier to put the money there and then let somebody else manage it and let them take care in the sense of that's a growth fund, that's a climate tech fund, I don't know what. So therefore, they do the stuff for you. But I also love the journey, the stuff that I can learn. I love to work with the people directly. That's what really I think is for me the most reason I do this is because at every stage in my career, there have always been people who believed in me, who took me to the next step. And it's not like that I can always be that person for the people who and maybe that's an important sentence. I think I do invest more into the people maybe sometimes than I do invest into the company, because I do believe these people that they're going to fulfill the promise they've told me what they want to achieve with that. And I want to believe in that, and I want to give them all my attention, all my network, all I can support them on. And I think that is what is the biggest fun. And even if you lose something personally, in the sense of that this is bad PR or there's, I don't know, the company goes broke, whatever. I mean, that happens. That happens a lot out there. And even though I invested in it, and I've met a lot of experiences with companies that didn't work where I put my money in, but in the end, I think that's, I still believe in that sentence that everybody says, like, I did this, didn't work. I did that, didn't work. I did this, it didn't work. I did that, it didn't work. But then I invested in, and I'm still waiting for that then I invested in moment. and I think that will shine over everything. It doesn't matter how much failure there was involved, but I really love the struggle. I really love the moments where it's getting tense, where you really feel like, okay, we're talking about a runway of 6 more weeks and we have to get some fresh money to the company. How can I help? So, the moment that you can really support and help is the most magic moment. And if it goes well, I love it, because for me, it's kind of like my retirement safe, the idea why I do it. So I don't really care about short term in the sense of, is there bad PR for me personally because something went broke? Okay, it's not good for the time, but now, like years after Go Butler, I can laugh about it because I was so naive in a way to think that, you do one investment, I'm golden. Ciao.
How about you, Mario? I mean, you could be the Steph Curry of Germany. I mean, but he goes into funds.
Yeah, he goes into funds. I think the most important thing for me also to do it more publicly is like to change the culture. I mean, probably it's the same also in entertainment, but also in soccer, you have this, especially I think in Germany, this culture to see failure, to everything is negative in a certain way and so on. But if you compare it, like for example, to the US, they take that risk like voluntarily, and they know, okay, maybe I will have these failure also, what Joko mentioned, but we take that risk. We want to change a bit the ecosystem, the culture around it. Like that's a positive thing. We try to help people, we try to help the ecosystem, and then build something on that, even if maybe it doesn't work in the first phase or second phase, or they have to like pivot in a certain way a couple of times, or maybe the founder won't make it the first time, but maybe the second, third time. So I think it's similar also for me as an athlete, because sometimes you make it to the first team, sometimes not. Sometimes you have a good game, a bad game. So I think these are natural like elements of also being human, being an entrepreneur, or being an athlete. And that's what I really like about that space, to help these people, but also to know that it will be a struggle, it will be a long shot, it is a long journey for everyone involved. But I like to change that mindset, that culture around it a bit, and that's why I do it like also via my channels a bit more to get that understanding. Also in Europe and especially in Germany.
Your investment style, both of you, is also early stage. I mean, again, the US guys, LeBron James, he goes into Canyon, a well-established bike brand. Roger Federer, he goes into On, like a well-established sneaker brand, but they're also like clear winners. So by the time they invest, they're already winners. They just become bigger. But you guys have chosen I'm sure you have had offers for other opportunities, but you've chosen early stage, like the uncertainty, the very early unclear phase.
You know, that's the stuff I can afford. Kenyon would not be interested in the peanuts. On would not be interested in the peanuts I have. But seriously, I think on two ends, I think Mario maybe as a soccer player or football player has a different angle there because you are maybe well known abroad the borders of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. But this is my pond where I can fish in. You know, nobody knows me outside of this area. I'm a nobody in the US. I'm a nobody outside of Germany, Switzerland, Austria, so therefore I can only kind of invest locally in a way. And I would love to invest in Kenyon. I would love to invest in On. But seriously, how interesting is that? I mean, if they would be. I don't know, companies on the. I mean, I can buy shares of a company at a stock exchange. That's an investment too, in a way. But what I think is the difference if LeBron or Federer go in there, they really can push even a brand that is already a certain degree of success to a different level. I will not be able to do that.
Okay. Mario, how many investments did you make so far?
I did 40 plus direct investments and 10 plus managed funds. Yeah.
Okay. So, and it's always the 50,000 angel ticket that is a little common these days in Germany?
I try to be also like Joko, a bit like pre-seed seed. I do small tickets like 25 to 50K, very early stage. I make a couple of exceptions when it comes to media for equity. Then it's more later stage companies, because you also have, especially also for Joko and also for me, if you have a certain brand and work, for example, with Nike or other brands, and then have maybe 2-3 other startups at an early stage, the risk and the dilution of your brand is you need to protect it in some ways. So that's what I do when I invest in later stage companies. But most of them are pre-seed seed. Yeah.
And so what are the hits in the portfolio so far?
I think in general it's too early to judge for now, because most of my investments I've done the last 2-3 years. So in the end, there are 2-3 which are very good at that point. One is Scoreplay, the other one is Remedy Plays in Los Angeles, and there are 2-3 others who are doing very well for now. But I think I have a time horizon of 5 to 10 years to really judge that portfolio and to see greater value.
But the expectation is, as it is usual in venture capital, is to have at least 4, maybe 5 times the money back at some point.
Yeah, that's the ideal. I think the ideal portfolio setup. But in the end, I try to have all the phases. So in my portfolio, I do the angel investing part. I have later stage companies which I try to back also via funds, and then the PE part. So to have different phases, and then to build that portfolio for the next 5 to 10 years, and then pay the portfolio back. That's the idea, but also to have certain risk profiles in that stages, and that's how I set it up the last couple of yeears. Yeah.
I mean, Joko, you set it up a little different because you have companies that you're really highly invested in, it seems, and that you're very like operational even. I mean, Yokolade is one of those. Sushi Bikes, it seems you're also very like on the ground with the founders and very involved and hands-on. Is that like a conscious decision to like pick 3 to 4 companies where you're really like heavily invested?
Yes, and I think it didn't really happen on purpose. It just, that was the way I did it till, I don't know, 2 years ago. And then I started to kind of change not my mind, but change the direction of how to invest, and even learned a little bit more. But by the time I did these investments, obviously, yes, because, I don't know, Sushi, I co-founded Sushi, I founded Yokolade, I co-founded Drei Freunde Wein, which is a wine brand. Sounds super boring in a way regarding to tech and multiples and tech, etc. But I have a good friend who is a famous actor, and we decided to do some wine because we love wine, and it's going crazy. That's maybe the best business I have running out there right now, or maybe besides the production company I'm doing with Klaas. But what I also like is that I have no idea how long this media career I'm running here is working for me. So at some point, I always thought of, okay, it doesn't make sense to just invest and not be part of the team. And then at some point, I also thought like, okay, if this career at some point ends that I'm having on TV, I could go into the company on a daily basis and be like a real part and a real player within the company. And that was the reason why I was so much more hands-on in the beginning, but then also found out, I did several interviews with big newspapers and was like, how do you do that? Where you take the time from to be so involved in all these things? I was like, that's not a thing. That's easy. And then by the time they start growing, you find out, oh shit, it's not possible at all to be so much hands-on as you want to be in everything. And then you start thinking of, okay, I have to change the system, because right now I have like 3-4 companies where I'm really hands-on, big involved, not only money-wise, but also on a daily basis. But also, you know, the shares are huge over there. So it makes sense to be a part of the team, to know what's happening. You do not just get a report once a month or something, but be involved in daily decisions. So therefore, I always thought like I can have a bigger impact, but that also changed in regards of I do small, like Mario said, small angel tickets as a pre-seed and stuff, where you just don't have the control, but you say like, okay, but this is not the much amount of money that I put in there, and I can trust them that they are interested in developing the company, because they're right at the beginning. Nobody's taking the money in pre-seed and saying like, I'm going to close down in 3 weeks. So you do know they still have the fire, they have the hunger, they want to go for something. So at some other point where they start a Series A or something, you do know you have to also talk to them how to change the role maybe, or change the situation, or have people around you who take care of all the numbers and figures.
What were the biggest disappointments so far in your startup career? Was there like personal disappointments, financial disappointments? What didn't go well in the past years?
Yeah, you want to start? I can start. I mean, I think as I'm always a people's guy, yeah, I'm mostly disappointed how much, and talking about fire, talking about hunger, you know, how fast that flame just vanishes, you know, and you're like, dude, are you serious? If I would have taken my career the way that you understand how you have to run your business, that's insane. So it was really, I remember the Go Butler case. I was on a vacation in Italy. I was lying at the pool, and the CEO of the company called me and was like, yeah, I just want to let you know we're shutting down. And I'm like, sorry, what did you say? And I'm like, we're shutting down, and I have to call a few others. So if you got anything to talk about, maybe within the next few weeks, ciao. And it was like, what the fuck? I mean, that's like a disappointment where you say, dude, I invested money, I invested time, I gave you network, I gave you all the stuff that you needed, and everything that you have for me is like 30 seconds to tell me that the companies went broke. So what is that? You know, that's kind of, I think, values. In the end, I'm a values guy. I was at home, there were values that were given to me, and I think I'm really disappointed if people don't give you back the respect that you bring to the table for them. I also want that the other way around. And I think most of the disappointments, if I lost money, okay, that's my risk. I was sure about, I was not sure about that. I was sure to lose the money when I invested. But you know, that's my problem. If I invest money, I have to be aware of the fact that I can lose it. It's not their fault. If it's going in the wrong direction, I have to take that step in first place as my fault. But if they are responsible for all the stuff that went wrong and didn't try as hard as they could, and I see people being more on LinkedIn than in the office, in the end, you know, that's something I don't get. From my point of view, how did I build up my career? I worked my ass off for it. If it was a night shift, I didn't fucking care if I didn't sleep to produce a show the next morning, because it was necessary. And if I hear somebody like, yeah, but I do know mental health of the topic, and I'm not talking about, you know, get a burnout and build your company. I'm not talking about that, but I want to see that you really, you know, that you fight for the thing that you were dreaming of by the time that you wanted me as your investor. And if you don't do that, I'm disappointed.
Is there a lot of like colleagues in your fields, like other players or other entertainment stars approaching you? Do you feel like this is picking up? Is it like at Frankfurt now, your current club, or like in your circle of friends from the industry? Is that accelerating now these days? I mean, both of you.
In the US, it's happening a lot for sure, and I see more and more athletes on the cap tables now. Also in Europe, also in Germany. I share a bit of deal flow with 1-2 other athletes, but it's not like in the US. But I think it's growing, it's getting better. I think the athletes are getting more interest in that field, and I think it will grow for sure in the next 5 to 10 years. Also because it happened in the US, or is still happening, and I think it will grow for sure. But it's not that common.
Are you both open for business? And if somebody's listening here now, and somebody
this is my cell phone number, +49.
You know, sitting in St. Gallen now and wants to work with those two guys. How does it work? I mean, how do people approach you best? Like write you on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and do you have a team, like a website? What's the best way to get you?
I mean, I have a website. Most introduction in the meantime happen via intros, like people I already know, because I think otherwise it would be almost impossible.
Joko?
Kind of the same, and I get so much stuff on LinkedIn, and I have a look at everybody with the teams that I'm supporting, if they are too much on LinkedIn or maybe not in the office. So I'm a lot at LinkedIn, and even though there's coming in a lot, doesn't make any difference if there are 5 or 10 more. I will forward them to the people that are responsible. But if somebody of you guys is having a good idea, do we have to pay shares to the summit here, or how does that work? I'm not quite sure how to put this right now. But of course, I'm always curious for anything.
Okay. Please don't reach out to me. I don't have their cell phone numbers. I can't help.
What? Of course you've got. I can call.
Everybody needs to text.
I can call you now. Is your cell phone on?
Don't approach me. This is the worst. Okay, but I think we've overextended our time by quite a bit. Hopefully you like what you've heard. You get a feeling for those guys. Get a feeling of how to approach the venture scene, the startup scene. I'm happy to see that the startup scene is regarded a lot more positive than it used to by the entertainment guys, by athletes. Thanks for having us at the Start Summit, and enjoy the day. Thank you from Hamburg.
Thank you from Munich.
Thank you.
It's Friday night, and I promise I won't be long, but I'm super excited and happy to share with you that Forbes is going to partner with Start Global for the years to come. My name is Philip. I'm the managing director of Forbes Switzerland, and I'm very happy that we just have signed our agreement. Forbes Business Magazine and digital broadcasts cover the breaking entrepreneurs of the world. And since 2016, Forbes also presents the brightest young entrepreneurs, leaders, and stars in its 30 under 30 lists for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Last year's 90 list makers have been selected from 1,700 applications and nominations, a quota of 5%. In other words, you have a higher chance to get accepted at Harvard Business School. But at the same time, I have great news. Looking in the audience, I'm pretty sure and convinced that we have a number of future list makers for under 30 here in the room today. And that's why we are so happy that we are cooperating. Now, with this, I'm handing over to Ben, who shares with you the projects we are working on.
I'm Ben. I'm the Managing Director of Communications here at Start, and I'm super excited to announce that next year, at next year's Start Summit, for the first time, we will have an exclusive stage just for Forbes. They will work with their under 30 list makers and us to create some amazing content for all of you to see. In addition to that, we will be hosting follow-up sessions throughout the year discussing the topic of the summit further. But now, I know you're all here for the Start Summit Year winners. I know we've announced that there's going to be 10,000 Swiss francs in prize money, but there's also a little surprise. We will be interviewing the winners of the Start Summit Here pitching competition in our first follow-up session. Stay tuned for that. And now, I think together with that, Philip, let's shoot for the galaxy.
Wow, it's so amazing to see so many of you guys here today. And in the name of the entire START team, I want to take and give a heartfelt shout out to all of our amazing attendees and partners. You really are the lifeblood of this event, and without you guys, it wouldn't be such a spectacle. We really could not ask for a better community. So thank you so much for being here today, and please give yourselves a big round of applause.
So we already have one complete brand relaunch that we had here at Start Summit this year with B2Venture, as you all know by now, I hope. But that's not the only thing that's changing. So you may or may have not noticed that there is subtle hints here and there in our pitch decks, in our marketing communication, and in many other places about our brand. And while we are not going to be completing an entire brand relaunch, today we are completing a partial brand relaunch, namely in our digital spheres. So the old, slightly dated, very colorful looking websites, pitch decks, and so on, they are now history, and we have a brand new digital brand. And to say thank you to all of you amazing attendees here, for the next 7 days, we will be offering an exclusive deal for next year's Start Summit. If you buy 1 ticket, you get 2. And yeah, thank you.
Next, we want to express our deepest gratitude towards our amazing supporters. They have been working tirelessly over the past few days to make this event happen. They have been integral in the construction or in handing you guys out your coffee, right? And really, over the 400 supporters, they were so instrumental to making this happen today. We owe them a lot of gratitude, so please give a big hand to our amazing supporters.
Let me jump in here really quick. This is a super surreal moment for me and for all of us, so please excuse me quickly taking a video of all of you guys. Enough cringe. Ruben?
No. Lastly, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing START team. Over the past year, they have been sacrificing countless nights of sleep and enduring blood, sweat, and tears just to make this event the success it is today.
And so without further ado, put your hands together for the entire START team! Woo!
So. Heide.
Matteo, split die Gruppe auf.
And so, there is exactly one thing left to do. So I'm going to ask the start team to just split up a little bit so there's some space here in the middle so we can get the jury, the pitching competition finalists up. And Bene and Felix, please come and finish Start Summit 2023.
All right. That's the jury. And then another applause for the startups, please. Great, fantastic. We've reached a decision, and yeah, we're ready to announce it. In this year's Start Summit pitching competition, on the 4th place is Juicy. A big applause, please. On our 3rd place is Lever Capital.
And now, please, a big applause for our long-term friend, for Jack, with the trophy for the Start Summit here pitching competition winner.
Sign.
All right, so this is the moment you've all been waiting for. There are 2 startups left who might be the lucky winner. And it was a close and also tough decision from our jury. And there can only be one winner. One winner who will receive 10,000 Swiss francs, plug-and-play network membership, and also our Forbes interview. It is, to keep it short, Reva. Please, big applause. Great job.
Congrats, boys. Thanks so much for being here. We'll see you in 2024. Well done.
Vielen Dank.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Smash it. Like oh my god. Like oh my god. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get off. Fill up my cup. Drink. Mazel tov. Look at her dancing. Move it, move just it. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down. Shut it down. Let's burn the roof. Woo. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we come. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Rock it. Don't stop. Round and round. Up and down. Around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us. You know what we say. Party every day. Party every day. And I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night.
Wer friert uns diesen Moment ein? Besser kann es nicht sein. Denkt an die Tage, die hinter uns liegen, wie lang wir Freude und Tränen schon teilen.